Chapter 371. One day and one night later, Yang Kai strode out of the cave. The two blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, had been waiting outside. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions were meticulous, while Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had long since sat down in boredom. Seeing Yang Kai walk out with a calm expression, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling slightly surprised. Although they hadn't seen Yang Kai for a day and night, they could clearly feel the pain coming from him. But now, the little lord had completely adjusted himself without the slightest clue. His calm expression exuded confidence, causing both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes to light up. "Help yourselves, I'm going to go down." Yang Kai called out to everyone and walked straight to the entrance of the cave. Qiu Yimeng suddenly perked up and stared at him eagerly. "What's down there?" She had been here for some time now and was quite curious about what lay beneath the coiling dragon stream. But the people from High Heaven Pavilion had always been wary of it. Even the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had advised her not to enter the coiling dragon stream. So until today, Qiu Yimeng had never thought of going down. But now that Yang Kai wanted to go down, she naturally became curious. Haha. Yang Kai smiled perfunctorily before directly rushing down. "This guy." Qiu Yimeng stamped her feet, but didn't chase after him. Yang Kai clearly didn't want her to follow him. If she followed him, it would only annoy him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai disappeared into the depths of the coiling dragon stream. "Young Lady Qiu, please forgive him. My little lord's temper seems to be a bit too straightforward." Tang Yuxian chuckled lightly. She had only been in contact with Yang Kai for a few days, but she was keenly aware that Yang Kai had many good qualities that others of his age didn't possess. Because of this, Tang Yuxian was actually quite optimistic about this little lord and immediately tried to exonerate Yang Kai. "It's nothing." Qiu Yimeng didn't care. Tu Feng glanced at her thoughtfully and asked casually, "Young Lady Qiu and the little lord are old acquaintances." Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and slowly shook her head. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Qiu Yimeng's status and aptitude were both extraordinary. Among the younger generation of the central capital, all the young lords of the 8 great families would be proud to befriend her. But now she was actually lowering her status like this. He didn't even have the confidence to admit that he was an old acquaintance of Yang Kai. What was going on? The bitterness and unwillingness in this smile was genuine and not fake. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian naturally saw it clearly. "You can also feel his coldness towards me." Qiu Yimeng didn't show any sign of embarrassment, and instead said quite frankly, "He and I can only be considered acquaintances, that's all." The two blood warriors suddenly became curious, Tu Feng quickly asking, "If it's convenient, can young Lady Qiu explain? If it's not convenient, just pretend I didn't ask." Qiu Yimeng's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. His expression was calm. After a while he said, "There's nothing inconvenient about it. The last time I led a team to High Heaven Pavilion to inquire about the Demon Lord, I met him. At that time we were still enemies. You probably know most of what happened that day." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian nodded together. High Heaven Pavilion's sect master and 4 elders had fought a dozen or so immortal ascension boundary masters from the Qiu family, by family, and Purple Fern Valley. Not only had they escaped safely, but they had also injured several of them. It was because of that battle that the world learned that there was an above immortal ascension boundary master in High Heaven Pavilion. But what the world doesn't know is quite mysterious. Mysterious? The two blood warriors couldn't help feeling surprised. For Qiu Yimeng to give such an evaluation, it seemed that there were still some unknown secrets that day. And mysterious High Heaven Pavilion is a mysterious sect, and your little lord is also a mysterious person. Qiu Yimeng smiled. Before that, she had never known that there was a place in this world that could connect the north and south, separated by thousands of kilometers. She also didn't know that a man whose cultivation base was far lower than hers could make her feel helpless and suffer defeat after defeat. What's more, she didn't know that someone could capture the heart of the beguiling demon queen in just a month. Chiu Meng thought that she was also a top talent. If she had been born a man, she would have definitely become the next patriarch of the Chiu family. Unfortunately, she had been born a girl, which was quite a pity. However, even she didn't dare compare herself to Yang Kai. This young man's potential was terrifying. If he really grew up, his achievements would far surpass his current level. Perhaps he could even create a legend. How mysterious! Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked expectantly. How mysterious! Hee, it's not convenient for me to say, but if you want to know, you can ask young Master Yan yourself. If I speak too much, he may really hold a grudge against me. Such a thankless task. How could I do it? Ah. The two blood warriors were suddenly stunned. Chiu Meng had just brought up their interest, but now she couldn't give them a satisfactory answer. This kind of uncertainty was really uncomfortable, like a cat was scratching at their hearts. If it had been anyone else who spoke like this, the two blood warriors would have used the Yang family's torture methods to force them to confess. But since Chiu Meng had said so, they couldn't do anything about it. With a serious expression, Chiu Meng said, "Although it's not convenient for me to say too much, I can tell you that absolutely do not underestimate your little lord." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian suddenly became dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. Chiu Meng had used the word absolutely 3 times in a row, and her tone was quite dignified. What did this mean? It meant that the Chiu family's first young lady was extremely confident in Yang Kai, and it was 120% confidence. Those who underestimate him will pay a heavy price. Chiu Meng's pretty face turned, and she laughed. Tu Feng's face twitched, suddenly feeling like this was all a bit unreal. Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed, unable to understand why Chiu Meng would speak so confidently and without reservation. However, even if the two of them were suspicious, they knew that Chiu Meng would definitely not speak without thinking. With a solemn expression, they nodded. "We'll remember." Chiu Meng nodded slightly, seemingly casually asking, "This time in the Yang family's inheritance war, will you blood warriors participate?" Tu Feng smiled bitterly. "We don't know. The family hasn't specifically mentioned this yet. If you participate, if I were you, I would definitely follow him." Chiu Meng said solemnly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't deny this, only lightly replying, "Many thanks for young Lady Chiu's guidance. If that day really comes, we will consider it carefully." Chiu Meng no longer said anything, knowing that even if she spoke a few words, it would be impossible to influence the minds of these two immortal Ascension boundary masters. When the time came, they would only choose who to follow based on their own judgment. Others would not be able to interfere. Saying so much now wouldn't have much of an effect. At most, it would only make them look forward to Yang Kai's performance even more. At the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai stopped at the place where he had first left and looked around, not finding any trace of the old demon. The old demon must have left this place long ago. The originally towering demonic chi was now completely gone, having been completely swallowed up by him. At that time, the old demon had said that he would look for Yang Kai after he finished dealing with the situation here. But what happened later was beyond the two of their expectations. The Chiu family had brought a large number of people to attack them, while Su Yan and the others had fled 10,000 kilometers through the Void Corridor. Yang Kai had run all the way to the ash-gray cloud evil land. This was something neither he nor the old demon had anticipated. Even if the old demon wanted to find him, he didn't have a clear direction. If this was the reason why the old demon hadn't contacted him until now, it was understandable. Was he disloyal or not? Yang Kai wasn't sure. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. After a moment, his expression changed, and he quickly turned his head to the side of the mountain. There was nothing special about this place, but under the probing of Yang Kai's divine sense, he was keenly aware of something unusual. Here, there was some residual, demonic qi. Staring at it, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and waved it. A ripple spread out, and a line of handwriting appeared on the plain mountain. The handwriting didn't look old and should have been made not long ago. Glancing at it, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. The old demon didn't seem to want to escape his control, and had used some special means to leave a message here. Old servant has succeeded and is now out looking for young master. If he cannot find him, he will return here in 3 months. Leave a message. This was clearly written by the old demon. The old demon was preparing to spend 3 months out to inquire about Yang Kai and would return here in 3 months. Because he knew that no matter what, as long as Yang Kai was still alive, he would definitely come here to find him. Leaving such a handwriting was enough to prove the old demon's loyalty. Showing a happy expression, Yang Kai used his finger like a sword and carved a line of words below. Central Capital, Yang family. There was no need to say anything more. As long as the old demon returned here, he would definitely understand everything. Laughing, Yang Kai flew up like a bolt of lightning. Back in the secluded cave, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian cast a concerned look at him. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that the way they looked at him now was different from before, a lot more dignified and serious. Has everything been taken care of? Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. What do you plan to do next? Yang Kai grinned, full of confidence, return to the central capital and participate in the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng showed a knowing expression and happily said, Good, I'm also going back. If you don't mind, how about we go together? Yang Kai glanced at her and said indifferently, Whatever. Qiu Yimeng smiled, Then I'll borrow your light. Yang Kai was puzzled. Borrow what light? You'll know tomorrow. Qiu Yimeng chuckled, but didn't answer, instead saying, Wait for me for half a day. I have to deal with some things here. I'll set off tomorrow morning. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Qiu Yimeng also had to deal with High Heaven Pavilion's affairs, so she could naturally delay for half a day. Chapter 372. The next day, the group was ready to set out. No one from High Heaven Pavilion came to see them off. Xia Hongchen was even more aware that he no longer had the face to appear in front of Yang Kai, so he could only silently preside over the reconstruction of the sect. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai finally realized what Qiu Yimeng meant when she said she wanted to take advantage of him yesterday. The silver blood golden feather eagle soared high in the sky, while Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian each rode a cloud-treading colt. Both of them stared at Yang Kai with a strange smile on their faces, seemingly looking forward to something. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly felt a little depressed. Their group only had 3 cloud-treading colts, one for each of the 2 blood warriors, one for Yang Kai, so Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had no mounts. Tang Yuxian could take 1 more person. But what about the other? Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both young girls, and on this long journey to the central capital, there would be some bumps along the way. No matter which one of them rode with Yang Kai, there would definitely be some inevitable collisions. Between me and Xiaoman, you can choose one yourself. Qiu Yimeng didn't seem to care, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she said with a smile. She smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of ambiguity, making anyone who saw her unable to stop themselves from fantasizing. Luo Xiaoman also realized the current situation and couldn't help blushing slightly. Yang Kai grinned and said, Yuxian, Tu Feng, I'll ride alone. The smile on Qiu Yimeng's face quickly converged as she stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected him to refuse such a good opportunity to get closer to such a beautiful woman. On the other hand, the 2 blood warriors looked a little surprised. Tu Feng laughed. I don't mind, but I'm afraid the 2 young ladies won't agree. Chiu Meng couldn't help glaring at him fiercely, causing Tu Feng to suddenly shut up and let out a hollow laugh. "And I have an idea." Chiu Meng's eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled. "What?" "You and Tu Feng can ride together, so Xiaoman and I can ride your horse." "You're dreaming." Yang Kai decisively refused. What a joke! If he were to ride the same cloud-treading colt as Tu Feng, what would that look like? Chiu Meng seemed to know he would say this, so her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "Then you can go with elder sister Tang." Tang Yuxian, who had been watching the fun, heard these words, and her pretty face suddenly became gloomy, and she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Although Yang Kai was a young lord of the Yang family, and she was a blood warrior of the Yang family, if Yang Kai really wanted to share a cloud-treading colt with her, she wouldn't refuse. He was on tenterhooks, afraid that Yang Kai would agree. No, Yang Kai frowned. He suddenly felt that things were a little difficult. This won't do. That won't do. What are you going to do? Chiu Meng wasn't in a hurry and simply smiled, a trace of craftiness flashing across her eyes. Apparently, she had already considered this issue yesterday. Yang Kai was silent for a long time, but he couldn't come up with a good idea. "Hey, you're a man. Come up with an idea. Don't tell me we're just going to sit here and wait," Chiu Meng urged. Yang Kai grit his teeth, jumped onto his cloud-treading colt, and stretched out his hand. Chiu Meng smiled happily and was about to climb up when Yang Kai suddenly called out, "Luo Xiaoman, come up!" The Chiu family's first young lady's expression changed on the spot as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a trace of embarrassment flashing across her eyes as she secretly wished she could cut Yang Kai into 1,000 pieces. On the other hand, Luo Xiaoman, like a frightened rabbit, hurriedly stepped back and waved her hands. "No, no, don't!" She didn't know why, but from the bottom of her heart, she was afraid of Yang Kai. "Go," Yang Kai said impatiently, taking back his hand and shouting to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, preparing to gallop off. "Hey!" Chiu Meng hurriedly grabbed his thigh and angrily said, "How can you be so heartless?" "Heartless? It's not like you don't know where the central capital is. If you don't want to travel by yourself, you can just hire a carriage." Yang Kai really didn't want to be entangled with her anymore. Chiu Meng glared at him bitterly, but seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, after a long time she said, "Xiaoman, go up." I'm scared," Luo Xiaoman cried out. "What are you afraid of? He won't bite you." Chiu Meng didn't allow her to explain, directly grabbing Luo Xiaoman's arm and throwing her behind Yang Kai, while she herself leapt onto Tang Yuxian's cloud-treading colt. "Hold on tight," Yang Kai said before urging his cloud-treading colt forward like a bolt of lightning. Luo Xiaoman was at a loss as she quickly grabbed onto Yang Kai's clothes, her pretty face instantly becoming pale. The rest of the way was silent. Chiu Meng seemed to be very angry and didn't speak to Yang Kai during the rest of the journey, but Luo Xiaoman, after a long day of fear, slowly relaxed. The road was long and bumpy, but from time to time, Yang Kai would feel 2 huge softies on his back, each of which was amazingly flexible, making him somewhat glad that he had made the right decision. Luo Xiaoman, this girl, was really strong. If he had brought Chiu Meng with him, he likely wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a feeling. Such a discovery seemed to make the trip back to the central capital a little less boring. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also noticed the strange atmosphere in the group and didn't dare say anything. So the atmosphere along the way was quite silent. Only the sound of the wind whistling past their ears could be heard, not a single person speaking. Along the way, the entire world seemed to have learned that the Yang family was summoning its young lords, and news of the inheritance war was gradually spreading. The righteous and demonic Great War had broken out some time ago, and now the Yang family was about to launch the inheritance war. This year was destined to be a year of unrest for the entire Great Han dynasty. The inheritance war had also attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. The Yang family's inheritance war, although it was just a top family selecting the next patriarch for its own family, each time it involved a wide range of people and had unparalleled influence. Almost all the great forces in the world would participate. These great forces participated in order to allow their family's younger generation to experience the demeanor and heritage of a top family's young lord, increasing their experience and tempering themselves. On the other hand, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to establish good relations with the central capital's 8 great families. If one's vision was correct and they followed the right people, they would naturally enjoy many benefits in the future. In addition to these great forces, there were also many lone cultivators who would come to the central capital to seek opportunities to stand out. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a grand event that everyone was looking forward to. Some people took advantage of this opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate and become famous, while others were hunted down and killed. Both advantages and disadvantages coexisted. The entire inheritance war was a gamble, gambling on one's life and future. And this war completely revolved around this generation of young masters of the Yang family. 5 days later, the group had arrived 10,000 kilometers away, but they were still some distance away from the central capital. The 3 cloud-treading colts came to a stop, and Qiu Yimeng gazed into the distance, after a while saying, "That's the Lu family's territory. I want to go there and borrow 2 cloud-treading colts." Saying so, she turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Do you want to go there and rest?" Yang Kai frowned and was about to refuse when Tang Yuxian suddenly said, "Since you've come here, let's go. It won't take long." Yang Kai glanced at her suspiciously, not knowing why she had made such a decision for him. Tang Yuxian smiled and said, "The Lu family seems to have some relationship with the Qiu family, right?" Qiu Yimeng nodded, "And they are cousins, but of the central capital's 8 great families, which one doesn't have some kind of relationship with the outside forces. If you really think about it, the entire world is connected by blood. It's just that the Lu family and Qiu family's relationship is quite close and have often interacted with each other over the years." Tang Yuxian nodded. "The Lu family is also a first-class family, so it won't be a disgrace for the little lord to visit." The meaning of her words was clear to Yang Kai in an instant. Tang Yuxian wanted him to take this opportunity to win over the Lu family and see if he could add some help to the upcoming inheritance war. Even if he couldn't win them over, at least he could get acquainted with them. Although Yang Kai now had the status of a young lord of the Yang family, in the end he had nothing. A young lord of the Yang family without a solid foundation, no matter how strong he was nothing more than a paper tiger. After knowing her intentions, Yang Kai couldn't refuse and nodded. "Good, this is their territory, but it wouldn't be polite to pay them a visit." Qiu Yimeng snorted, despising Yang Kai's hypocrisy. The Lu family wasn't a first-class family, but over the past few decades, it had been quite close to the Qiu family. After receiving the Qiu family's care and guidance, the Lu family's influence had gradually become stronger and had even produced an above-immortal ascension boundary master. This was something that had only happened in the past few years. If one really wanted to calculate, the Lu family wasn't very powerful among first-class forces. After being promoted to a first-class family, the nearby second-class and third-class forces had no choice but to bow their heads. So the Lu family naturally dominated. Lu Liang was the patriarch of the Lu family, and although his strength wasn't top-notch, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage, as a patriarch, strength wasn't the most important thing. His ability to communicate and manage affairs was the biggest reason for the Lu family's prosperity. It was also because he had not been stingy with his visits over the past few years and had contacted the Qiu family from time to time that he was able to hug the Qiu family's big tree. When the group arrived, the several guards immediately realized that the identity of these people was extraordinary and quickly stepped forward to ask them respectfully. They were the guards of the Lu family's gate, so naturally they had some insight. A monster beast like the cloud-treading colt could only be raised by first-class forces, which was enough to prove the nobility of Yang Kai's group. Chiu Meng reported her identity and name, and the group was immediately welcomed inside. Another guard hurriedly rushed inside, presumably to inform the Lu family's upper echelons. This was a manor full of lofts, with small bridges over flowing water, pavilions, and terraces filled with a variety of flowers and plants, giving one a refreshing feeling. These lofts weren't very tall, but they were exquisite, giving off a poetic and picturesque air. Chiu Meng walked at the front, Luo Xiaoman walking side by side with Yang Kai following behind and the two blood warriors at the back. As they walked, Yang Kai was also quite interested in this manor. Chapter 373. Before they had gone far, though, a group of people appeared in front of them, led by the Lu family's patriarch Lu Liang. Lu Liang was dressed in a blue robe, his figure tall and slender, with a small mustache above his mouth, giving him a refined and elegant appearance. His pair of slender eyes always exuded a wise and far-sighted light. The first impression this person gave was shrewd, but the second impression was still shrewd. He strode out from inside, a look of ecstasy on his face as he laughed heartily, quickly arriving in front of Chiu Meng and bowing respectfully. "Young Lady Chiu, your presence brings light to the Lu family's humble dwelling." Although he was the patriarch of the Lu family was supported by the Chiu family, and Chiu Meng's status in the Chiu family was not low. So when Lu Liang saw Chiu Meng, he didn't dare act carelessly. Moreover, it had always been Lu Liang who visited the Chiu family in the central capital. This was the first time a direct descendant of the Chiu family had come to visit his Lu family. For a moment, Lu Liang was both excited and pleasantly surprised. Chiu Meng smiled generously. "Uncle is too polite. I was just passing by here, so decided to take a break. Have I disturbed you?" Lu Liang quickly waved his hand. "How could that be? It is my Lu family's honor to have eldest niece here. The Lu family will naturally welcome you with open arms. How could we possibly disturb you?" Chiu Meng calling him uncle made Lu Liang even happier, secretly thinking that all these years he had spent in the central capital had not been in vain. Now he had finally established a solid relationship with the Chiu family. After a few words, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. The Lu family elders behind Lu Liang also smiled and stepped forward one by one to salute. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lu Liang's expression became serious as he stared at the two blood warriors before turning his eyes to Yang Kai and asking, "Eldest niece, this young lord is—" Lu Liang's eyesight was extraordinary, so he could naturally see that Yang Kai's status was not low. Otherwise, there would not be two immortal ascension boundary masters following behind him. Chiu Meng smiled, but didn't answer, simply pointing her finger to the sky. At that moment, a loud eagle cry rang out, causing everyone in the Lu family to look up. In an instant, Lu Liang understood the identity of Yang Kai. Family head Lu. Yang Kai looked indifferent as he cupped his hands in greeting. The rest of the Lu family's upper echelons were shocked and secretly sized up Yang Kai. The Yang family had wantonly summoned the scattered young lords. The cries of the silver, blood, golden feather eagles resounded throughout the great Han dynasty, and the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had also been dispatched. How could the Lu family not know of such a major event? He had never thought that he would actually meet a young lord of the Yang family this time. Carefully sizing him up, he was surprised to find that this young man's eyes were calm, his expression firm, and his expression indifferent. Although he couldn't see anything special about him, he had the air of a young master from a great family. Immediately, he realized that none of the people from the Yang family were easy to deal with. Lu Liang laughed again and gestured. "Eldest niece, young Master Yang, please come in." While greeting them, he said to the people behind him, "Go and prepare the best food and wine. It is the Lu family's honor to have two distinguished guests today. We must not neglect them." "Yes." Chiu Meng smiled lightly and pulled Luo Xiaoman inside, Yang Kai also following behind. Inside the Liu family's main hall, there were all kinds of delicious delicacies, a dazzling array of rare fruits, and jugs of fine wine were served one after another by beautiful maids. The atmosphere in the hall was warm as everyone toasted each other. Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman were both women, so it was naturally inappropriate for them to drink. Lu Liang had obviously taken this into consideration and had specially prepared the Lu family's unique fruit wine for them. The two women also drank with relish. Yang Kai's identity was different, and although he was a man, no one dared ask him to drink too much. When many of the Lu family's upper echelons came to offer him a toast, they all downed the wine in one gulp, allowing Yang Kai to do as he pleased. Tang Yuxian was treated the same as Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman, all of them drinking fruit wine. Tu Feng was the only one who was drinking with a heroic spirit. He was the Yang family's blood warrior, so in front of the Lu family his status was not low. The Lu family's upper echelons all wore excited expressions as they frequently raised their glasses to Tu Feng. Tu Feng sat motionless next to Yang Kai, and when someone came to offer him a toast, he would drink it all in one gulp, making the scene even livelier. The Lu family's upper echelons were all tyrants in this region, but in front of the Yang family's blood warrior, they were nothing, their attitude and posture extremely low. In the past, they had only heard of the blood warrior's name, but had never seen one with their own eyes. Now that there were two of them, naturally they wouldn't let them off so easily. Lu Liang's social skills were not undeserved. His eloquence was top-notch, his words not stingy with praise and flattery, but there was no trace of deliberate intent behind them, making everyone feel more comfortable. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was surprised to find that Yang Kai's young lord didn't seem to have any arrogance at all. He wasn't as domineering as the rumors said he was, and his attitude was also quite amiable, causing the Lu family group to be somewhat stunned. If it weren't for Chiu Meng saying that Yang Kai was a young lord of the Yang family, and that the identities of the 2 blood warriors couldn't be faked, Lu Liang would have doubted whether this person was really a young lord of the Yang family. "Uncle, you must be tired after such a long journey. Xiaoman and I will go to rest first. Please help yourselves." After eating and drinking for a while, Chiu Meng felt a little bored and stood up to say, "Come." Lu Liang quickly called out, and immediately 2 pretty maidservants walked in. "Take the 2 young ladies to their rooms to rest." Yes. After the 2 maidservants led Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman away, the banquet continued. One of the Lu family's elders suddenly smiled meaningfully and said, "Patriarch, drinking like this is quite boring. Why don't you call someone to join in the fun?" Lu Liang nodded slightly and said, "And it seems I was negligent." Saying so, Lu Liang reached out and patted the table. Immediately after, a group of scantily clad girls who sang and danced gracefully walked in. Obviously, they had been waiting outside for Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman to leave so they could enter the fray. All of these women were enchanting like flowers, their bodies covered in gauze, their flat bellies, delicate navels, snow-white arms, and slender legs all exposed to the air. All around, gongs and drums rang out, and wind instruments began to play. These young women first bowed in all directions, and then, with the accompaniment of the music, the corners of their mouths curled up into smiles as they danced and sang. Her curvaceous figure moved around, and an alluring spring scenery was faintly discernible. It was extremely alluring. These women were constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai and the others, as if they were waiting to be plucked. All of them had coquettish looks on their faces, making them look quite alluring. Tang Yuxian couldn't help but snort lightly. Although she didn't like to see this, she understood Lu Liang's intentions and quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Tu Feng watched unscrupulously, the scar on his face seemingly becoming more and more ferocious. On the other hand, Yang Kai's face remained indifferent, although there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes as they swept over these women. There wasn't the slightest hint of lust in his eyes. Even when these women danced in front of him and flirted with him, he didn't show much of a reaction. Seeing this, everyone sitting in the room couldn't help feeling secretly shocked. Young people, especially young men, liked beautiful women, which one of the Liu family's elders present hadn't been young and frivolous. When they were around Yang Kai's age, they couldn't wait to take all the beautiful women in the world to their bed and slowly savor their beauty. It was only when one got older and their mentality changed that they would chase after higher goals. Lu Liang also intended to take this opportunity to inquire about Yang Kai's preferences and see if he was interested in women. However, he hadn't expected that in the face of such blatant temptation, Yang Kai would remain indifferent, not showing much interest. This Yang family young lord was somewhat unusual. In the face of temptation, being able to control his heart, such a young man's perseverance was absolutely amazing. As long as he had perseverance, he could achieve great things. In an instant, Lu Liang had some ideas in his mind and secretly nodded. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes also flashed with amazement. She had lived in the central capital all year round, so naturally she was familiar with the playful faces of these young lords. Not to mention these young girls. Even some of these young lords would show a strong interest in her, causing Tang Yuxian to sometimes feel annoyed. Yang Kai's current performance undoubtedly made Tang Yuxian feel very gratified. What she didn't know was that although these women were all beautiful, Yang Kai had seen many beauties. How could they compare? Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shanqing Luo, the Hu sisters, each one of them was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Moreover, after years of practicing the joyous unification art, Yang Kai had long ago been able to ignore the temptation of beautiful women. In this world, unless Shanqing Luo personally seduced Yang Kai, it was likely that no one could make Yang Kai fall in love without him even thinking about it. These young girls who sang and danced gracefully in front of Yang Kai were just a piece of cake. After a short time, after the song and dance ended, Lu Liang smiled and waved his hand, ordering the young women to withdraw respectfully. As they withdrew, all of them stared at Yang Kai affectionately, seemingly knowing that this young man's identity was extremely noble. If they could win his favor, they would also be able to fly up into the sky and become a phoenix, no longer needing to act as a dancer in the Liu family. Lu Liang laughed and said, "These women are all children of poor families nearby. My Liu family has adopted them since they were young and cultivated them to this day. Each one of them is a flawless white jade. Usually when honored guests arrive, we will allow them to come out and perform a dance. Young Master Yang, would you be interested in receiving one or two of them? With beautiful women accompanying you, you can be proud of yourself in the inheritance war." Yang Kai smiled slightly and slowly shook his head. Lu Liang's slender eyes flashed, only now confirming that Yang Kai wasn't pretending and really didn't have any interest in these women. If he was interested, Yang Kai would only need to gently nod and Lu Liang would definitely arrange everything. Another elder of the Liu family, Lu Changmu, took over the conversation in a timely manner and said, "Speaking of the inheritance war, this old master can't help but recall the events of nearly 20 years ago. That time, the inheritance war was extremely tragic." Another person echoed, "How many great families have been unable to recover from this setback? How many families have disappeared? Unfortunately, my Liu family's strength wasn't enough at that time and wasn't able to participate. It is truly a pity." Chapter 374. The Yang family's inheritance war was about to begin, so the young lords of the Yang family would definitely try to win over their allies in order to win. This time, when Qiu Yimeng brought Yang Kai to the Liu family, although she didn't say anything, Lu Liang also understood her intentions and knew that this was an opportunity for him. 20 years ago, the Liu family had been on the decline, struggling to make a living in this small piece of land, so naturally they had no intention of participating in the inheritance war. But now, the Liu family had grown up and was a first-class family. People walk to higher places. Water flows to the ground. How could the Liu family not want to climb to the next level? They had already hugged the Chiu family. If they could build a good relationship with the Yang family, the Lu family's future would be bright. However, hugging the Yang family's thigh was not so simple. The Yang family was a family made of iron, the helm of flowing water. Every time the patriarch changed, it would cause a lot of turbulence. Lu Liang wanted to participate in this time's inheritance war, but he didn't know if Yang Kai had the qualifications and strength to compete for the position. If he recklessly tied the Lu family to Yang Kai and waited until Yang Kai was defeated in the inheritance war, the Lu family's decades of hard work would be in vain. Lu Liang had no choice but to be cautious, and the Lu family's elders also had to keep their eyes open. The consequences of standing on the wrong side were not a joke. This was related to the future of the Lu family. The topic, intentionally or unintentionally, gradually shifted to the inheritance war, everyone reminiscing about the great event 20 years ago while secretly observing Yang Kai's reaction. However, to their disappointment, Yang Kai didn't seem to be interested in these things at all, just sitting there calmly, tasting the fruits and delicacies while listening quietly. Although he didn't show much interest, he also didn't show any impatience. The Lu family didn't know what he was thinking for a while. Gradually, the topic shifted to the current situation. Currently, the Yang family's young lords had not yet surfaced, so no one knew what kind of heritage these young lords had. However, there was a genuine Yang family young lord in front of him, so Lu Liang naturally intended to inquire about Yang Kai's connections and background. Seeing that the time had come, Lu Liang was about to pretend to casually ask when he saw Yang Kai stretch and yawn. Lu Liang couldn't help but swallow the words he was about to say. "Is young lord tired?" Tang Yuxian asked softly. Yang Kai said casually, "Not bad." Lu Liang's eyes flashed as he chuckled and said, "Since young Master Yang is weary from his long journey, let's call it a day. Come, escort young Master Yang to rest." Yang Kai didn't stand on ceremony. He slowly got up and cupped his fists at the crowd. "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave first." Young Master Yang is too polite. Lu Liang smiled lightly. After all was said and done, after Yang Kai and the two blood warriors left, the Lu family members all wore strange expressions. They all thought that Yang Kai had come to the Lu family to win them over, so the Lu family had been psychologically prepared. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to have been observing Yang Kai all this time. Lu Liang even thought that if Yang Kai couldn't hold back and went straight to the point, how he could refuse without hurting his face. After all, he didn't know anything about Yang Kai right now, so naturally it was impossible for him to rashly agree to become Yang Kai's support. But he never thought that this young master would actually not mention anything, nor did he say anything, and just left like that. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. "Patriarch!" One of the Lu family elders frowned and said with a strange expression, "Was he really just passing by?" That shouldn't be the case. Lu Liang pondered for a while before slowly shaking his head. He must have had thoughts of winning us over. Although he acted very indifferent, I could feel it. "Then why didn't he show it?" The man coldly snorted. "Is it because he doesn't have confidence?" Many people also nodded in agreement. If it wasn't because he didn't have confidence, how could he not say anything? At the very least, he should have shown his strength and confidence, right? If that's the case, then the Lu family can't have any hope for him. Otherwise, when the time comes, we'll lose everything. Hearing this, everyone's expectations for Yang Kai were greatly reduced. Lu Liang frowned, his slender eyes flashing as he smiled slightly. "Why do I feel that it's not that he doesn't have confidence, but rather that he wants to test our Lu family's taste?" Huh. Everyone's expression changed. He wants to test our Lu family? Is he even qualified? Even if he was a young lord of the Yang family and could participate in the inheritance war, he was still just a young master. Why would he want to test the Lu family? Lu Liang chuckled. "Have you all forgotten? In the inheritance war, not only are we choosing the Yang family's young lords, they are also choosing us. Do you really think our first-class family is so great? Shouldn't those young lords be scrambling to win us over and beg us to help them? Everyone looked at Lu Liang awkwardly and laughed. Someone quickly said, "Patriarch's words sound so harsh. We didn't mean that, right? And it's just that if what Patriarch said is true, then this little brat is too arrogant, his eyes too high, right?" No matter what, the Lu family was still a first-class family. They could at least provide you with some help. Whether it was manpower, materials, or any other aspect, they weren't too weak. Being able to help you was already a blessing. What was there to test? Lu Liang's expression became serious as he solemnly said, "If my guess is true, then this young Master Yang is not simple." Everyone thought about it carefully and couldn't help feeling a little moved. Even a first-class aristocratic family had to consider carefully before they could become his support. This showed that he had a wide network of connections. In his eyes, the Lu family's support might be dispensable, which was why he was so indifferent and not anxious at all. If he really wanted to win over the Lu family right from the start, that would be a sign of lack of confidence. Thinking about this, Lu Liang felt more and more certain that his guess was correct. Immediately he whispered, "I don't know how many days that young master will stay in the Lu family, but in any case, when you see him again, don't mention the inheritance war and don't show anything." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Liang nodded. "I'll go find young Lady Chiu to inquire about the situation. This person was brought here by her, so he should know some details about this young master, right?" Everyone nodded. Among this group of people, Lu Liang's strength may not be the highest, but his prestige was definitely the highest. It was under his leadership that the Lu family had prospered day by day. His methods and insight were obvious to all. The Lu family's backyard, inside a spacious courtyard. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and stared off in a certain direction thoughtfully. Just as he was lost in thought, Tang Yuxian suddenly spoke. "Little lord, why did you act so dull just now? Your actions may cause them to misunderstand. Don't you want to win over the Lu family to help you?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. "If I said I didn't want to, would you believe me?" Tang Yuxian smiled wryly and slowly shook her head. If he really didn't want to, he wouldn't have come here with Chiu Yimeng. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had come here because they wanted to borrow 2 cloud-treading colts, so Yang Kai could have just returned to the central capital directly. Since he had come here, he must have a reason. "Actually, I really don't want to." Yang Kai chuckled and slowly shook his head. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Tang Yuxian suddenly froze and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, seemingly wanting to peer into his heart. But Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, without the slightest trace of lying. Tu Feng's expression also changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. In this current situation, the more support he could win over, the more help it would be in the future. Right now, there was a great opportunity. As long as Yang Kai could show enough strength to convince the Lu family would definitely draw closer to him. But why didn't he have any ideas? "I don't have any friendship with the Lu family. Even if they help me, it would only be out of a mutually beneficial relationship. I don't like this kind of relationship. Even if they are temporarily tied together, when the time comes, it is inevitable that they will stab me in the back. What I want is an ally who will stand firmly by my side, no matter how much pressure I am under, no matter how harsh the environment, no matter what kind of situation I am in." The 2 blood warriors both stared at Yang Kai, suddenly feeling that the little lord in front of them was a bit naive. The world was bustling with activity, coming for benefits, going for benefits, without benefits, who would be willing to share joys and sorrows with you. "You don't believe there is such a person?" Yang Kai grinned at the 2 of them. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help lightly coughing, not knowing how to answer. "There will be, you just wait and see." Tang Yuxian was startled, not knowing where Yang Kai's confidence came from, but his attitude made her feel a little touched, so she smiled and said, "Then we'll wait and see." Tu Feng also smiled, But today, little Lord's approach isn't wrong. If you show any intention of winning them over, the Lu family will only feign civility and won't really take a stand. If that's the case, it's better not to say anything at all. Yang Kai nodded. The Lu family wants to know my details. That much I can also see. Now, no matter what they say, it's just a test. Before the situation is clear, they won't be able to make a real decision. The situation was naturally unclear now, and the Yang family young lords didn't know who the Lu family young lords were, or how many there were. However, if you want to befriend someone, you should take advantage of the fact that he is still weak and wait for him to become strong before throwing in your lot in with him. The effect would obviously be different. Adding flowers to a brocade was never as comforting as sending charcoal in the snow. Enough about that. I'm not interested in the Lu family, but there is one thing the Lu family has that interests me, haha. Yang Kai chuckled. What is it? Tu Feng and Tang Yu Xian both asked curiously. I don't know. Yang Kai said, turning around and walking back into the room. The two blood warriors couldn't help feeling stunned. How could there be such a thing in this world? He was obviously interested in something, but didn't know what it was. If you don't know what it is, how could you be interested? Seeing Yang Kai walk into the room to rest, Tu Feng and Tang Yu Xian both smiled bitterly, feeling more and more like they couldn't see through this little lord. Chapter 375. Today was Valentine's Day. I wish all the lovers in the world a happy ending. While Yang Kai was talking with the two blood warriors in another room, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, who had just finished bathing, had not yet had time to rest when a maid from the Lu family came to report. Young Lady Qiu, the patriarch asked me to ask if it is convenient for you to speak now. Qiu Yimeng shook her wet hair, her eyes flashing as she instantly understood Lu Liang's intentions. Frowning slightly, she said, "Let him in." Yes. The maid respectfully withdrew, and a moment later, Lu Liang walked in. Chuckling, Lu Liang said, "First, young lady, the Lu family is not comparable to the Qiu family. Our land is sparse, so please forgive us for any neglect." Although they were meeting in private, Lu Liang didn't dare to call her his niece. Calling her one or two was more than enough. If he kept calling her one or two, it would inevitably make people unhappy. Lu Liang was a cunning old fox, so how could he make such a low-level mistake? Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Lu being so anxious to see me, I'm sure you want to inquire about Yang Kai, right?" Seeing her get straight to the point, Lu Liang wasn't too surprised, his smile fading as he solemnly said, "And now that the world is in chaos, the situation is confusing. How should the Lu family stand in this chaotic world? I hope the first young lady can give me some pointers." Saying so, he cupped his fists respectfully. Qiu Yimeng smiled gently, sat down at the table, glanced at him faintly and asked, "Are you wondering why I brought him to your Lu family, and whether this action of mine was a hint to you?" First young lady is intelligent. This old man was indeed thinking so. Lu Liang frankly admitted that his Lu family had relied on the Qiu family to achieve what they had today. It could be said that the Qiu family had shown great kindness to the Lu family. Now that Qiu Yimeng had brought Yang Kai to visit the Lu family at such a sensitive time, Lu Liang naturally thought of something. Did Qiu Yimeng think highly of Yang Kai? So she wanted to help the Lu family and give them an opportunity to hitch a ride with Yang Kai. Wasn't this a sure-win deal? Did Qiu Yimeng know Yang Kai's background and connections? Was that why she did this? All kinds of speculations ran through Lu Liang's mind in just half a day. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed slightly as she whispered, "You're not wrong to think so. I know you're a smart person, but I can tell you this. Bring him here this time. I'm not hinting at anything." "No." Lu Liang couldn't help feeling a little surprised. "No." Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. "I came to the Lu family just to borrow 2 cloud-treading colts." Ah. Lu Liang was stunned for a moment as he thought about it. It turned out that Chiu Yimeng only came to the Lu family for this reason. He laughed awkwardly. The matter of the cloud-treading colt is easy. I'll have someone prepare it tomorrow. Chiu Yimeng nodded slightly. Lu Liang opened his mouth. He looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Chiu Yimeng knew what he wanted to ask and said, I don't know how strong his background is, but I won't underestimate him. He can often do some unexpected things, and can also often surprise people and make them gasp in amazement. Lu Liang couldn't help feeling moved. Chiu Yimeng's evaluation. It was really quite significant. Regardless of Yang Kai's background and connections, it wasn't difficult to infer from the words of the Chiu family's first young lady that Yang Kai's personal ability was undoubtedly very strong. Thinking of this, Chiu Yimeng grit her teeth. Her pretty face filled with anger, she snorted. And he's a very vengeful person. Lu Liang heard the coldness in Chiu Yimeng's tone and couldn't help shrinking his neck. He didn't know what Yang Kai had done to offend her, but looking at Chiu Yimeng's expression, it seemed she had suffered a lot. He looked down and saw nothing. He didn't hear anything. He didn't see anything. It seems that he does things based on his own preferences. He's both good and evil. Very difficult to deal with. If you don't want to be friends with this kind of person, I'll give you some advice. Chiu Yimeng smiled gently. First young lady, please advise. Lu Liang said solemnly, absolutely do not become enemies with him. Lu Liang paused for a moment before solemnly saying, I'll remember. Good, that's all. Chiu Yimeng nodded slightly and no longer said anything. Knowing that she was sending him off, Lu Liang naturally didn't stay any longer, bowing respectfully before slowly withdrawing. Before leaving the room, Chiu Yimeng said again, right, if you really want to gamble in the inheritance war, you should seize the opportunity now. The sooner you get close to one of the young lords, the greater the benefits you'll get in the future. Lu Liang nodded in agreement, suddenly asking, First young lady, what about you? Whose side will you stand on? In the inheritance war, the other 7 great families of the central capital would definitely participate, so the Chiu family was naturally not an exception. Chiu Yimeng was the first young master of the Chiu family's younger generation, so perhaps this time she would be the one to lead the team. Don't worry about me. The future and destiny of the Lu family is in your own hands. Which young lord you stand on is your own decision. Success or failure in the future, whether it's sweet or sour, it's up to you to taste. Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly. Lu Liang was slightly disappointed. He knew that Chiu Yimeng had said this because she didn't want to take responsibility for her opinion in the future. Not saying anything more, he simply bowed and left. The next day dawned. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both walked out of the house and saw Yang Kai slowly practicing a set of seemingly ordinary martial arts techniques as the sun rose from the east. His movements were slow, but his expression was meticulous, and his movements were also quite rigorous. The little lord got up early. Tang Yuxian smiled. It's a good thing that young people are full of energy. Tu Feng also smiled. It's just that the martial arts the little lord is practicing don't seem to be anything special. If it were used by ordinary people to strengthen their bodies, it would be especially suitable for the elderly. Tang Yuxian couldn't help giggling as she covered her mouth. Tu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, motioning to her not to speak nonsense. Although he didn't agree with the martial arts Yang Kai was currently practicing, he was still a young lord of the Yang family. As a blood warrior, how could he gossip behind his back? If the little lord liked it, then he would just let him do it. In any case, it wasn't dangerous. Suddenly, Tu Feng's expression became solemn. Muttering in a low voice, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Tang Yuxian hurriedly asked. "Look carefully." Tu Feng's expression became serious, and Tang Yuxian also stared at Yang Kai's movements. Suddenly, Tang Yuxian's pupils shrank. She found that Yang Kai's muscles were actually bouncing to the extreme and his feet were damp, obviously because his sweat had soaked the soil. Facing the rising sun, Tang Yuxian clearly saw Yang Kai's face and forehead. On the exposed skin, drops of crystal-clear sweat quickly formed and flowed together. The slow movements of his fists and feet seemed to be extremely heavy. With each step he took causing the ground to tremble slightly. This was clearly a sign that would only appear when one was under extremely strong pressure. However, what Yang Kai was displaying now was just a set of seemingly ordinary martial arts. Tang Yuxian had even commented that it was only suitable for the elderly to strengthen their bodies. So how could it have such power? After carefully observing for a while, the two blood warriors couldn't help but admit Yang Kai seemed to be really under great pressure right now. His tensed physique seemed to contain a terrifying destructive force. However, this force seemed to be under some kind of inexplicable pressure and was being forcibly suppressed within his body, unable to be released. In other words, his physique was resisting this kind of pressure. With his body as the dividing point, he maintained a kind of balance. Where is this pressure coming from? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, both deeply shocked. Coincidentally, both of them released their divine senses and locked onto Yang Kai, closing their eyes and placing themselves in his shoes. As Yang Kai's fists and feet unfolded, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian gradually integrated their senses into Yang Kai's surroundings. With the help of his movements, both of them slowly perceived the mysteries behind them. Empathy. Kong. A feeling like the sky was suddenly collapsing suddenly descended, as if the entire sky was pressing down on their bodies. Walla. A violent sound rang out, and the ground where the two blood warriors were standing suddenly caved in. Spider-like cracks spread out in all directions. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both opened their eyes at the same time, their faces filled with horror, their eyes filled with panic, their yuan qi involuntarily circulating, frantically resisting the pressure of the heavens and earth around them. How could they have imagined that the terrifying pressure they had just felt would disappear the moment they opened their eyes? Their full strength had erupted, but there was nowhere to vent it, so the surging yuan qi directly exploded inside their bodies. Two muffled groans rang out, and both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian paled as they staggered back a few steps. Both of them coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time before feeling much better. Yang Kai turned his head and couldn't help frowning. When he had just displayed his unyielding golden skeleton, although he knew that the two blood warriors were behind him and could feel that they had released their divine senses to investigate him, Yang Kai had never thought it would cause such a bad consequence. No one had ever spied on him while he was displaying his unyielding golden skeleton, let alone felt the pressure he was enduring in such a detailed manner. Unable to react in time, the two blood warriors had already been injured. Quickly withdrawing his fists and feet, Yang Kai rushed over to them and asked, "Are you all right?" Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes trembled, not paying any attention to their own injuries, instead staring at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster, their faces filled with disbelief. The pressure they had just felt was absolutely not fake. Both of them had felt it. How could it be fake? But under that kind of pressure, that kind of terrifying pressure that no human could resist, how could this little lord in front of them remain unscathed? Based on his strength and the quality of his body, he should have been crushed into dust long ago. But now, Yang Kai was completely fine while two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had accidentally injured him. If this matter were to spread out, wouldn't they be laughed at by the other blood warriors? For a time, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were shocked and embarrassed. Both of them now only had one question: how did the little lord survive under that kind of pressure? Chapter 376. In his daze, Yang Kai asked 3 times before Tu Feng suddenly responded, "It's just a minor injury. Little Lord doesn't need to worry about it." Just as he finished speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. How could this be a minor injury? Both of them had unleashed their full strength, and as a result, it had exploded inside his own body, which was tantamount to him not fainting on the spot. "Do you have any healing pills?" Yang Kai asked. He had some healing pills in his phantom space, but these pills were prepared by Ling Tai-su for him, so their grade wasn't too high. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were Yang family blood warriors, so they definitely carried pills refined by the Yang family with them, which were undoubtedly better than Yang Kai's. So Yang Kai didn't try to make a fool of himself. Tang Yuxian nodded, and together with Tu Feng, both pulled out a bottle from their sleeves and poured out a single brown, profound grade pill. Both of their faces showed a hint of pain as they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This mysterious grade brown pill was a mysterious grade low-rank pill that all blood warriors carried with them. It was capable of healing all kinds of injuries, big or small. This kind of pill was extremely precious. Even for blood warriors, they would only carry one. So the two of them were naturally reluctant to take it at this time. However, their duty was to ensure the safety of Yang Kai. So if they didn't heal their injuries as soon as possible, it would be a disaster. So even if they felt distressed, even if they didn't want to accept it, the two of them still decisively swallowed the profound grade pill. Everything they did was to protect Yang Kai. After the two of them took the pill, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly pulled them up, then stretched out his foot and wiped the ground a few times to cover up the blood stains. The next moment, Lu Liang arrived with many of the Lu family's masters. What happened? Lu Liang asked anxiously with a panicked expression. The huge commotion just now had spread out. The masters of the Liu family were naturally aware of this. When they realized that the place where the noise came from was Yang Kai's residence, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and rushed over madly. All of them were afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai. If something happened to the young master of the Yang family and the Lu family, then even if they had the backing of the Chiu family, the Lu family would still be finished. With the domineering arrogance of the Yang family, they would not hesitate to flatten this place. It was a matter of life and death for the family. How could Lu Liang not be nervous? How could he not panic? After asking this question, everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kai. Seeing that he was safe and sound, and that there were no wounds on his body, they all let out a sigh of relief. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also hid very well, both of them slightly circulating their yuan qi. Blood qi appeared on his face, making him look radiant. There was no sign of him being injured at all. "It's fine." Yang Kai chuckled. "This young lord just let Tu Feng and Yuxian exchange a few moves for me to take a look, but I didn't expect that it would cause such a big commotion." "Exchange a few moves?" Lu Liang looked stunned. Yang Kai smiled casually and said, "I'm just bored. Watching masters fight can also relieve my boredom." Listening to him say this, Lu Liang and the others' expressions suddenly became strange, all of them frowning slightly. Looking at the two big pits in the ground and the surrounding cracks, Lu Liang and the others were secretly shocked by the strength of the two blood warriors. Just exchanging a few moves had caused such a big commotion. If it was really a life or death battle, how powerful would be? Letting out a hearty laugh, Lu Liang said, "It turns out that young Master Yang is so leisurely and elegant. This Lu and the others were too reckless. You continue, we'll take our leave." "Take care." Yang Kai smiled gently, not waiting for Lu Liang to leave before calling out, "Right, Patriarch Lu." Lu Liang's brow furrowed as he turned around and asked, "What other instructions does young Master Yang have?" Lu Liang's tone and demeanor seemed to have lost the dignified and cautious attitude of yesterday and instead contained a trace of impatience. Unconsciously, his attitude seemed to have changed. Yang Kai didn't care and simply said, "The Lu family is a land of great talents, and this place is also a place of great beauty. My two blood warriors, and I would like to stay here for a few more days. I hope this won't cause you any trouble?" Lu Liang was slightly surprised, but didn't think much about it, just smiling and saying, Young Master Yang being a guest of the Lu family is an honor for my Lu family. There's no need to mention any trouble." "Good, that's good." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Liang cupped his fists again and led the crowd away. After they left, Yang Kai turned around and stared at a loft a few dozen meters away. On the second floor, Chiu Yimeng was leaning against the armrest, a meaningful smile on her face as she stared towards Yang Kai. When their four eyes met, Chiu Yimeng raised her chin slightly, showing a hint of defiance. Beside her, Luo Xiaoman also grinned meaningfully, seemingly having discovered some great secret. Yang Kai grinned at them and led the two blood warriors into the house. Inside the room, Yang Kai didn't avoid the two blood warriors and simply changed out of his soaked clothes. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore complex expressions as they waited for Yang Kai to speak. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. After changing his clothes, Yang Kai sat down directly on a chair. The two blood warriors glanced at each other before bracing themselves and stepping forward, both of them kneeling on the ground and quickly saying, "We are guilty. Please punish us, young master." Yang Kai glanced over at them and said indifferently, "What crime?" Tu Feng's expression became awkward as he quickly said, "Because of our impulsiveness, we have delayed young master's journey." Yang Kai had told Lu Liang at the last moment that he would be staying here for a few more days, clearly wanting Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian to have a safe and stable place to heal. Whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, both of them were well aware of this, and because of this, both of them felt some gratitude in their hearts. Very few of the Yang family's young lords would be so considerate towards their subordinates. Their injuries were neither light nor heavy, but if they weren't healed in time, there may be hidden dangers. After Tu Feng finished speaking, Yang Kai didn't say anything. Tang Yuxian also said, "Because of us, young master has been looked down upon by the Lu family. We are guilty." The subtle change in Lu Liang's attitude couldn't be hidden from everyone's eyes. The reason he had such a change was because Yang Kai had said he was bored and had asked the two blood warriors to help him relieve his boredom. Who were the blood warriors? They were masters who had loyally guarded the Yang family for generations and had made countless contributions to the Yang family. They had even used their own lives to save the lives of the Yang family's direct descendants. No matter which generation, the blood warriors had left behind a rich legacy with their own blood. The prosperity of the Yang family was due to the hard work of the blood warriors. The loyalty and dedication of the blood warriors was obvious to all. Therefore, although the outside world didn't like the Yang family, they still greatly admired the blood warriors. But now, the two members of this group were actually fighting just to relieve the boredom of a young lord who had not yet returned to the family. They were as close as brothers and sisters. They didn't even quarrel on ordinary days. But now they were fighting over some trivial order. They weren't monkeys. How could they be played around with to relieve boredom? Yang Kai's debauchery were already clear. That's why Lu Liang's attitude had changed so drastically. If it weren't for Yang Kai taking responsibility for his actions, he wouldn't have been looked down upon so much. If such a thing were to spread out, perhaps the entire world would think that Yang Kai was a pile of mud that couldn't hold up a wall, which would have a great impact on his future. In an instant, the two blood warriors had thought about many things, which was why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both felt extremely guilty and uncomfortable. What else? Yang Kai looked at them with a chuckle. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, not knowing how to answer. "Get up." Yang Kai smiled. "I know. Blood warriors only kneel to their master. You haven't fully recognized me yet, so there's no need for you to kneel." The two blood warriors both blushed slightly. Yang Kai's words were straightforward, but they were also reflecting their thoughts. Along the way, Yang Kai had indeed brought them a lot of surprises, and today they were even more grateful, but there was still some distance between them and submitting to him. "When the day comes when you're willing to follow me, you can kneel again," Yang Kai said flatly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stood up awkwardly. Tu Feng hesitated for a moment before hesitating. But now the Lu family is definitely no longer optimistic about little Lord. I said, "I don't have any ideas about them. Whether they think highly of me or not has nothing to do with me. Looking down on me is their own fault for having eyes, but failing to see." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his expression becoming cold as he said, "As for the two of you, don't try to spy on me again." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions changed slightly as they recalled the pressure they had just felt and couldn't help feeling a little scared. The two of them knew that spying on him a moment ago had made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable, so they quickly nodded. What a joke! If the two of them had continued to feel that terrifying pressure, they would have been crushed into meat paste. They really couldn't understand how Yang Kai had managed to withstand it. "You two focus on healing your wounds for the next few days. When you're all healed, you can set off for the central capital." And Tang Yuxian responded in a daze. After this incident, Lu Liang didn't seem to care much about Yang Kai anymore. The Lu family's elders all agreed that this Yang family young lord wasn't enough to accomplish great things. Even with Lu Liang's shrewdness and wisdom, he was still deceived by Yang Kai's disguise. With a crisp cry, the golden feather eagle descended from the sky and landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, using its hook-like beak to affectionately stroke Yang Kai's hair. The golden feather eagle didn't suffer any hardships during its time with Yang Kai. Before returning to the Lu family, it went out to hunt for food on its own. Once it arrived at the Lu family, its meals were even more sumptuous, with all kinds of fresh meat being provided, saving it the trouble of hunting. However, this guy only ate live prey, so every time it ate, the scene was a bit bloody. Yang Kai stared at the golden feather eagle, dipped a drop of myriad drug liquid into his hand, and fed it to the golden feather eagle. These days, Yang Kai would feed it a drop of myriad drug liquid every day, and after a period of time, the golden feather eagle seemed to have grown stronger. However, Yang Kai still had some ideas about this golden feather eagle. He wanted to know if it could evolve to the sixth order, and if so, when would it evolve? Chapter 377. In the entire Yang family, it seemed that only one golden feather eagle had successfully evolved to the sixth order, and that golden feather eagle was the leader of all the eagles. In order to make that golden feather eagle evolve, the Yang family had spent a lot of financial and material resources, and finally, through sheer luck, they had succeeded. Since then, the Yang family's golden feather eagle had never evolved to the sixth order again. As time passed, the cost was not proportional to the harvest, so the Yang family no longer had any ideas for the golden feather eagle's evolution. In any case, the strength of the Yang family didn't depend on the golden feather eagle. The biggest role of these eagles was to investigate the enemy and find their descendants. Whether it was the fifth order or the sixth order, for the Yang family, it really didn't make much of a difference. But for Yang Kai, it was different. If the golden feather eagle in front of him could evolve to the sixth order, the role it could play would also skyrocket. At that time, even if it faced an immortal ascension boundary master, it would be able to fight back. In this situation, besides the two blood warriors Yang Kai needed to subdue, he could only rely on this golden feather eagle. In the inheritance war, any little bit of help could affect success or failure. The myriad drug liquid, Yang Kai himself had been taking it every day. If taken over a long period of time, it could allow one to be reborn, so it would definitely be helpful to the golden feather eagle. After so many days, the golden feather eagle had become completely dependent on Yang Kai. This wasn't just because of the beast slave seal, but also because of its high intelligence. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked the golden feather eagle. The sound of something shattering rang out, and a ripple spread out from the golden feather eagle's body. This ripple spread out and disappeared. It was the sound of the beast slave seal being undone by Yang Kai. Without the beast slave seal, the golden feather eagle first tilted its head and looked at Yang Kai, its bright eyes seeming somewhat puzzled. But it didn't show any signs of rejection. instead continuing to comb Yang Kai's hair. Ha ha! Yang Kai chuckled. This period of time had been imperceptible. It was enough to make the golden feather eagle obey Yang Kai's orders, even without the beast's slave seal. The monster beast was really easy to deal with. Just give it a dozen days of myriad drug liquid, and it would become completely loyal. It was loyal, and it would not reveal the secret of Yang Kai. It's time to eat. A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked in a certain direction. With a shake of his hand, he released the golden feather eagles. Spreading its wings, the golden feather eagle flew up and grabbed a porcupine from the blood cage that the Lu family had prepared for it. Then it soared into the sky. The porcupine wasn't small, and the golden feather eagle didn't seem to be able to hold it firmly. When it was in the air, it loosened its grip, and a sound of huffing and puffing could be heard. The porcupine fell from the sky. After a long while, a splashing sound was heard from the other side. It seemed like there was the sound of blood splattering. The golden feather eagle circled in the air and rushed towards the fresh blood. Yang Kai slowly stood up. After tidying up his appearance, he strode out of the courtyard towards the house where the golden feather eagle had landed. Lu family main hall. Lu Liang was discussing an important matter with several of the Lu family's elders when a servant rushed in. Lu Liang's expression froze. Lu Liang was stunned. "What's the matter?" The servant hurriedly knelt to the ground and said in a panic, "Patriarch, something bad has happened. Elder C's house has been stained with blood." "What?" Lu Liang stood up from his chair. The other Lu family elders also wore shocked expressions. It seemed that something terrible had happened. What happened? Without any delay, Lu Liang hurriedly walked down from the head of the table. While rushing out, he casually picked up the servant and asked in a hurry. He couldn't help feeling nervous. "Elder C, Lu C." The Lu family had only one above immortal ascension boundary master, a character who stood at the peak of this world. It was precisely because of his existence that the Lu family was able to become a first-class family. It could be said that Lu C's survival was directly related to the status of the Lu family. Under normal circumstances, Lu C would not leave the Lu family residence, instead choosing to sit here and act as a deterrent. Moreover, because Lu C had encountered some problems when breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary a few years ago, it was not convenient for him to leave the Lu family residence. Usually, he would retreat into his own courtyard. That area was also a restricted area of the Lu family. No one was allowed to approach it. Even Lu Liang, the patriarch, unless it was a matter of life or death, he didn't dare disturb him. But now, Lu C's house had been stained with blood. How could the Lu family elders not worry? It was also this servant's fault for not explaining clearly. When everyone heard the word blood, they all thought that Lu C had encountered some kind of problem during his cultivation, causing him to be injured. After the servant reported what he had seen, Lu Liang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. In their hearts, Lu Liang was both angry and amused, silently cursing the servant for being so flustered that he couldn't even speak properly. However, the fact that a porcupine had fallen into Lu C's courtyard was still a big deal. If it disturbed Elder C's retreat, it wouldn't be a joke. According to the servant, it was because the Yang family's golden feather eagle didn't hold on to the porcupine properly while it was eating and accidentally let it fall into Lu C's courtyard. Looking at the scene from a distance, he saw a bloody scene. The servant didn't dare to rush in and disturb Elder C, so he had run over to ask for instructions. "There's nothing for you to do." After Lu Liang heard this, he released the servant, but didn't stop walking, still leading everyone towards Lu C's residence, a look of displeasure on his face. Most of the other Lu family elders also wore similar expressions. Looking around, none of them found any trace of Yang Kai or the two blood warriors. Someone whispered, "Patriarch, that Yang family young lord is too useless. He couldn't even keep an eye on that eagle and actually disturbed Elder C. And we need to hurry up and make them leave." But he was brought here by young Lady Chiu. If he doesn't leave, what can we do? Why would young Lady Chiu accompany such a useless young lord? When everyone mentioned young Kai, they all slowly shook their heads, obviously thinking that this young lord wasn't anything special. With his status as a direct descendant of the Yang family, if he really participated in the inheritance war, it was likely he would quickly fall. "Shut up, all of you," Lu Liang calmly shouted. Although he wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai, he wasn't someone the Lu family could criticize behind his back. If he or the blood warriors were to hear this, it would only bring disaster upon themselves. Hearing Lu Liang shout, the Lu family elders no longer dared to gossip. A short time later, everyone arrived at the Lu family's quietest and most remote courtyard. As they approached, everyone's brow furrowed as they stared blankly at the scene before them, because the door to this courtyard was actually wide open. Lu Si's courtyard door had always been closed. No one had ever dared to open it. But now it was actually open. What kind of situation was this? Lu Liang held his breath and cautiously poked his head inside, his face pale with anger as he nearly fainted. A large pool of blood and bits of flesh was now present in the originally tranquil and untainted courtyard. The tragic appearance of the porcupine was faintly discernible. This porcupine must have fallen from a high place, sputtering a large amount of radioactive blood as it fell to the ground, dying without even making a sound. The Yang family's golden feather eagle stood to the side, feasting on the fresh meat. The Yang family young lord, on the other hand, was like a country bumpkin, squatting on the ground with his arms crossed, watching the golden feather eagle eat with great interest. There was even a faint smile on his face. Lu Liang rolled his eyes. He was so angry that his 7 orifices were smoking. Facing Elder C, no matter who it was, the Lu family had to be extremely cautious. No one dared to cross the gate of this courtyard. But this Yang family young lord, not only had he walked in like there was no one around, he had even stopped to admire his family's monster beast, not even treating himself as an outsider. At this moment, Lu Liang inexplicably felt a sense of humiliation. It was as if a treasure he had been treading on thin ice had been driven straight in and taken away. In short, his mood was incomparably strange. Patriarch. The Lu family members were also stunned, not knowing what to do. Waiting like this wasn't a good idea, so Lu Liang thought about it with a gloomy face before bracing himself and walking in. When the Lu family members saw their patriarch enter, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. They had never entered Elder C's courtyard before. This time, it was all thanks to Yang Kai's blessing. Walking straight to Yang Kai's side, Lu Liang took a deep breath, leaned over, cupped his fists, and called out softly, "Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang!" Yang Kai seemed to notice that someone had arrived and quickly turned his head, unable to help feeling surprised for a moment before squatting on the ground and returning the courtesy. "Patriarch Lu!" The flesh on Lu Liang's face twitched slightly, but he was too lazy to care about this matter of etiquette. Just as he was about to explain the situation, Yang Kai raised a finger to his lips and solemnly made a shu sound. Lu Liang was slightly surprised and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled silently and pointed to the front. "Don't speak. You'll disturb the eagle's meal." Lu Liang was almost confused. "Eagle? What time is it to be an eagle? This is the retreat of my Lu family's patriarch. Even if you are a Yang family young lord, even if you are the Yang family's silver, blood, golden feather eagle, you can't compare to Lu Si. Disturbing the eagle's meal? This patriarch was worried that you would disturb Elder C by doing nothing here. No matter how steady and wise Lu Liang was, at this moment, he couldn't help but want to curse. Quickly taking a few deep breaths, he squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and whispered, "Young Master Yang, this is not the place to talk. Can we speak elsewhere?" And Yang Kai nodded. "If you have anything to say, say it later. Let it eat its fill first." Lu Liang's body trembled and he staggered slightly. At this moment, he really wanted to vomit blood. He even felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with a soldier. Lu Liang's eloquence, which he had always been proud of, did not play a role at this moment. Facing a blockhead like Yang Kai, Lu Liang felt like his tongue was tied. Young Master Yang, what I mean is, can we talk outside first? Chapter 378. Lu Liang really had no other choice. He simply couldn't understand Yang Kai. Although he was the patriarch of the Lu family, Yang Kai's status wasn't low either. Even if Lu Liang was annoyed, he couldn't vent his anger on the spot, so he could only speak gently, hoping that this young Master Yang would understand the meaning of his words. Unfortunately, this young Master Yang didn't seem to understand at all. He seemed to have a single bone in his head, and even though the meaning of Lu Liang's words was so obvious, he still couldn't help asking, "Why do you want to go somewhere else?" The blue veins on Lu Liang's forehead throbbed slightly. Suppressing the anger and depression in his heart, he said with a dignified expression, "I won't hide it from young Master Yang. This place is the retreat of one of my Lu family's masters. No one usually comes to disturb them. So if we speak like this, I'm afraid it will disturb them. If that happens, Master?" Kai Yang hurriedly stood up, his voice suddenly becoming louder, like a clap of thunder. The faces of the Lu family members suddenly became extremely ugly. This guy, is he doing this on purpose? Yang Kai didn't seem to know anything about this, looking around with great interest before turning to Lu Liang with a smile and asking, "How high?" "Young Master Yang." Lu Liang's face became gloomy as he snorted. He had really reached the limit of his patience. "Please conduct yourself with dignity." It wasn't easy to force Lu Liang to say such words. If this place wasn't Lu Ci's retreat, Lu Liang wouldn't have taken the risk of offending Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before letting out a chuckle. His smile was calm. There was no other meaning to it, just a slight surprise. He really didn't expect that this place was an important part of the Lu family. He knew that there must be a master living here. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to make the golden feather eagle drop the porcupine and take the opportunity to run here. But even though he knew there was a master here, Yang Kai didn't know until Lu Liang and the others hurriedly appeared. He was afraid he had touched a nerve that the Lu family couldn't touch. But now that things had reached this point, he had no choice but to play the fool to avoid embarrassing both sides. Yang Kai wasn't someone who didn't know when to back down. As soon as Lu Liang and the others appeared, he realized that something was wrong. Now that Lu Liang showed such an expression, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Naturally, he could determine who was cultivating in seclusion here. The Lu family's only above immortal ascension boundary master. Otherwise, Lu Liang wouldn't be so nervous and cautious. Interesting. The thing that he was interested in was actually in the house of such an expert. This was going to be difficult. Frowning, Yang Kai was considering whether or not he should just let it go when the door of a nearby house suddenly opened. A creaking sound was heard. Lu Liang and the others all trembled, their faces solemn as they quickly turned to face the door and saluted. "That little friend. Come in and talk." An aged voice came from inside the house. The voice was ordinary, and one couldn't tell whether it was happy, angry, sad, or joyful. However, it shocked the group of people outside. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he chuckled. He didn't stand on ceremony and walked over. Lu Liang eagerly watched, a look of envy on his face as he slowly followed. Arriving at the front of the house, Yang Kai paused and glanced back at Lu Liang. Gesturing, he said, "Patriarch Lu, please go first." Lu Liang smiled bitterly and waved his hand again and again. "I don't dare. Elder Si only called for you, so you can go first." As he said this, he led his men to spread out outside the door and stood there straight, with a meticulous expression on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and knew that he wasn't being polite. Nodding slightly, he stepped into the house. The house was simple and crude. There wasn't even a bed inside, only a table and chairs. On the table was a purple clay teapot, and other than that, there was nothing else. But as soon as Yang Kai entered the house, his eyes lit up as he stared greedily at the thing under the old man's, but his eyes were unscrupulous, without the slightest concealment. The old man in the room was obviously the strongest person in the Lu family, Lu Si. Lu Si's figure looked a little thin, and his hair and beard were all white. His temperament was somewhat similar to Ling Tai-su's, but not as indifferent as Ling Tai-su. However, overall, Lu Si still had the unique demeanor of a powerful master. This was the second above immortal ascension boundary master Yang Kai had seen so far. When one reached the above immortal ascension boundary, they seemed to give off a feeling of transcendence. This feeling was indescribable and mysterious. Any above immortal ascension boundary master was a master who stood at the peak of the world. At this moment, Lu Si was sitting cross-legged on a huge piece of jade. This jade was golden in color and had a brilliant light flowing across its surface, like a fish swimming happily in water. This piece of jade seemed to be a naturally formed bed, large enough to accommodate a single person. Lu Si sat on top of it, his aura seemingly endless. The energy in this jade was extremely restrained, so even though Yang Kai was standing a few meters away from it, he couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation. However, the Yang origin seal on Yang Kai's chest pulsed. The Yang origin seal could only sense the existence of Yang attribute treasures. With this thing, Yang Kai could accurately search for Yang attribute precious treasures. From the moment he entered the Lu family, Yang Kai had already noticed the existence of this large piece of jade. That was why he had told Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian that the Lu family had something that interested him. However, in the end, he only knew that this was a Yang attribute treasure, but he didn't know what it was. Now that he looked at it, it really lived up to his expectations. Such a large piece of natural jade, if he absorbed all of it into his dantian, he might be able to directly break through to the next realm. The dantian didn't have much Yang liquid left after he had squandered it in the evil cavern. If he ran out of Yang liquid, Yang Kai didn't know if the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton would erupt and affect his body. On top of that, if he ran out of Yang liquid, he wouldn't be able to use any of the methods he could use. So during this time, what Yang Kai wanted to do most was to replenish his Yang liquid. However, Yang attribute precious treasures were difficult to find, even if he returned to the Yang family. The Yang family wouldn't be able to provide him with any help. A young lord who wanted to participate in the inheritance war had to rely on his own accumulation of talents and materials. Now that he had encountered such a great opportunity, how could he easily let it go? However, he had never expected that the treasure he coveted would actually be the bed of an above immortal ascension boundary master. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, wondering what kind of conditions he should offer. How could he make him willingly give up this treasure? Moreover, this was still an empty promise, so the more difficult it became. For a time, Yang Kai also hesitated in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a calm expression, still staring straight at the precious treasure under the others, but Lu Si had been staring at Yang Kai since he entered the room. At first, his expression was indifferent, like an ancient well without any ripples, but after a moment he couldn't help laughing. Little friend's intentions are so obvious. You really came prepared. Yang Kai finally withdrew his greedy gaze and grinned meaningfully. I've made a fool of myself. In front of an above immortal ascension boundary master, Yang Kai was certain all of his tricks had long been seen through. Yang Kai wasn't going to quibble about anything. Saying so, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of Lu Si. Outside, the Lu family's elders all perked up their ears, holding their breaths, wanting to hear what the two were talking about inside the room. The Yang family's young lord. Truly extraordinary. Lu Si nodded slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing across his face. Truly from a great family, this kind of temperament and calmness is not something the Lu family can cultivate. Yang Kai grinned, Senior is too kind. The Lu family is actually not bad. Lu Si smiled. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master. Unless it was a young lord from one of the central capital's 8 great families. Anyone else who saw him would be somewhat cautious. But this young man in front of him didn't seem to care at all. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes were fixed on his, but not putting him in his eyes at all. If this young man hadn't seen the world, if he hadn't come from a great family, how could he be so calm? Did you come here for this? Lu Si got straight to the point, pointing to his lower body. Yes. Yang Kai admitted frankly. It wasn't premeditated, it was just a temporary idea, ha-ha! Why do you need it? I need it, and I urgently need it. Yang Kai said solemnly. This old master understands. Lu Si nodded slightly, suddenly smiling. Although I understand, I can't give it to you. I understand that, Li Yundong said. Yang Kai didn't look disappointed, apparently having already expected this, sitting up straight and saying, That's why I want to discuss some conditions with Senior. Lu Si looked at him playfully and said, Even if you are a young lord of the Yang family, this old master doesn't want to, let alone discuss conditions with you. So you are destined to be disappointed. Yang Kai shook his head. Senior's words are too arbitrary. Everything in this world, as long as it is a treasure, it has a price that Senior is willing to part with. It's just a matter of whether or not I can afford it. Lu Si still shook his head firmly. The Lu family people outside all perked up their ears to listen, but after listening for a while, all of them wore strange expressions. Although the conversation between the old man and young man in the room was clearly heard, the more they listened, the more confused they became. Why did it feel like this Yang family young lord was eyeing some kind of treasure? Was it premeditated? Or was it just a moment ago? Was he willing to part with it at a price? Was he trying to buy it or rob it? The Lu family people all looked at each other, their heads filled with confusion. Inside the room, Lu Si chuckled. Young Master Yang doesn't need to waste his energy. I didn't call you in to talk about this. Of course Senior didn't want to talk about this. I understand that clearly. Yang Kai nodded slightly and grinned. But I have taken a fancy to this jade bed of yours. Lu Si didn't say anything, but Lu Liang, who was outside the room, heard the sentence and his expression suddenly changed. Angrily interjecting, he shouted, Young Master Yang, Elder Si's Yang crystal jade bed is the most important thing to my Lu family. No one is allowed to have any ideas about it. Today he had been repeatedly angered by Yang Kai, but Lu Liang had been forced to swallow his anger. But now that he heard that this Yang Kai was actually interested in the Yang crystal jade bed, Lu Liang couldn't bear it any longer and immediately shouted, his tone quite direct and straightforward, as if he would fall out with Yang Kai if he dared act this way again. Chapter 379. Lu Liang's tone was extremely tough, but when Yang Kai heard it, his expression didn't change. Lu Si took note of his reaction and nodded secretly, understanding that this Yang family young lord wasn't an unreasonable person. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai casually said, Since Patriarch Lu says so, let's not talk about this Yang crystal jade bed for now. Outside the room, Lu Liang snorted lightly, his expression becoming slightly sullen. As long as you don't have any ideas about our family's Yang crystal jade bed, anything can be discussed. Elder Si, if you don't mind, how about we talk about you? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Lu Si calmly. Even though he had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, Lu Si couldn't help feeling slightly stunned, pointing his finger to his nose and asking, Talk about this old master? Yang Kai nodded calmly. Young Master Yang, please speak freely, this old master is all ears. Lu Si chuckled, showing a look of interest. A young man actually dared to speak so calmly in front of him and even shamelessly wanted to talk about him. This was quite interesting. Since breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary, it had been a long time since anyone dared to act so casually in front of him. For a moment, Lu Si couldn't help feeling curious, wondering what Yang Kai would say, and what kind of nonsense he would spout. Then this junior won't offend you. Yang Kai said so, but his expression didn't show the slightest trace of modesty, instead casually saying, Elder C has now reached the above immortal ascension boundary, the pinnacle of this world's martial Tao. Unless one of those above immortal ascension boundary masters comes to challenge you, it can be said that there are few who can match you in this world. Lu Si smiled lightly. What kind of realm is the above immortal ascension boundary? I don't know, but I do know that once one's strength reaches this level, it is difficult to rely on external forces. Whether it is pills or secret scriptures, I'm afraid none of them can help Elder C's strength advance any further. If you want to improve your strength, it seems that you can only rely on your own comprehension of the martial Tao to break through the shackles of heaven and earth. Lu Si's expression finally became dignified as he stared at Yang Kai with some surprise. He didn't know how this young man knew this. Yang Kai observed his expression and smiled confidently, but from the beginning to the end, I have never seen anything like this before. Elder C, you've been sitting on this jade bed and haven't moved an inch. Furthermore, he has been sitting on it for many years. Yes, Lu Si nodded. There are only two reasons why you're doing this. One is because you want to use this jade bed to cultivate and strengthen yourself. But, as I said earlier, when one's strength reaches your level, it's already impossible to borrow any external force. So this reason can be eliminated. Young Master Yang is being too presumptuous. Lu Si chuckled. With this old man's current strength, I am indeed unable to borrow any external forces to strengthen myself. However, I can completely rely on this jade bed to consolidate my cultivation. No, Elder C, you don't practice a yang attribute cultivation method. So sitting here has nothing to do with cultivation. Yang Kai said firmly. Lu Si couldn't help but feel moved. Looking at him suspiciously, Lu Si asked, How do you know I don't practice a yang attribute secret art? At his level of strength, if he didn't release his Yuan Qi, even a peak immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to see through him. So how could Yang Kai be so sure? Yang Kai grinned, but didn't explain. Lu Si was stunned and no longer denied it. Instead, he said, Young Master Yang is right. Sitting here has nothing to do with cultivation. Yang Kai straightened his body and smiled. Then there is only one explanation. The reason why Elder C has been sitting up there all this time is to heal your wounds, or something related to healing. Lu Si's eyes narrowed slightly. Outside the house, the Lu family members all held their breaths, none of them daring to breathe, a chill running through their hearts, secretly marveling at Kai Yang's sinister vision. Lu Si was the foundation of the Lu family's first-class family status. But his chronic illness was the Lu family's biggest secret. If this secret were to spread, it would likely cause a storm. Without mentioning anything else, a nearby first-class family would likely launch a large-scale attack. Seemingly unaware of the dangerous light in Lu Si's eyes, Yang Kai continued to speak with a calm expression. Elder C, although you have restrained your aura to the extreme, there is still a faint sense of weakness. Moreover, when your Yuan Qi flows through your body, it isn't continuous and there are occasional pauses. If I'm not mistaken, Elder C's meridians are somewhat blocked, right? Lu Si's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, his expression calm. But in his heart, a monstrous wave was set off. The young man in front of him was indeed only a Yuan Qi 7th stage master, but his vision was far more accurate than most immortal ascension boundary masters. His opinion and speculations were not much different from Lu Si's current physical condition. Lu Si's expression gradually became strange, while the rest of the Lu family members outside also wore looks of horror. It was as if an incredible secret had been discovered by this young man. Yang Kai, on the other hand, chuckled and calmly said, If anyone else dared to say such a thing in front of Elder C, they would probably end up as corpses on the spot. Lu Si nodded. For the peace of the Lu family, the death of a few people isn't a big deal. but I'm different, right? The Lu family wouldn't dare kill me. Yang Kai continued, a look of disdain on his face. Lu Si laughed, while Lu Liang and the others also helplessly shook their heads. Now that I know the Lu family's biggest secret, what does Elder Si think you should use to block my mouth? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Lu Si's expression became strange. For the first time, he felt somewhat restrained in front of this young man. Yang Kai's background and identity really gave Lu Si a headache. If young Master Yang has any request, please state it, but this young crystal jade bed is absolutely not something I can part with. Lu Si was filled with regret. He had long known that this little brat was up to no good and had even called him in out of curiosity. But now it seemed he had lifted a stone only to smash his own foot. What an unlucky year! Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Since Lu Si had said so, he also understood the importance of this young, crystal, jade bed to him. This large piece of jade was at least a mysterious grade heaven and earth treasure. The yang yuan qi it contained was pure and rich. Lu Si was using this gentle yang yuan qi to resolve the blockages in his meridians. If Yang Kai really took it away, Lu Si's life would likely be cut short and the Lu family wouldn't give up. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai looked up and said, Elder Si, is there no other way to resolve this situation? If he could prevent Lu Si from using the yang crystal jade bed to clear his meridians, then he might be able to ask him to part with this treasure. If there was no other way, Yang Kai could only give up. There is. To Yang Kai's surprise, Lu Si actually nodded. Oh, what is it? Yang Kai suddenly saw a glimmer of hope and asked anxiously, I need a mysterious grade pill. Lu Si glanced over at Yang Kai with a smile. If you can help this old master find this mysterious pill, this old master will give you this yang, crystal, jade bed for free. Lu Si spoke, so casually, but Yang Kai also knew that this was definitely not an ordinary pill. A mysterious grade pill. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yes, and it's a mysterious grade, mid-rank pill. Lu Si added. Yang Kai's face was filled with helplessness. A mysterious, grade, mid-rank pill. The number of people in this world who could refine this kind of pill could be counted on one's fingers. Not to mention the success rate, even the materials required were difficult to find. Which mysterious, grade, mid-rank pill was not worth at least 1,000,000 silvers. However, such a mysterious grade pill was not impossible to refine. As far as Yang Kai knew, there were 2 people who could do so, Xiao Fusheng and Xia Ningchang. Xiao Fusheng was the world's top alchemist and could refine a mysterious grade high-rank pill. Xia Ningchang was able to refine a mysterious grade low-rank pill. So after such a long time, her strength must have grown. So refining a mysterious grade mid-rank pill shouldn't be difficult for her. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's hesitation, Lu Si smiled and said, This old master will take a step back. This old master will help you gather the necessary alchemy materials. If you can find someone to help this old master refine this mysterious grade pill, this yang crystal jade bed will be yours. Really? Yang Kai's face lit up. Lu Si couldn't help but be startled, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart, wondering why this little brat seemed so excited. Not only did he not feel like this was a problem, but he also seemed eager to try. Could it be that he knew some alchemy, Grandmaster? However, Lu Si was still an above immortal ascension boundary master, so naturally he couldn't take back his words. So he nodded and said, Really? Ha ha ha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Then that's easy, Elder Si. I'm afraid your yang crystal jade bed will have to change its name. Seeing him so confident, Lu Si finally showed some interest and couldn't wait to ask, Does young Master Yang have a way? Yes, naturally I do. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Lu Si couldn't help breathing heavily. For the past few years, because of the problems with his meridians, he had been trapped in this yang crystal jade bed, rarely able to go out. He was an above a mortal ascension boundary master and was respected by many, but only he knew his own suffering. He was simply a poor man trapped in this room. If he could really obtain this mysterious grade pill, Lu Si would be able to escape. Compared to his freedom, this young crystal jade bed, no matter how precious it was nothing. Swallowing hard, Lu Si suppressed the trembling in his voice and asked, "Does young Master Yang know some powerful master?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and nodded. "I once spent some time on Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak." Lu Si's expression changed slightly, while the other Lu family members outside were also somewhat stunned. After a long time, Lu Si asked, "Hidden Cloud Peak? Xiao Fu Sheng?" Lu Si's expression suddenly became strange as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai and frowned. "Young Master Yang isn't joking, right?" "Naturally, I'm not joking." Lu Si's expression became more and more strange, and after a long time slowly shook his head. "It's not that this old master doesn't trust young Master Yang. It's just that Grandmaster Xiao seems to only have one disciple, and that one is a woman. What's more, this old master personally went to Hidden Cloud Peak 2 months ago, but did not see you there." Chapter 380. 2 months ago? Yang Kai frowned. 2 months ago, I was still in the ash-gray cloud evil land, so naturally you wouldn't have been able to see me. I only stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for 2 or 3 months before leaving. Pausing for a moment, he asked suspiciously, "Since Elder C went to Hidden Cloud Peak, why didn't you ask Grandmaster to help you with alchemy?" Lu Si smiled bitterly. At that time, Medicine King's Valley had many things to do, and Grandmaster Xiao was also in a difficult situation. According to his disciple, he seemed to be researching something. This old master was fortunate enough to visit Hidden Cloud Peak, but he didn't even get to see Grandmaster's face. Speaking of this, Lu Si's face didn't show the slightest embarrassment, only helplessness. This was Xiao Fu Sheng. Even though his strength wasn't very strong, and even though Medicine King's Valley was just a second-class sect, even if a master like Lu Si had gone there, Xiao Fu Sheng could still see him. However, Lu Si didn't dare to have the slightest complaint and still respectfully referred to Xiao Fu Sheng as Grandmaster. "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled strangely and said, "What if I can ask Grandmaster to help you refine that mysterious grade pill? Will the words I just said count?" "You." Lu Si stared at him inexplicably before slowly shaking his head. "How could a character like Grandmaster listen to you?" Outside, Lu Liang also interjected, "Young Master Yang, there are some big words that can't be said casually." Yang Kai looked at Lu Si faintly and also shook his head. "Big words or not, you'll know once you try. Although I haven't been on Hidden Cloud Peak for long, I can still ask Grandmaster to help me refine a mysterious grade pill." Lu Si was stunned for a moment before he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Outside, Lu Liang and the others were also horrified. They all knew Xiao Fu Sheng's name and were even more clear about his current status. The Lu family's first master had been refused entrance. So how could Yang Kai ask Grandmaster Xiao to refine a mysterious grade pill for him? That was a profound level middle grade pill, not a pill without any grade. Even if it was Grandmaster Xiao who refined it, it would take a lot of time and effort. If you miss this village, there won't be another opportunity. Elder C should consider this carefully. Yang Kai looked at Lu Si with a smile. Lu Si's expression was uncertain. Obviously, he was also very conflicted, not knowing whether to believe Yang Kai or not. Logically speaking, there was no need for the Yang family's young lord to deceive him, but he was just a young man. It was normal for young people to like boasting and putting on airs. After frowning for a long time, Lu Si suddenly said, "It's not that this old master does not trust young Master Yang. Since you dare to say so, it seems that his relationship with Grandmaster Xiao isn't shallow." Yang Kai didn't deny it, his expression indifferent. "Since young Master Yang has also spent some time on Hidden Cloud Peak, this old master will take the liberty of asking a few questions. Lucy obviously wanted to verify whether Yang Kai was telling the truth. Just ask away, Elder C. Lucy saw that Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic and nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment before asking. Grandmaster, Shao has a disciple. Has young Master Yang ever met her? Yang Kai laughed in spite of himself. Did Elder C not inquire about that disciple's surname? She seems to be called Dong Qinyan. She is the Dong family's young lady. The Dong family and Yang family have a marriage alliance. Dong Qinyan is my cousin. Lu Si was stunned for a moment. Only now did he recall this matter. He exclaimed, so that person was young Master Yang. Who? Yang Kai asked curiously. When this old master went to Hidden Cloud Peak, I heard that Grandmaster Shao had set up a test half a year ago. In order to accept disciples, a man and a woman successfully passed. The woman was Dong Qinyan, and the man was said to be the Dong family's young lady's guard. Now it seems that he wasn't a guard at all. It was clearly you, young Master Yang. Yes. Yang Kai didn't deny it and nodded. But Grandmaster Shao and I are not master and disciple. When the Lu family elders heard this, all of them couldn't help feeling shocked. None of them had expected that there would be such a connection between Yang Kai and Xiao Fusheng. Having passed Xiao Fusheng's test, he was now Xiao Fusheng's disciple. With such an alchemy grandmaster backing him, even if he failed in the Yang family's inheritance war, it wouldn't be a big problem. His future would always be bright. Lu Liang's eyes flashed, seemingly thinking that he should re-examine Yang Kai. At this moment, Lu Si was 80% convinced, but he still asked one last question. This old master lived in Hidden Cloud Peak for a few days and was fortunate enough to see what Grandmaster Shao was researching from young Lady Dong. May I ask young Master Yang, what was Grandmaster Shao researching? Yang Kai leisurely replied, a spirit array. Something that could make Xiao Fusheng so anxious was definitely related to alchemy. It should be the alchemy spirit array that Yang Kai had asked Xia Ningchang to pass to Grandmaster Shao when he left Hidden Cloud Peak. Lu Si's heart shook as he finally determined that the relationship between Yang Kai and Xiao Fusheng was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to know this information. It should be such a spirit array, Yang Kai said as he casually drew a spirit array on the ground. Lu Si quickly held his breath and stared at it intently. This spirit array was mysterious and complex, making it difficult to understand. Even though Lu Si had seen it once before, he could only recall a small part of its contents and couldn't recall the whole picture. However, Yang Kai at this moment seemed to be able to draw a complete spirit array at will. Apparently, he was already very familiar with it. That's it. Lu Si nodded repeatedly. This was the second time he had seen it, but he still couldn't understand it. Closing his eyes and trying to recall, he still couldn't recall much. After finishing his drawing, Yang Kai wiped away the spirit array and turned to look at Lu Si. At this moment, this old master from the Lu family finally didn't dare to underestimate Yang Kai, knowing that the young man in front of him was the one who would obtain the mysterious grade core. Looking nervous and expectant, Lu Si even cautiously asked, young Master Yang, about that mysterious grade core. Give me a pen and paper. I can write a letter right now. Quickly bring me a pen and paper. Lu Si quickly shouted towards the outside, a touch of red appearing on his old face. Outside the room, everyone's mood was fluctuating, so when they heard Lu Si shout, they couldn't help but shudder. Lu Liang quickly ordered one of his subordinates. Go quickly! The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master also didn't dare to delay, his body transforming into a blue light and disappearing from the spot. After only 10 breaths of time, he returned, holding a pen and ink in his hand, respectfully walked in, placed it in front of Yang Kai, and then respectfully withdrew. Young Master Yang, please! Lu Si personally spread out the paper, dipped the pen in ink, and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled, picked up the pen, and began writing. Lu Si eagerly stared at him, unwilling to miss a single word. Yang Kai's letter was written very plainly, and the content was exactly as Lu Si had expected, requesting Grandmaster Shao to refine a pill for him. After finishing, Yang Kai directly handed the letter over. Lu Si's Yuan Qi quickly dried the handwriting, carefully folded it, and placed it into his pocket, carefully patting his chest and letting out a long sigh of relief. If he went this time, he was afraid he wouldn't be rejected like last time. Young Master Yang, please don't embarrass yourself. After finishing this, Lu Si awkwardly cupped his fists. It's fine. I ask young Master Yang to stay in the Lu family for a few more days. This old master will go to Hidden Cloud Peak. If the pill is successfully refined, this old master will definitely deliver this jade bed to you. Lu Si sincerely said. Yang Kai frowned. That won't do. I want this jade bed now. I still have to return to the central capital. Lu Si immediately showed an embarrassed look. But this is a mysterious, grade, mid-rank pill. Even if Grandmaster Shao personally takes action, he may not be able to refine it. If the refinement fails, this old master will need this jade bed. What he said was also the truth. Although Xiao Fusheng could refine mysterious, grade top-rank pills, when it came to alchemy, no one dared to make any guarantees. Perhaps Grandmaster Shao would be in a bad state and fail to refine a pill. If that really happened, the jade bed would be gone, and Lu Si would have no place to cry to. Well, if you help me bring something to Grandmaster Shao, I can guarantee that the pill will be refined. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before shouting outside, Who has a piece of jade that can't be used? Everyone outside the room glanced at each other before fixing their eyes on a piece of white jade hanging from Lu Liang's waist. Lu Liang subconsciously covered the jade pendant and glared at the crowd. What are you doing? This is this old master's token of love. I've worn it for many years. Bring it in. Lu Si shouted, immediately silencing Lu Liang. Walking in, Lu Liang took off the jade pendant from his waist, bowed, and handed it to Yang Kai with a flattering smile, asking, Young Master Yang, what do you want this old master's jade for? Yang Kai grinned, reached out and took the jade pendant, then pushed his Yuan Qi and slammed it into the jade. Lu Liang's heart suddenly went cold. Under his anxious gaze, the palm hit the jade pendant, but didn't damage it in the slightest. Only some Yuan Qi seemed to have drilled into it. Watching with rapt attention, both Lu Si and Lu Liang were amazed. The more they watched, the more surprised they felt. How could the two of them not see that Yang Kai was manipulating Yuan Qi to create some traces in the jade pendant? Simply put, he was using this method to send a message, conveying some information that couldn't be expressed in words. But while it was easy to say, it was difficult to do. This required a very subtle and precise manipulation of Yuan Qi to achieve this. The output of Yuan Qi couldn't be too little, but it also couldn't be too much. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew his palm and handed the jade pendant to Lu Si. If you give this to Grandmaster, I guarantee you a successful refinement. His tone was quite confident. Lu Si solemnly received it. Yang Kai grinned again and said, However, the information in this jade can only be spied on once before it disappears, so Elder Si must be careful on the way. Lu Si was stunned, immediately shaking his head and smiling wryly. He knew that the information he left in the jade was extremely important, and he didn't want him to know about it, so he used this method. Not minding, Lu Si nodded. Lu Liang also eagerly said from the side, Elder Si, this is a token of love between me and my wife many years ago. You must bring it back. Lu Si glared at him, causing Lu Liang to let out a hollow laugh and quickly retreat. Can this old master ask, what is the message in this jade pendant? Lu Si couldn't help but be curious. It's the same spirit array, but it's different from the previous one. If you bring it to Grandmaster, he'll know what it is. Yang Kai smiled gently. When he left Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai had only glimpsed a single spirit array from the true alchemic way, so he had no choice but to leave it behind. Chapter 381. He vaguely remembered that the spirit array he had left behind had a chance to increase the grade of a pill refinement. But now Yang Kai had also gained insight into many of the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Now he had given Lu Si a new spirit array that could increase the success rate of alchemy, and its grade was much higher than the previous one, which was why he was so confident. With Xiao Fu Sheng's alchemy skills, coupled with this spirit array, there was no chance of failure. "Are you sure it'll succeed? You won't fail?" Lu Si asked worriedly. "Absolutely." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "Just in case. There's no just in case." Lu Si smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and stood up, smiling as he said to Lu Si, "Elder Si, there's no time to lose. I think you should hurry to Hidden Cloud Peak." Right. Lu Si was reminded by him and also felt his heart burn with excitement. The alchemy materials had already been prepared. Although these materials were not easy to find, the Lu family's capital was not weak. For Lu Si, they would naturally do their best. Lu Si was very decisive. He stood up and took out some jade boxes from his room. These jade boxes contained the medicinal ingredients that he had collected. After wrapping them up, Lu Si turned around and saw that Yang Kai had already picked up the yang crystal jade bed he had been sitting on and placed it on his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. "Elder Si, it was a pleasure to cooperate." Yang Kai chuckled and, without any trace of politeness, strode out carrying the jade bed. Lu Si opened his mouth, but swallowed the words he was about to say. Now, he could only hope that what Yang Kai said was true. Lu Liang and the others, who had been waiting with their heads down, suddenly looked up and saw Yang Kai's domineering figure, causing their jaws to drop to the ground. This, the yang crystal jade bed that Elder Si had used to save his life had been carried away by someone else? Looking behind Yang Kai, Elder Si saw a helpless look on his face as he followed behind him. The Lu family members were all horrified. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Yang Kai chuckled and called out to the crowd. Then he strode out with his head held high. He looked exactly like a robber who had just returned from a fruitful journey. The masters of the Lu family. They could only watch helplessly. After taking a few steps, he felt someone pulling him back. Turning around, he saw Lu Si looking at him with a worried expression. He stammered, wanting to say something, but hesitated. What happened? Yang Kai suddenly became impatient. For the sake of a yang crystal jade bed, he had been entangled with Lu Si for so long. "Young Master Yang, this old master will ask one last time, can you really succeed?" He was clearly still a little worried. When he said this, he stared at the jade bed on Yang Kai's shoulder, as if he was holding on to his first love, unwilling to let go. "If you don't have the guts to bet, then I'll bet with you. Then return the letter to me. I don't want to do such a thankless task." Yang Kai was displeased and coldly snorted. Lu Si's head started to hurt. After struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth. "This old man believes you. That's right." Yang Kai snorted. "Let go." Lu Si awkwardly retracted his hand, glancing at the jade bed with great reluctance before reluctantly turning his eyes away. Yang Kai strode away, waiting for his back to disappear. The Lu family group became extremely worried. Lu Liang quickly stepped forward. "Elder Si, isn't this a bit too hasty? Then what do you think we should do? An opportunity has been placed in front of me. Do you think I should just let it slip through my fingers?" Lu Si was also quite depressed and sighed. "So be it, life or death, it all comes down to this. This old master will leave for a few days." Saying so, he leapt up into the air and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. After Lu Si disappeared, Lu Liang's face became gloomy as he thought for a long time before quickly calling out, "You guys personally monitor that young Master Yang and see what he'll do in the next few days. Don't expose yourself." The several masters nodded solemnly. "Ah, Lu family backyard. Yang Kai returned valiantly, and as soon as he entered, he saw Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman sitting in the courtyard, bored out of their minds, accompanied by Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. After seeing Yang Kai, Chiu Meng was stunned and stared at the yang crystal jade bed he had brought back. "Little lord." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also quickly came up. After a few days of healing, the two of them had almost completely healed, and from the outside, there was no sign of injury at all. "Where did you get such a big piece of jade?" Chiu Meng couldn't help smiling. "The Lu family's treasure." Yang Kai responded casually, walking over to the stone table in the courtyard and setting down the jade bed. "It's beautiful." Luo Xiaoman didn't know what was good for her and stepped forward to touch the jade bed. "It's quite warm. It looks like we can sleep on it." Chiu Meng's expression suddenly became dignified. Just now, she had thought that Yang Kai had just taken a big piece of jade from the Lu family, but now that she had taken a closer look, it was clear that this was a kind of precious treasure that contained a great deal of energy. If it was used in artifact refining, it would definitely be of great use. Her delicate jade fingers gently stroked the yang crystal jade bed, and the more she examined it, the more her expression became strange. This treasure doesn't seem to be of a low grade. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were also observing it, and as they did so, their expressions slowly changed. Such a big piece of jade was rare even in the Yang family. Only the heavens knew how much money the Lu family had spent to obtain it. "This is a mysterious grade, mid-rank yang jade?" After a long time, Tu Feng's expression changed as he confirmed this. Hearing his words, everyone jumped in fright, their faces filled with shock. Mysterious, grade, mid-rank, this kind of treasure was already extraordinarily high. In this world of all the precious treasures, mysterious, grade high rank was the best, and there was only a small gap between mid-rank and high rank. What was even rarer was that this large piece of yang jade seemed to be naturally formed, slowly exuding a warm aura, making it ideal for sitting on a bed. Even if one didn't cultivate a yang attribute secret art, if one sat on it for many years, they would still obtain many benefits. Is it really mysterious grade mid-rank? Chiu Meng looked at Tu Feng in amazement. Although her eyesight wasn't bad, compared to an Immortal Ascension boundary master, she was still somewhat lacking. "It's mysterious grade mid-rank." Tang Yuxian also confirmed, and after saying so, a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she stared straight at Yang Kai. "Little lord, are you really from the Lu family?" "Of course." Chiu Meng frowned and muttered. "I remember that the Lu family is above Immortal Ascension boundary. Lu Si encountered some problems when breaking through, causing his meridians to be blocked. At that time, my Chiu family's grand elder told him that it was best to use yang jade to warm his bed so that the gentle yang yuan qi could clear his meridians. Otherwise, after a long time, not only would his strength decline, even his life would be in danger. Is this Lu Si's jade bed?" Thinking of this possibility, Chiu Meng's heart trembled. Yang Kai looked at her with a little surprise and said, "You know quite a lot." "Really?" Chiu Meng immediately covered her mouth, unable to believe it. This time, even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were shocked. Lu Si, they naturally knew about him. As one of the few above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, he had long been famous throughout the world. However, no one could understand what kind of heaven-defying method Yang Kai had used to force Lu Si to hand over the jade bed that was comparable to his own life. Could it be that Yang Kai had killed Lu Si? "Little lord." Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai strangely and asked, "What kind of price did you pay? How did you get this from Lu Si?" Chiu Meng and Tu Feng also looked at him curiously. Without even mentioning the immeasurable value of this jade bed, coupled with its special use for Lu Si, if Yang Kai hadn't paid a huge price, how could he have brought it back safely? "I helped him with a small favor, so he gave it to me." Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't say much. Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed, seemingly contemplating something. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian obviously didn't believe Yang Kai's story and were both quite surprised. I'll ask Lu Liang myself. Qiu Yimeng saw that he didn't want to say anything more and snorted proudly. With the relationship between the Qiu family and the Lu family, if she asked Lu Liang, she would naturally know the truth. Do as you wish. Yang Kai shrugged indifferently. In any case, it wasn't something that couldn't be exposed. So he suddenly said with a look of expectation, "We'll stay here for a few days before leaving. Qiu Yimeng, if you can't wait, you can return to the central capital first." "I'll wait for you." Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Yang Kai then carried the Yang crystal jade bed back to his room and entered retreat. So secretive. Qiu Yimeng snorted lightly, flicking her sleeves and leading Luo Xiaoman out, apparently really preparing to ask Lu Liang. "Young Lady Qiu, when you find out, let us know." Tu Feng grinned meaningfully. Qiu Yimeng nodded casually. After Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman left, Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng exchanged a wry smile. "I found that the longer I stayed with the little lord, the more I couldn't see through him," Tu Feng whispered. Tang Yuxian also nodded in agreement. "It seems that every once in a while he'll bring us some kind of surprise." When they first found Yang Kai in front of the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Yang Kai had killed him without batting an eyelid. His domineering demeanor had made Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian feel quite satisfied, and he had even framed them, forcing them and the Nan family young lord to cut off their own fingers, and then subduing the golden feather eagle. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, they learned that Yang Kai and the demon lord were actually from the same source. Inside High Heaven Pavilion, Qiu Yimeng had strongly praised Yang Kai, which had made them feel even more shocked. Here, when they had seen him cultivate, the two of them had been injured while he had remained completely unscathed. Now he had actually effortlessly taken a priceless piece of precious jade from an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, one after another. Which one of these things didn't amaze them? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian silently calculated that from the time they had found Yang Kai until now, it had only been a month. In such a short period of time, he had intentionally or unintentionally displayed unparalleled strength. Unknowingly, the 2 blood warriors no longer dared to underestimate him, not to mention the little lord's background. Just his personality alone was extraordinary. Chapter 382. Inside the room, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on the Yang crystal jade bed, madly circulating his true Yang secret art. Unlike Lu Si, who was sitting on top of the bed and only guiding a little bit of Yang Qi into his meridians, Yang Kai was now madly devouring the Yang crystal jade bed's energy. His entire body seemed to have become a bottomless pit as all the acupuncture points on his body began to emit an unparalleled suction force. Streams of golden energy, visible to the naked eye, were being drawn out from the Yang crystal jade bed, flowing into Yang Kai's acupuncture points like silk threads, drilling into his meridians and gathering in his dantian. Yang Kai felt a comfortable feeling that he had never felt before, worthy of a mysterious, grade, mid-rank jade treasure. Yang Kai could clearly feel how pure and strong the Yang Qi that was pouring into his body was. It seemed that this Yang Qi was stimulating his meridians, constantly tempering the subtle impurities within them, making the Yang Qi even purer and more spotless. Soon his meridians were saturated and swollen, and with a light dripping sound, a new drop of Yang liquid was formed and immersed in the dantian's meridians. Yang Kai's swollen meridians suddenly became empty, and the speed at which he was devouring the Yang Qi once again became faster. The Yang crystal jade bed's energy quickly became Yang Kai's capital. Drop after drop of Yang liquid was formed in the dantian's meridians and the Yang crystal jade bed's meridians. The Yang crystal jade bed's meridians were also decreasing at a very subtle speed. During this process, Yang Kai's physique and internal organs seemed to have undergone an indescribable baptism. 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. There were now at least 200 drops of Yang liquid stored in the Dantian's meridians. When Yang Kai came out of the evil cavern, there were only 20 drops of Yang liquid left. But now, this number had crazily increased by 10 times. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy contained in this large Yang crystal jade bed was. The current Yang liquid was very different from the original Yang liquid. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was very pure. The energy contained in a single drop of Yang liquid was many times greater than before, so even if there were only 200 drops, it was still a fortune that could not be ignored. It was enough to support Yang Kai's extravagance for a long time. The entire Yang crystal jade bed had almost disappeared. Lu Si would never have imagined that the Yang crystal jade bed, which the Lu family had spent a huge amount of money and manpower to obtain, would disappear from the world in less than 2 days after Yang Kai had sold it. Only a palm-sized piece was left. Yang Kai squeezed this small piece of Yang crystal jade in his hand, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Yang Kai found that even when he circulated his true Yang secret art, he still couldn't absorb the energy from this piece of Yang crystal jade. It seemed that there was some kind of magical power inside it that was resisting the suction force coming from his body. If he really hardened his heart and absorbed it, Yang Kai was confident he could absorb all of its energy. But after discovering such a strange phenomenon, he also wanted to figure out what was going on. The palm-sized piece of jade was still golden yellow, and its color was even more profound than the outer layer of Yang crystal jade. It was much more solid and thick, and there was a faint aura that flowed through it. Looking at it curiously for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't see anything special about it. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai released his divine sense to explore it. However, his divine sense was unable to penetrate the jade. It was as if his divine sense had fallen into darkness, unable to detect anything unusual about this piece of jade at all. Both his Yuan Qi and divine sense were completely ineffective, so this piece of jade really seemed like an ordinary Yang crystal jade. However, Yang Kai still felt that there was something strange about it, so he helplessly shouted towards the door, "Tu Feng, Yu Xian!" The door opened, and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian entered together. "What is Little Lord's order?" Tu Feng asked in a deep voice. Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai for a moment. She found that after not seeing him for 2 days, this little lord seemed to have become stronger again. Originally, he had just broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, but now he seemed to have made a great leap forward, as if he was riding on a hot spring breeze. Strange. Tang Yuxian secretly shook her head. After only 2 days of retreat, how could he have become so strong? Moreover, where had that Yang crystal jade bed gone? Tang Yuxian couldn't find any trace of the jade bed in the room. Yang Kai casually tossed the piece of jade in his hand to Tu Feng and said, "Take a look and see if there's anything special about it." Tu Feng caught it, and his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he quickly suppressed it and frowned, grabbing the piece of jade and releasing his divine sense. After examining it for a while, he shook his head and said, "My attainments in divine sense aren't as good as Yuxian's, so I can't see anything special about it. Let her take a look." Yang Kai glanced over at Tang Yuxian with some surprise, seemingly not having thought that her attainments in divine sense were actually higher than Tu Feng's. When one reached the immortal ascension boundary, not only did they have to cultivate their physical strength, but they also had to cultivate their soul. Some people had their own unique understandings of divine sense and soul skills, so they were naturally stronger than other immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Tang Yuxian was undoubtedly such a person. Yang Kai nodded, and Tu Feng tossed the piece of jade to Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian smiled gently, took the piece of jade, closed her beautiful eyes, and poured her divine sense into it. Gradually, The look on Tang Yuxian's charming face became slightly dignified, as if she really had discovered something, and the divine sense she poured into the piece of jade gradually became stronger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly looked forward to it. After a moment, Tang Yuxian took back her divine sense and gently exhaled, opening her beautiful eyes, a trace of excitement flashing across them. "Little lord, this is a piece of precious jade that has given birth to a true spirit." "A true spirit?" Yang Kai and Tu Feng were both shocked. "A true spirit," Tang Yuxian nodded firmly, "and according to my perception, it has been a long time since it was formed and has already begun to develop sentience, which is why it was able to deceive your divine sense detection." "A true spirit with sentience?" Tu Feng exclaimed. "That means it's been around for at least a few thousand years." "Sure." Yang Kai gave Tu Feng a wink. Tu Feng froze for a moment before suddenly remembering something. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Tu Feng's expression became cold as he let out a heavy snort, his expression becoming ugly. He felt that there were actually several immortal Ascension Boundary Masters hiding their auras around this room. All of them were monitoring the situation here. These people were obviously masters from the Lu family. It wasn't that Tu Feng's divine sense wasn't as good as these masters. It was just that these masters were using special artifacts. If it weren't for the look in Yang Kai's eyes just now, Tu Feng wouldn't have been able to detect them. He probably wouldn't have thought to investigate carefully. Secretly surprised, Tu Feng didn't know if Yang Kai was just being cautious or had already noticed. After knowing that there were people monitoring them from outside, Tu Feng didn't dare to speak too loudly. Yang Kai beckoned to the two of them. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly sat down cross-legged across from Yang Kai. The three of them leaned their heads together and whispered to each other. "I've heard before about jade true spirits. It is said that ancient jade treasures have a certain chance of giving birth to true spirits. Is this the case with this one?" Yang Kai lowered his voice and asked. Tang Yuxian nodded and said softly, "N. It's just that the probability of a jade true spirit forming is very small. Out of 10,000 pieces of jade treasures, there may not even be one." As she spoke, her expression became slightly excited. But once a jade true spirit forms, its value immediately rises several dozen times. Tu Feng also nodded firmly, and Kai Yang's interest was piqued. Suddenly he asked, "What's the use of a jade true spirit?" The two blood warriors glanced at each other and suddenly felt a sense of pride. After following Yang Kai for so long, he had always amazed them, but now it seemed that in the end he was still just a young man. He didn't know any of the secrets and rumors that the two of them knew. It turns out that we are still useful. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought to themselves. Without hesitation, Tang Yuxian quickly explained, "The formation of a jade true spirit is extremely difficult. It must be formed in a very large scale jade mine. If my guess is correct, the Lu family's Yang crystal jade bed should have been mined from a large Yang crystal jade mine. The grade of the Yang crystal jade mine in the periphery may not be high, so the Yang crystal jade bed is the core product of this jade mine. And this small piece should be the centermost part of the Yang crystal jade bed, right?" At this time, Tang Yuxian could naturally guess the origin of this piece of jade. Tang Yuxian smiled. "They think that the Yang crystal jade bed is the essence of the jade mine, but in fact, this piece of jade is the essence of the essence. The energy and value it contains is likely even higher than that of the jade mine." Yang Kai suddenly became excited. "A true spirit is the best artifact spirit ever born." Tang Yuxian's eyes became blurred, her voice filled with undisguised admiration. "If you can refine it into an artifact, when that artifact is completed, its grade will definitely increase greatly. It can be said that if this thing is refined by an artifact refining grandmaster, it may even result in a spirit grade artifact." Spirit grade, that was just a legend. Xiao, Fu Sheng had pursued this all his life, only to refine a single spirit grade pill. Similarly, the highest grade of artifact so far was only mysterious grade top rank, which was extremely rare. No spirit grade artifact had ever appeared in this world. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious force that suppressed this world, making mysterious grade top rank artifacts the limit. If we give it some more time and allow it to develop sentience, it will be able to play a huge role. It will be able to fly into the sky and escape into the ground. It is omnipotent, so subduing it will be a huge help. Tu Feng added, "How long will you give it?" Yang Kai asked. Tang Yuxian chuckled. "At least a few hundred years, maybe even more." Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. After a few hundred years, only the heavens knew whether he would be dead or alive. The growth of a true spirit is very slow, after all. It isn't made of flesh and blood, but once it fully matures, I'm afraid there will be no opponent in this world. So powerful. Yang Kai sucked in a deep breath. It's that powerful. Tang Yuxian nodded solemnly. In addition to artifact refining, if you can safely absorb and refine a true spirit, it will be of great help to a person. It may bring you some unexpected changes and allow you to gain more heaven-defying means. Listening to her, Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Tang Yuxian saw the change in his expression and quickly waved her hand to warn him. "Little Lord, you must not have any ideas about it right now. The energy contained in this small piece of jade is beyond your imagination. If you really try to absorb it into your body, I'm afraid it will only lead to disaster." Chapter 383. I understand. Yang Kai saw her speak so seriously and couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart, thinking that it was fortunate he hadn't rashly absorbed it just now. After explaining the pros and cons, Tang Yuxian handed the small piece of jade back to Yang Kai and said, "Little Lord, please take care of this. Don't let others know about it. Otherwise it will attract the covetous eyes of masters." Yang Kai nodded. With the black book space, it was very convenient to hide things. Tu Feng grinned, silently and strangely laughing. It looks like the Lu family has suffered a big loss this time. No matter what price Yang Kai had paid in exchange for Lu Si's Yang crystal jade bed, it now seemed that Yang Kai had gained a huge advantage. Tang Yuxian also smiled tenderly. They probably didn't expect there to be a true spirit inside. The true spirit had already begun to develop sentience and was capable of deceiving the divine senses of most masters. Previously, it had been hiding in the Yang crystal jade bed, but Lu Si had not been aware of it, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to give it to Yang Kai. The Lu family is a bit short-sighted, even daring to monitor the movements of the little lord. Such people aren't worth winning over. Tu Feng snorted. "My and Yuxian's injuries have already healed. When do you want to leave, little lord?" "Let's leave tomorrow." Yang Kai didn't intend to stay in the Lu family for long, but a few days ago he had to wait for the 2 blood warriors to heal, and now he had to absorb the energy inside the Yang jade, so he had no choice but to delay his journey. After being away from home for so many years, he couldn't wait to go back and see his parents. "Good. Then I'll inform young Lady Chiu. She seemed to have said she wanted to come with us." Tang Yuxian nodded. The news that Yang Kai wanted to leave the Lu family quickly spread. Lu Liang and the other blood warriors all felt a little relieved. They didn't know why, but every day Yang Kai was here, they felt uncomfortable, as if they were afraid the other Yang family young lords would learn that their Lu family had contact with Yang Kai. That night, Lu Liang held a banquet and invited Yang Kai, Chiu Meng, and the others. At the banquet, everyone only talked about the wind and snow. Regarding the Yang family's inheritance war and the future situation of the central capital, he remained silent. Chiu Meng looked on coldly, knowing that the Lu family was completely not optimistic about Yang Kai's chances, but she didn't say anything. Just like last time, he ate a little and left early. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was eating heartily and did not mention anything about roping in the Liu family. Drinking wine, eating meat, tasting fruits and other delicacies. This kind of inaction made Lu Liang and the others feel relieved. He was really afraid that at the last moment he would mention something. If that happened, Lu Liang wouldn't know how to answer. The wine was the same, but it was different from the reception for Yang Kai and the others a few days ago. The attitude of the Liu family members had subtly changed. After drinking, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, the Liu family's elders, led by Lu Liang, bid farewell to Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng at the main entrance. Lu Liang looked at Yang Kai sincerely and said, "Young Master Yang, this trip to the central capital will be fraught with danger. The inheritance war must not be taken lightly." Yang Kai nodded faintly. Lu Liang smiled and said, "It's rare for young Master Yang to come to the Liu family. This Liu has nothing to offer, so I can only offer you some silver as a token of my sincerity. I hope young Master Yang does not dislike it." Saying so, he smiled and motioned to the person next to him. The man hurriedly stepped forward and presented a box of banknotes with both hands. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's faces sank. Both of them were somewhat unhappy. With a cold expression, they stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his instructions. Yang Kai didn't care at all and just smiled. Since Patriarch Liu is so kind, this young master will accept. Tu Feng, accept it. Yes. Tu Feng nodded gently and took the box of banknotes. The Liu family wishes young Master Yang victory in the inheritance war. Lu Liang gently cupped his fists and said some polite words. Yang Kai laughed. Then I'll take advantage of Patriarch Liu's auspicious words. Farewell. Saying so, he mounted his cloud-treading colt and left. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both snorted and followed closely behind Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman also rode atop the cloud-treading colts the Liu family had prepared for them. After a few steps, Qiu Yimeng paused and whispered, "Lu Liang, this time I'm afraid you've miscalculated." Lu Liang's expression changed slightly and was about to speak, but Qiu Yimeng had already mounted her cloud-treading colt and shot off into the distance. Behind him, the faces of the Liu family group were not very good. Miscalculated? Lu Liang frowned as he pondered over Qiu Yimeng's final words. Her meaning was obvious. She was blaming Lu Liang for underestimating Yang Kai. But even if you are the first young lady of the Qiu family, in the end, you are still just a young woman. In terms of vision and strategy, how can you compare with this old master? Although Lu Liang felt a little uncomfortable, he didn't take Qiu Yimeng's words to heart. Time will prove whether this old master has miscalculated or not. As the 5 cloud-treading colts moved forward, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman slowly caught up from behind. After leaving the Liu family, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore gloomy expressions, both of them feeling somewhat sorry for Yang Kai. When he finally left, Lu Liang seemed to be sincere and generous, but in fact, everyone present understood what he was thinking. If the Liu family really intended to make friends with Yang Kai at the last moment, it would have been impossible for them to only offer some money. What was the inheritance war about? It was a competition of the various young lords' connections and means. To be specific, it was a competition of talents and materials. If the Liu family really wanted to participate in the inheritance war, they would have to stand on Yang Kai's side. At the very least, they would have to offer some talents, precious treasures, divine armaments, secret books, and so on. What was the point of just giving a few silvers? In this world, sometimes, even if you had money, you wouldn't necessarily be able to buy anything, especially good things. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had only been with Yang Kai for a short time, but they could see that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his cultivation was profound. Both of them were confident in Yang Kai's future. The Liu family treating Yang Kai so disrespectfully, it would be strange for the 2 blood warriors to feel comfortable. It was just that they couldn't understand why the Lu family didn't intend to stand on Yang Kai's side. Why would they give him a few silvers in the end? This undoubtedly gave people the feeling that even though I want to be on good terms with you, I won't bet my family on you. It's like I'm a two-faced person. Only Yang Kai knew that Lu Liang had only given him some silvers because he knew Xiao Fusheng. If it weren't for Xiao Fusheng, Lu Liang probably wouldn't have given him anything at the last moment. Seemingly aware of the dissatisfaction in the two blood warriors' hearts, Tu Feng didn't hesitate. Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of holding back?" Tu Feng curled his lips and said angrily, "Then I'll say it. Young Lady Qiu, just pretend you didn't hear anything. And go ahead. I also want to hear it. Little Lord." Tu Feng raised his voice and shouted, "I took a look. Lu Liang gave me exactly 3 million taels of silver. Isn't he too stingy? How much do you want?" Yang Kai glanced back at him and couldn't help laughing. His Lu family is a first-class family. What's the point of giving him only 3 million silvers? If you want to buy a few bottles of pills, that money is gone. If you want to buy a few good artifacts, that money is also gone. At the very least, you should give him 10 million silvers. That's more in line with the Lu family status. And he's too stingy. Tang Yuxian also nodded. 3 million silvers is already a lot. Yang Kai smiled. "I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. This young lord doesn't have a single coin on him right now, so these 3 million silvers will be of great use to me. This amount of money looks like a lot, but when it comes to the inheritance war, it's basically useless." Tu Feng said indignantly. Lu Liang clearly knows this, yet he still dares to do such a thing. If it weren't for his Lu family having some relationship with young Lady Qiu's family, I would have beaten him up and stuffed those silver bills into his mouth. Qiu Yimeng shook her head and smiled bitterly. Lu Liang really was too cautious this time. But it doesn't seem to be entirely his fault. It's your little lord's acting that's too much. What do you mean? How is it the little lord's fault? Tang Yuxian was stunned. You can ask him yourself. He knows in his heart how he behaved these past few days in the Lu family. Qiu Yimeng said, urging her cloud-treading colt to catch up with Yang Kai, turning her head to look at him. You little brat, do you know what kind of situation you're in right now? Why are you still so careless, letting the Lu family slip away from you? Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before retracting his gaze. I'm talking to you. Qiu Yimeng suddenly said bitterly, you're not only letting go of an ally, you're also making yourself an enemy. Don't you understand? Now that you've come and gone, the gap between us is too big. Ally? Yang Kai sneered. Those who only want to have a mutually beneficial relationship with me aren't qualified to be my ally. But how can there be no mutually beneficial alliance now? Aren't you a bit too naive? I'm too lazy to argue with you. I don't need others to judge what I do. Qiu Yimeng choked on her words and angrily shouted. Just you wait. When this young lady goes back this time, I'll join forces with the other Yang family young lords and crush your arrogance. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both shocked and quickly said, Young Lady Qiu, you can't just say that. Yang Kai sneered, You can try, but when the time comes, don't blame me for erasing your Qiu family from the central capital. Qiu Yimeng stared blankly at Yang Kai, as if she hadn't expected him to say such vicious words. Even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were stunned, feeling that Yang Kai's boasting was indeed a bit too arrogant, and it was also quite hurtful. Just as they were about to open their mouths and say a few good words for Yang Kai to comfort Qiu Yimeng, Qiu Yimeng quickly recovered and not only didn't seem to care, she even smiled towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes flashing brilliantly as she asked, Yang Kai, tell me honestly, besides that dragon lady, how many connections do you have? How many forces can you win over? Yang Kai's words were so arrogant that Qiu Yimeng immediately realized something, which was why she was so interested. Glancing over at her, Yang Kai sneered and said indifferently, "None, I'm just a lone wolf." "I'd be a pig to believe you." Chiu Yimeng sneered. Chapter 384. The Mist River ran from east to west, like a long dragon, splitting the earth into two halves. On the river, which was more than 1,000 meters wide, there was a turbulent current that surged fiercely. Yang Kai's group of 5 arrived at the edge of the Mist River and couldn't help stopping as they looked at the turbulent waters. "We're almost there. After crossing the Mist River and crossing Feng Province, we'll reach the central capital." Tu Feng seemed to be afraid that Yang Kai had been away from home for so many years and had forgotten the way home. So he said, "With the cloud treading colt strength, it'll take at most 3 days." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Little lord, you rest here. I'll go find a boat to cross the river." Tu Feng grinned meaningfully, releasing his divine sense for a moment before turning around and flying off in a certain direction. This group of people were all at least Yuan Qi boundary, so even though the Mist River was more than 1,000 meters wide, it couldn't stop them from flying. However, while people could fly, cloud-treading colts couldn't, so they still had to find a ferry to transport these monster beast horses. Not long after, a medium-sized ship sailed towards them with Tu Feng standing on the bow and shouting at the crowd. Tang Yuxian grinned, leading her and Tu Feng's mounts and saying, "Let's go." The 4 people and 5 monster beasts arrived at the shore and were about to board the boat when the boatman suddenly frowned and turned to Tu Feng. "This hero, why didn't you tell this old man that you have 5 horses?" When Luo Xiaoman heard this, she couldn't help giggling. Cloud-treading colts were indeed very similar to horses, but although the two were similar, in the end, they were not the same species. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see this. Naturally, it was understandable. Chiu Yimeng and Tang Yuxian also couldn't help laughing. Tu Feng asked, "What's wrong with having horses? Don't tell me you don't need horses?" "That's not it." The boatman was a little old man in his 50s and shook his head. "It's just that these horses need to be paid to cross the river." Tu Feng immediately rolled his eyes. "Just pay, it's not like we'll be short of you." Hearing this, the boatman was ecstatic. "Since you say so, then hurry up and get on board." The group of people slowly shook their heads. Everyone's status was not low, and they all had cultivations. An ordinary old man was ferrying people around to make a living. Although he seemed to be a little unscrupulous, he didn't intend to argue with him. The ship was not big, but it was big enough to carry 5 people and 5 monster beasts at a time. Following the familiar movements of the boatman, the ship sailed briskly toward the center of the river. Standing on the deck of the boat, Tang Yuxian smiled and said, "I've never been on a boat before. It's so shaky. If I hadn't been on one often, I'm afraid I would have easily fainted." Tu Feng nodded. "Indeed, it's not easy to make a living on the riverside." Although Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman didn't say anything, they both showed expressions of approval. The 2 of them seemed to have never been on a boat before, so they were naturally quite interested in this journey. Rocking back and forth with the boat, they couldn't help but point to the turbulent river. "If a river is so fierce, what is the sea like?" Tu Feng asked, somewhat digressing from the topic. Although he was strong and knowledgeable, he had never seen the sea before. Naturally, he couldn't say anything about it, so he simply turned to the boatman and asked, "Old man, have you ever been to the sea?" The boatman smiled and shook his head. "This old man has spent his entire life on the banks of the Lan River. Where would he find the time to go to the sea? However, although I've never been there before. However, I heard that the ships on the sea are all incomparably huge. It seems that all of them are several hundred zhang long. The waves on the sea are ferocious, but the ships are stable on them. Even if you pour a cup of water and put on the table, it won't spill a single drop. Is that true?" Tu Feng asked with a smile, apparently not believing it. How could it not be true? Just think about it. Those big ships are so big. Even if the waves are fierce, they can't be shaken. The 2 blood warriors, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman suddenly showed interested looks, although they knew that the boatman's words couldn't be taken seriously. Since they had nothing else to do, they decided to listen to him to pass the time. Seeing everyone's interest, the boatman didn't show any signs of fear and actually began talking nonstop. Yang Kai smiled silently to the side, his expression indifferent. Of all the people present, only he had been to the sea and had almost never returned. Regarding the boatman's exaggeration, Yang Kai didn't bother to point it out. After talking for a while, the boat arrived at the center of the Lan River. Yang Kai's mind was wandering when suddenly he felt something was off, and he couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he stared straight at the boatman. The boatman was still talking about the sea when Yang Kai suddenly said, "Old man, the way you paddle seems to be a bit wrong." Everyone on the boat was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai. The boatman laughed and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by that?" Kai Yang smiled faintly. People who paddle all year round will find the rhythm of the paddle in their breathing, especially in this kind of torrential river, because if you can't find the rhythm, you'll only have to pay twice as much physical strength as others. Old man, since you've lived by this water all your life, don't tell me you don't understand this? Hearing this, Tu Feng and Tang Yu Xian's expressions suddenly became dignified as they stared vigilantly at the boatman. The boatman's eyes seemed to flash with a trace of surprise and panic, but he quickly calmed down and said, "What little brother says makes sense, but this old man has been paddling like this all his life, so I'm afraid I've become accustomed to it. Another day I'll try your method and see if it doesn't save me a bit of effort." Yang Kai continued to smile. "You used this method to paddle across half the river, yet your expression didn't change at all. And since you live by this river, you should eat river fish for food, right? There's no smell of fish on this boat. Ha ha ha!" His voice gradually became cold as his eyes slowly narrowed. "Old man, you're not an ordinary person." Before his words had even fallen, Tu Feng and Tang Yu Xian both rushed towards the boatman. At that moment, the silver blood golden feather eagle hovering in the sky suddenly let out a sharp cry, a clear warning tone in its voice. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's beautiful faces also paled as they quickly pushed their strength. Asterisk Walala, asterisk suddenly, several water columns appeared on the surface of the river. Each water column had a person hiding in it. A huge suction force suddenly appeared from below, and the big boat that was sailing on the river suddenly seemed to have fallen into a swamp, unable to move forward or backward, quickly sinking. Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman were just about to fly up when a huge pressure suddenly appeared above their heads. Suddenly attacked, all three of them began to fall. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared, and in a flash the entire boat was swallowed up along with the people on board. The 5 cloud-treading colts were also sucked into this whirlpool and disappeared. The moment he fell into the water, Yang Kai felt an unparalleled burst of power around him. Obviously, the 2 blood warriors had begun fighting with the boatmen. Faintly discernible silhouettes swam like fishes from all around, rapidly approaching the side. Yang Kai hurriedly glanced around. What he saw caused his expression to darken. Tu Feng and Tang Yu Xian were fighting 3 people underwater. All 3 of them were immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and none of them were mediocre. One was an immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. One was an immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, and one was an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. Even though the 2 blood warriors were powerful, they couldn't escape in a short time. The closest enemy was less than 10 meters away from Yang Kai, and Yang Kai could clearly see him grinning at him from under the water. Waving both of his hands, a blue light shot out from his palms and shot towards Yang Kai. With a wave of his hand, Kai Yang sent out a fist strike. The fist strike he sent out was like a giant golden seal, meeting the blue light head-on. With a muffled bang, the blue light dimmed significantly, but it was still not completely blocked. In a hurry, Yang Kai could only twist his body to avoid this attack and quickly float to the surface of the water. Quickly glancing around, Yang Kai saw that Chiu Yi and Meng Nu were not far from him, but their situation was undoubtedly safer than his own because of the people underwater. Besides the three masters who were entangled with Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, almost all of them were converging on him. "They're all here for me." Yang Kai instantly understood, but there was no time to think about all this. A moment later, he broke the surface of the water and leapt into the air, but before he could fly away, a figure appeared below. It was the same person who had just attacked Yang Kai. At this moment, this man stared coldly at Yang Kai, a somewhat indifferent look on his face as he waved his hand and sent out a ray of light towards Yang Kai. At the critical moment, the golden feather eagle actually leapt out and flapped its wings, sending out countless golden beams of light. As the golden light flashed in front of him, the man let out a strange cry and dove back into the water. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai turned around and quickly flew towards the shore. Asterisk, hua hua hua, asterisk with a burst of sound, 6 or 7 figures floated midair, glancing around before chasing after Yang Kai. Among them, Chiu Yi Meng and Luo Xiaoman were also present, but the two of them obviously wanted to help Yang Kai. "Stop them," a middle-aged man who was leading the group ordered. "Don't kill them." Immediately, 2 people responded and left the group, grinning as they rushed towards Chiu Yi Meng and Luo Xiaoman. Chiu Yi Meng's pretty face became cold as she whispered to Luo Xiaoman, "I'm afraid they're here to deal with Yang Kai. Don't hold back, they won't dare kill you." Luo Xiaoman nodded firmly, her wet clothes further accentuating her seductive figure. Asterisk qua, asterisk another series of splashing sounds rang out as the 2 blood warriors and the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters emerged from the water. Tu Feng's entire body was wrapped in a brown light as he fiercely attacked, completely disregarding whether he would be injured or not. Tang Yuxian also pushed her Yuan Qi, her graceful body flashing as she unleashed a variety of martial skills, her pretty face filled with anxiety. "Who are you? You dare attack the Central Capital's Yang family?" Tu Feng roared, sending out a wave of qi. Chapter 385. This is your Yang family. The immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master, who was fighting with the 2 blood warriors, sneered. "The Yang family is arrogant and domineering. This time I'll end your Yang family bloodline." His tone was vicious, as if he had a great grudge with the Yang family. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions suddenly sank, realizing that this wasn't a random battle, but rather a premeditated ambush set up by the other party to target the Yang family. There were 3 opponents, so even if the 2 blood warriors were anxious and wanted to rush to Yang Kai's aid, they couldn't do so in a short time. "Yuxian!" Tu Feng suddenly roared, knowing that time was precious and didn't want to delay any longer. Tang Yuxian's body twisted as a ferocious surge of true qi burst forth from her body, wrapping the entire area around her in a cloud of mist. At the same time, her powerful divine sense was also activated, and a powerful soul skill was used to attack the weakest immortal ascension boundary master. The 2 blood warriors were anxious to protect their master, so obviously they were using their trump cards. The 3 Yang family blood warriors working together had easily blocked Tang Yuxian's soul skill, but they were still wrapped in a thick fog, unable to see any way out. Feeling the violent blood and qi fluctuations coming from Tu Feng's body, the immortal ascension boundary leader's expression changed greatly as he roared. "Fuck! The Yang family's blood warriors are all madmen. That's my Mad Tyrant blood skill. Stop him." Mad Tyrant blood skill was a unique martial skill that the Yang family blood warriors cultivated. Using this skill, a blood warrior's vitality would temporarily increase by 2 to 3 times. Although their realm wouldn't change, both their defensive and offensive power would be greatly enhanced. This was similar to Yang Kai's blood force after becoming the demon race. However, the Mad Tyrant blood skill wasn't as good as becoming the demon race because using it would result in a backlash. A blood warrior overdrew their vitality in order to enhance their vitality. Once the mad tyrant blood skill was used, a blood warrior would become invincible for a short time. But as time passed, they would become extremely weak. The battle had only just begun, but Tu Feng had already decisively used this forbidden move, which clearly showed how anxious he was in his heart, greatly startling the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. They never thought that Tu Feng would be so eager to protect his master, not caring whether he would be injured or not. Knowing that they didn't have much time left, the three of them didn't hold back and fiercely attacked Tang Yuxian. He wanted to defeat her quickly. Then he would deal with Tu Feng. However, Tang Yuxian was still a member of the Blood Warriors, so her strength was indisputable. Summoning all of her artifacts, she was able to single-handedly hold the three Blood Warriors in place, preventing them from moving. Quickly, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master saw that he couldn't break through Tang Yuxian's defenses. He hurriedly roared at the other side. On the other side, the middle-aged man leading the group that was chasing Yang Kai was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master. Behind him was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master and 2 Yuan Qi 9th Stage Masters. Such a lineup was more than enough to easily kill any true element Boundary 7th Stage cultivator. But that did not include Yang Kai. Hearing a roar from the other side, the expression of the middle-aged man leading this group became cold as he hurriedly urged his soul skill towards Yang Kai's back. An invisible force pierced through the air and drilled directly into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai, who had been running away, suddenly trembled. Suddenly, his true qi stopped flowing, and he swayed as he fell from the sky. Humph! The middle-aged man coldly snorted, his figure flashing as he and the others quickly surrounded Yang Kai. This is the Yang family's young lord. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master stared contemptuously at Yang Kai, who had fallen to the ground, his face twisted in pain, disdainfully curling his lips. He's nothing special. I thought this time there would be some twists and turns, but who would have thought it would be so easy? The middle-aged man heavily snorted. You underestimate the Yang family too much. Right now he is still weak. If he is allowed to grow to the same realm as you, I'm afraid even I won't be able to win. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master showed a look of disapproval, but he did not refute, instead just nodding. Unfortunately, he is still just an Yuan Qi cultivator. He is destined to be easily taken down. An Immortal Ascension Boundary Master dealing with an Yuan Qi cultivator was too easy. If the latter did not have an artifact to defend his soul, he would not be able to resist the attack of a soul skill. Therefore, the young lords and young ladies of great families and great forces would at least be equipped with such an artifact, and with the capital and heritage of these forces, they would have enough money to arm their important figures. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and kill him. I'm afraid the situation will worsen. The middle-aged man saw that Yang Kai was unable to resist, his eyes somewhat dim, no longer being long-winded, and lightly ordered. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master shrugged his shoulders indifferently and grinned. Good. I'll take care of the offending. Saying so, he picked up his weapon and slowly walked in front of Yang Kai, stretched out his foot, stepped on Yang Kai's chest, and aimed his weapon at Yang Kai's neck, then viciously stabbed down. Yang Kai's eyes were dull, and his expression was pained, as if he really did not have the strength to resist and could only wait to be slaughtered. At that moment, an amazing light bloomed from the pair of dull eyes, and a purple light flashed, directly rushing into the Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage cultivator's mind. A cold, gloomy, evil, and violent aura instantly exploded in his knowledge sea. The weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was less than 3 inches away from Yang Kai's neck. This man still had a casual smile on his face. However, he was no longer able to stab down with his weapon. After the soul skill he had obtained from the evil cavern soul, evil spirit exploded in his mind. The middle-aged man instantly froze in place, only to feel a chill in his head as his entire knowledge as he suddenly froze. Yang Kai suddenly launched an attack. One after another, purple light blasted out in all directions, creating a circle of ripples that wrapped around the immortal ascension boundary, 3rd stage middle-aged man and the other 2 Yuan Qi 9th stage young men. The middle-aged man was attacked and reflexively retreated, his eyes trembling violently, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. The 2 Yuan Qi cultivators, on the other hand, screamed miserably, their hands clutching their heads as they knelt on the ground, groaning in pain. Kong. A muffled sound rang out as Yang Kai's fist smashed into the chest of the Immortal Ascension Boundary, 1st stage cultivator, causing his back to bulge outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if all the ribs in his chest had been broken, the broken bones piercing into his heart and lungs as the violent true Yang Yuan Qi exploded inside his body. This man didn't even make a sound before his eyes dimmed. In the blink of an eye, an Immortal Ascension Boundary, 1st stage cultivator, had been killed. Yang Kai leapt up from the ground like a gust of wind, arriving next to the 2 Yuan Qi 9th stage young men, his expression as cold as a knife, grabbing their heads with both hands and twisting them. 2 crisp snapping sounds rang out. The 2 young men's heads were twisted 180 degrees, their necks broken, and they fell to the ground. The middle-aged man had just regained his footing when Yang Kai had already killed 3 people in a row. For pairs of eyes stared at each other, Yang Kai's expression indifferent, a strange smile on his face, while the middle-aged man's face was pale, his eyes filled with horror. Just because of a moment of carelessness, 3 of his masters had been killed. What was even more inconceivable to him was that he had clearly felt his soul skill hit this Yang family young lord. But why was he completely unharmed? There were no traces of a soul-type artifact on his body just now. Instead, his soul skill had clearly penetrated his head. How could he possibly be unharmed? Even if he was a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator, wouldn't he be affected by such an attack? But looking at this young man's performance, it seemed that his attack just now wasn't even qualified to scratch his itch. Also, what was that cold, sinister, violent, and evil divine soul attack just now? Little brat, you dare play the pig to eat the tiger? The middle-aged man roared angrily. Yang Kai sneered, disdainfully curling his lips. So what? Yes, so what? You ambushed me here, using numbers to bully me, using your strength to bully the weak. So why can't others play the pig to eat the tiger? What kind of logic is this? The middle-aged man's face was extremely pale, but he suddenly sneered. Good, you really are a descendant of the Yang family. All of you are extraordinary, but you're doomed to die today. Yang Kai carefully observed the middle-aged man's expression and found that even though he had spoken such harsh words, he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Instead, the middle-aged man was staring at him with a look of dread. Yang Kai knew that the brief exchange just now had left this man scratching his head. This man was obviously a cautious person, so he was acting so cautiously. You're not my opponent, Yang Kai coldly declared, not panicking. The middle-aged man was stunned, seemingly not having expected such words from Yang Kai, his expression becoming cold. Even if you're a member of the Yang family, your words are too arrogant. I'm an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. So what if you're an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master? Yang Kai actually took the initiative to step forward, his expression calm, as if he didn't put this middle-aged man in his heart. I just killed an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master right under your nose. The middle-aged man was stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai, suddenly becoming somewhat confused, an expression of not knowing what to do appearing on his face. Not only that, man, but even you, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator, are destined to die at my hands today. Yang Kai sneered. Unfortunately, although your cultivation is good, your understanding of soul skills isn't very profound. You probably haven't cultivated them for long, right? Otherwise, How could you not have noticed that I wasn't injured at all? In fact, I'm not afraid to tell you my spiritual energy is even stronger than yours. Nonsense. The middle-aged man sneered, his mind calming down, obviously not believing such nonsense. But before he could finish speaking, an extremely tyrannical divine sense suddenly swept over him. The strength of this divine sense was comparable to that of an average immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator, even comparable to those at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. No, it was already comparable to the divine sense of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. So far, the middle-aged man had only felt such a powerful divine sense from 3 or 5 people, and all of those people were at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. His mind, which had just stabilized, once again trembled violently. Chapter 386. Just as the middle-aged man was in a daze, Yang Kai made his move. 2 beast roars rang out as the white tiger and divine ox charged forward. Grasping a crimson sword in his hand, Yang Kai sent out a several dozen-meter long sword chi towards the middle-aged man. At the same time, a cloud of flower petals suddenly flew out from Yang Kai's body, rotating around him like sharp blades as they shot towards the middle-aged man. A purple light burst forth again as Yang Kai's soul skill shone brilliantly. At this moment, Yang Kai had used all the conventional means at his disposal. Sensing the extremely terrifying power coming towards him, the middle-aged man let out a strange cry. Finally, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest as he dodged the sword chi in a sorry state. However, he was entangled with the white tiger and divine ox, and before he could disperse the 2 beast spirits, the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia that was wrapped in the fragrance of flowers had already completely enveloped him. The middle-aged man madly pushed his yuan chi, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spreading outwards with him as the center. A fierce wind rolled up, containing his own strength, blocking the attack of the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia and the 2 beast phantoms. Leaping into the air, the middle-aged man actually didn't retreat, but instead rushed forward towards Yang Kai. In the end, he was still an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. Although he had been momentarily affected by Yang Kai's words and had allowed Yang Kai to seize the initiative, his instincts and combat experience allowed him to choose the most appropriate way to fight. This young man was undoubtedly very strong, his combat effectiveness far exceeding his own yuan chi 7th stage strength. However, the middle-aged man was keenly aware that the soul skill Yang Kai displayed was somewhat ethereal, unlike that of an ordinary immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Strictly speaking, it was like a tree without roots, water without a source. Although it was powerful, it wasn't terrifying. The reason for this was because Yang Kai only had his divine sense. Although he could use his soul skill, he didn't have a knowledge C. Once his knowledge C was formed, the full power of his soul skill would be fully displayed. Although the middle-aged man didn't know the reason, he still made the right choice, as long as he could resist Yang Kai's soul attack. In the end, he was still an yuan chi cultivator. Even though Yang Kai possessed a top-grade artifact, and even though his martial skills were profound, his cultivation was still several realms lower than Yang Kai's. It wasn't necessarily impossible to kill him. In a trance, the middle-aged man had already stabilized his footing. His hands formed a seal, and a burst of lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as if his yuan chi could summon the miraculous power of thunder and lightning. Kacha! Bolts of lightning thicker than a person's thigh struck down from the sky. Electric snakes swam in the air, wrapping Yang Kai in layers. He was the most powerful of the 4 people who were chasing after Yang Kai, and the moment he made a move, his aura was extraordinary. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it in time and was entangled by the drifting lightning. In an instant, it was difficult for him to move, and even his body felt numb. With a cold and stern expression, the true Yang Yuan Chi in his body came out and formed a seemingly thin, defensive shield around his body, blocking the attacks of the electric arcs. He swung the Shura sword in his hand. Beam after beam of sword chi slashed out fiercely, and the scattered 1,000 blossoming blood begonia gathered once again and attacked the middle-aged man ferociously. The middle-aged man didn't dare to hold back and quickly pulled out a small hammer. This hammer flashed with lightning. Once this hammer was in his hand, the power of his lightning bolts actually increased again. The two beast phantoms rushed forward, but were blocked by the lightning bolts again and again, unable to advance or retreat. The two of them, one in the air and one on the ground, were separated by less than 100 meters. Using all of his means, for a time the two were evenly matched. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, secretly feeling that the situation wasn't good. This time, they had taken a great risk in order to kill the Yang family young lord. In their plan, once they succeeded, they would immediately retreat. Even if the Yang family young lord had 2 blood warriors with him, they wouldn't be afraid. However, they had never expected that this Yang family young lord would actually be so powerful. Not only had he killed 3 masters whose cultivation was higher than his, but he was also able to fight evenly with an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. The 2 artifacts he used were extraordinary, both of them heaven, grade, top rank. His martial skills were exquisite. His yuan qi was pure, and he even had a soul skill. The middle-aged man quickly estimated that it would take him at least half an hour to kill this young man, and this was in the most ideal environment where no one could interfere. Now, that time was of the essence. How could the other party give him half an hour? What's more, whether this Yang family young lord still had cards up his sleeve, the middle-aged man didn't know. This time he was afraid he had lost. The middle-aged man became anxious. At that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, a loud roar suddenly rang out. In the middle of the battlefield, the fog surrounding the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters quickly dissipated under this roar, revealing Tu Feng's glowing red figure. His face was filled with a terrifying grimace, and the scars on his face seemed to come alive. Mad tyrant blood skill. Yu Xian, leave this to me. Tu Feng said faintly, his cold eyes glaring towards the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters. Tang Yuxian didn't say anything, instead leaping out of the battlefield and quickly flying towards Yang Kai. The middle-aged man who was fighting Yang Kai saw Tang Yuxian's figure fly over, so how could he dare remain? He was just an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. In this plan, he was only responsible for killing the Yang family young lord. He didn't have the qualifications to fight the blood warriors. In a panic, he used all his means to obstruct Yang Kai for a moment before fleeing without looking back. Just as he left, Tang Yuxian arrived beside Yang Kai and asked anxiously, "Little lord, are you hurt?" Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out 1,000 flower petals towards the middle-aged man, but it was too late, so he hurriedly shouted, "Catch him and bring him back!" Tang Yuxian was taken aback for a moment, but didn't hesitate. Her tender body flickered and disappeared. A moment later, Tang Yuxian flew back with the middle-aged man. In front of Tang Yuxian, an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master wasn't even qualified to carry her shoes. With Yuan Qi imprisoned, Tang Yuxian didn't even spare him a glance and simply threw him in front of Yang Kai. The middle-aged man's face was ashen as he stared at Tang Yuxian in horror, seemingly only now realizing the horror of a blood warrior. Smiling bitterly, he turned his eyes back to Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang, you won't get anything out of me." Yang Kai grinned. She calmly walked towards him. When she was in front of him, she looked down at him and said indifferently, "When did I say that I wanted to ask you anything?" As soon as his voice fell, the blood-red sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc. The middle-aged man who had been imprisoned by Yuan Qi wore a stunned look on his face. His head rolled to the ground. "Those who know my secret either die or become one of my people." Yang Kai snorted. Tang Yuxian suddenly trembled. Staring at Yang Kai in horror, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Yang Kai's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. What secret did this middle-aged man know about the little lord? He had actually so decisively silenced him. What about her? Had she also inadvertently learned some of the little lord's secrets? Just as she was contemplating, Yang Kai had already put away his sword and said lightly, "Go help Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman and—" Tang Yuxian nodded, not daring to neglect and dashing out again. Yang Kai stood in place and observed for a while, quickly discovering that although Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman were not the enemy's opponents, they were also unharmed. The other party obviously didn't intend to do anything to them, only leaving 2 people behind to block them. When Tang Yuxian arrived, the 2 people didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation. Before they could react, they had been killed. On the other side, Tu Feng and the 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had disappeared, probably because the other party knew they couldn't win and didn't want to confront the Blood Warrior who had used his mad tyrant blood skill. Tu Feng was in hot pursuit. A moment later, Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman, under the leadership of Tang Yuxian, came to meet up with Yang Kai. The 2 women looked a little nervous and worried, as well as a little scared. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, Chiu Meng asked, "How come you're not injured at all? Didn't I see you being knocked down from the sky by them?" Hearing her say this, Tang Yuxian suddenly became worried and swept her eyes over Yang Kai. A trace of concern flashed across her beautiful eyes. When Yang Kai was in danger just now, she had been busy dealing with the 3 opposing masters, so naturally she hadn't been aware of the situation here. Chiu Meng was different. She knew in advance that her life was not in danger, so naturally she was paying more attention to Yang Kai. "Little lord, are you really not injured?" Tang Yuxian looked at him nervously, seemingly afraid he was deceiving her. "It's just a minor injury, nothing serious." Yang Kai responded casually. In fact, he didn't even have any external wounds. But in such a dangerous situation, if he said he was unscathed, it would only make them more suspicious. "You." Chiu Meng slowly shook her head with a dignified expression. "I can't see through you more and more." Glancing at the 3 corpses on the ground, Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling shocked. Although these people were already dead, she could still feel that these 3 people's cultivations were much higher than Yang Kai's, one of them even being an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. However, Yang Kai, without any outside help, had killed all 3 of them. He had even been entangled with an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master for a long time. "Enough about me, Yuxian, how are you?" Yang Kai obviously didn't want to talk about this topic and turned to look at Tang Yuxian. Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman suddenly realized that Tang Yuxian seemed to be seriously injured. Her clothes were somewhat tattered, and there was still some blood at the corner of her mouth that had not yet dried up. The true essence in her body was tumbling, and it was obvious that she had suffered some internal injuries. On her snow-white arm there was a long wound. Although the blood had stopped flowing, her clothes were dark red. With her strength, if she hadn't been entangled with 3 opponents by herself, she wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. The most important thing was that time was too tight, so she had to make some sacrifices, allowing Tu Feng to use his mad tyrant blood skill so she could rescue Yang Kai. If given enough time, she and Tu Feng could have defeated these 3 masters without suffering any injuries, or even killed them. However, this matter was related to Yang Kai's safety, so she and Tu Feng didn't have much time to waste. So even if she knew that fighting 3 enemies at once was not a good idea, Tang Yuxian still didn't hesitate. Even if he knew that using his mad tyrant blood skill would overdraft his vitality, Tu Feng didn't hesitate. The loyalty of a blood warrior was vividly demonstrated in this battle. "I'm fine. Little Lord doesn't need to worry." Tang Yuxian shook her head gently. Chapter 387. Everyone waited for less than half a stick of incense worth of time before Tu Feng returned, covered in blood. The murderous intent radiating from his body was so thick that it was almost tangible, like a god of death descending upon the world. Even Chiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine. In Tu Feng's hands were two heads belonging to the two masters who had previously entangled him and Tang Yuxian. Hurrying back, Tu Feng threw the two heads to the ground and said in a cold voice, "All of them committed suicide, one ran away." During his pursuit, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage and 5th Stage Masters had immediately bit their tongues to commit suicide after being severely injured. Only the strongest one had managed to escape in a panic, barely managing to escape with his life. The people here are also dead. Tang Yuxian's eyes flashed coldly. Interesting. Yang Kai's expression became cold as a strange grin appeared on his face. The person behind this group of people has some means. Otherwise, these assassins wouldn't have bitten their tongues to commit suicide at the last moment, preferring to lose their lives rather than reveal any information. Along the way, only the Liu family knows about young lord's whereabouts. Tu Feng's face was filled with murderous intent as he said. Tu Feng was a little angry. This time, the assassination had taken place right under his and Tang Yuxian's noses. The other party had used some kind of method to completely mask everyone's auras, so even the two blood warriors hadn't noticed. If it weren't for Yang Kai's vigilance at the critical moment, perhaps this time they would have succeeded. Under the protection of two powerful blood warriors, the Yang family young lord had still been killed. If such news were to spread out, the entire blood hall would lose all face. The entire blood warrior hall would lose all face, and the two of them would be punished by their families. They might even be asked to commit suicide as an apology. This was a very real possibility. In other words, Yang Kai's vigilance had not only saved his own life, but also saved both his and Tang Yuxian's lives. Tu Feng was grateful, but at the same time ashamed. He immediately linked the culprit to the Liu family. It wasn't that he had maliciously harmed them, but because he was currently using his mad tyrant blood skill, his murderous intent was surging. His fighting spirit was so strong that it was impossible for him to think calmly. In addition, the Liu family's attitude towards Yang Kai a few days ago had annoyed him, so naturally he had taken this opportunity to vent. Hearing this, Chiu Yimeng's expression changed greatly as she hurriedly said, "Lu Liang would never do such a suicidal thing." Tu Feng didn't care about Chiu Yimeng's identity or face and coldly snorted. "Lu Liang won't, but it's hard to say whether the rest of the Liu family won't." Chiu Yimeng suddenly froze and didn't know what to say. She just stared at Yang Kai, hoping he wouldn't be as unreasonable as Tu Feng. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He just frowned, looked around, and then looked at the battlefield and the corpses lying on the ground. Suddenly, he looked up at the silver, blood, golden feather eagle in the sky and said calmly, "It has nothing to do with the Liu family. I'm afraid the eagle has exposed its whereabouts. We were too careless this time." Hearing him say this, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although Lu Liang's actions last time had made Chiu Yimeng somewhat unhappy, she had no choice but to accept it. But no matter what, the Liu family still relied on the Chiu family to develop. Over the years, the Liu family had also provided the Chiu family with many good things, so as the young miss of the Chiu family, she had the obligation and responsibility to protect the Liu family to the best of her ability. This bastard! Tang Yuxian grit her teeth. He glared at the golden-feathered eagle circling in the sky. Yang Kai said lightly, "For so many years, no one has dared to have any ideas about the Yang family's young lords. So whether it was me or you, none of us would have thought that this would happen. Learn from your mistakes." As he spoke, he blew a loud whistle, and the golden-feathered eagle immediately swooped down. Smiling strangely, Yang Kai glanced over at Chiu Yimeng and said, "Although this time it has nothing to do with the Liu family, I hope that today's events will reach Lu Liang's ears, and that the Chiu family pass on the message." Chiu Yimeng didn't respond for a moment, not understanding why Yang Kai would suddenly say such a thing. Her brow furrowed slightly as she thought about it for a moment, but soon her heart filled with resentment as she grit her teeth and spat. "You bastard! How can you still think about such things at this time? You're really full of evil ideas. Even if you want to pluck feathers from a goose, you don't have to go to such an extent. I really admire you." Humph! They asked for it. Do they really think this young lord is a pile of mud? This time I'll teach them a lesson. Yang Kai sneered. When everyone heard him say this, they realized that he actually cared about the Lu family's attitude towards him. He may not care about the Lu family support, but he wouldn't allow others to look down on him. Those who looked down on him would pay the price sooner or later. However, the two of them were speaking in riddles, causing the two blood warriors and Luo Xiaoman to be somewhat confused. "Elder sister Chiu, what do you mean by that?" Luo Xiaoman was extremely naive and straightforward, so she couldn't help asking. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also looked at her eagerly, wondering what kind of mystery was behind this that would cause Chiu Yimeng to despise Yang Kai so much. Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and turned to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. "I told you that this young lord of yours is a vengeful person, but you didn't believe me. Let me put it this way. Although the Lu family really isn't responsible for this incident, Yang Kai has only stopped by the Lu family residence once. If news of his attack today were to reach Lu Liang's ears, how do you think he would react?" Tu Feng was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing Lu Liang would definitely be on tenterhooks, afraid that the little lord would suspect him of leaking his whereabouts. In order to prove his innocence, Lu Liang would definitely come to the central capital to clarify things with the little lord. Since he has come to clarify things, he would definitely bring some gifts. Tang Yuxian covered her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She hadn't expected him to have such crooked thoughts at that moment. Bringing gifts was the main point. "Moreover, this is a message my Chiu family sent." Chiu Yimeng gritted her teeth. Chiu Yimeng ground her teeth in anger. "Lu Liang will definitely think that my Chiu family is willing to act as a peacemaker, so as long as he prepared enough gifts, Yang Kai will definitely not blame him. Your young lord is clearly using this as a pretext to make a fuss, creating something out of nothing in order to amass wealth." Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai in amazement and admiration. This kind of clever mind the two of them couldn't understand. Having just encountered a life-threatening situation, an average person would be in a state of shock, enjoying the joy of surviving a calamity. Their young lord, on the other hand, was not only calm and composed, but also immediately set his sights on an unrelated person. This wasn't his brain working a bit too fast. The Lu family this time was really an unexpected disaster. For a moment, the two blood warriors couldn't help feeling some sympathy for Lu Liang. They really didn't know what kind of reaction the Lu family patriarch would have once he learned the truth. Even if he knew, he would probably pinch his nose and admit defeat. Who told Yang Kai to only stop at his house? Tell Lu Liang that he doesn't need to come over, just bring the gifts. Yang Kai added lightly. Chiu Yimeng snorted. Really too lazy to deal with him. Let's get out of here first. Yang Kai's expression sank as he waved his hand. The 5 cloud treading colts, which were not easy to cultivate and were extremely valuable, had long since been swept away by the torrent, leaving the 5 of them no choice but to fly. Tang Yuxian's injuries weren't serious, but they weren't light either. As for Tu Feng, he wasn't injured, but after an hour the effects of his mad, tyrant blood skill had worn off, causing his vitality to suddenly weaken. If the 2 blood warriors wanted to fully recover, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Having just encountered an ambush, no one dared to act too ostentatiously. Inside a mountain pass, the 5 of them stopped to rest. Yang Kai personally went out to catch some food and brought it back, which made the 2 blood warriors feel more and more uneasy. But at the same time, they also felt grateful. Later that night, the 5 of them sat together and grilled some game. The atmosphere was a bit dull. The 2 blood warriors felt they had failed in their duties and were too embarrassed to speak, so when they looked towards Yang Kai, Their eyes were filled with guilt. Chiu Meng was secretly annoyed with Yang Kai for taking advantage of the situation and naturally didn't pay any attention to him. Luo Xiaoman also saw the awkward atmosphere and closed her mouth like a well-behaved rabbit. Only Yang Kai was sitting by the bonfire, his eyes indifferent as he stared at the flickering flames. He was recalling what had happened during the day in his mind, connecting all the dots and speculating about the possibilities of what had just happened. After a long time, Yang Kai straightened up and suddenly said, "You don't have to feel guilty. This time it wasn't directed at me." "Little Lord." Tang Yuxian pursed her lips, looking somewhat ashamed. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not trying to comfort you. This time it really wasn't directed at me. Perhaps they found out about our movements a few days in advance, so they set up an ambush in the river. They knew that if we wanted to cross the Lan River, we would need to find a ferry, and crossing the river with a ferry gave them the opportunity to do so." Listening to him speak so seriously, the 5 of them couldn't help but listen carefully. Their deployment of forces was very targeted. The 3 strongest blood warriors were there to contain the 2 blood warriors. The rest of them were responsible for killing the Yang family disciples. Those people were quite large in number, and their strength was also quite good. However, when they were chasing me, they didn't show any deep hatred, so they had no grievances with me. Tu Feng nodded and said, "During the battle, the strongest young lord also said something. It seems that they were targeting all the Yang family young lords. They just happened to encounter me. If any other Yang family disciple had passed by, they would have also been assassinated." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai who had passed by. If it had been any other Yang family young lord who had passed by, with the skill and number of assassins, how could they have survived? Did you notice the strength distribution of those people? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he asked pointedly. Strength distribution? Tu Feng frowned. And 1 immortal ascension boundary 8 stage, 1 7th stage, 1 5th stage, 1 3rd stage, 1 1st stage. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. In addition, all of them were Yuan Qi boundary masters. Didn't you notice anything wrong with this kind of immortal ascension boundary strength distribution? Chapter 388. With Yang Kai's reminder, everyone suddenly reacted. "There's a gap." Tu Feng quickly said, "And there's a gap." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The masters of a great force should be distributed in a stepped pattern. Since they have immortal ascension boundary masters at the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th stage, there should be masters at the 2nd, 4th, and 6th stage. Assassinating a Yang family disciple is a matter of great importance. If there really was a great force trying to stir up trouble, they would definitely have dispatched all of their masters without leaving anyone behind. Pausing for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Tu Feng, Yuxian, when you were fighting with those 3, did you notice any signs of their sect?" Both of them shook their heads, Tu Feng saying, "Those people were very cautious and didn't use any special martial skills, for fear that we would be able to see through them. However, I always felt that they weren't very familiar with each other because their cooperation wasn't so tacit and intimate." Of course, they weren't familiar with each other. If I'm not mistaken, they aren't from the same great force at all. Yang Kai coldly snorted. No great force would dare to act against the Yang family. "What do you mean?" "These people, they were a gathering of several great forces, and then they selected a few masters to investigate the movements of the golden feather eagle, speculate our position, and then set up an ambush here." Chiu Meng nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then it explains why there's a gap in the distribution of their strength. When the masters of several great forces gathered together and selected a few masters from them, of course there would be such a situation. Little Lord's observation is quite good. Tu Feng chuckled. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he suddenly smiled strangely. Looking at them, he said, since it was a gathering of masters from several great forces, it's absolutely impossible for there to be only a few of them. The two blood warriors' faces suddenly changed as they asked in shock, "You mean they still have a backup plan?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No. The ones who ambushed us were only those people. But have you ever thought about what the rest of the masters were doing besides them?" The several blood warriors thought for a while before suddenly feeling shocked. He looked at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai's eyes became cold. "It looks like my brothers won't have a peaceful journey. This deployment is aimed at all the Yang family disciples. What a big move." If Yang Kai's speculation was correct, then this was truly too big of a deal. The masters of several forces split up to track down the whereabouts of the Yang family disciples, intercepting them midway. The golden feather eagle hovering above the Yang family young lord's head was the beacon that pointed them in the right direction. This time, Yang Kai was more scared than hurt. But what about the other Yang family young lords? Could someone really have been intercepted and killed on the way? To dare to do such a thing, the person behind the scenes must have extraordinary means and guts. Your Yang family has offended too many people. You only have yourself to blame. Chiu Yimeng sneered. "It's too early to conclude that it was my enemy's doing." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "The inheritance war's implications are too great." Chiu Yimeng stared at him blankly, seemingly having seen through his thoughts. "The family will investigate. We don't need to think too much about it." Yang Kai suddenly smiled lightly, standing up and walking over to the side, calling out, "Tu Feng, Yu Xian, come over here." The two blood warriors stared blankly. Quickly getting up, they chased after him. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both curled their lips. "Acting so mysterious!" Walking into the darkness, Yang Kai stopped and turned around to look at the two blood warriors. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yu Xian's hearts were in turmoil, not knowing why Yang Kai had called them out. Today's events made them feel extremely guilty, although they had secretly resolved to be careful on the road ahead. What had already happened. Little Lord won't reprimand us, right? Tu Feng and Tang Yu Xian didn't say a word, their hearts filled with bitterness, their faces turning red in the darkness. "How are your injuries?" Just as the two of them were wondering, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Tu Feng froze. He had never expected that Yang Kai would actually ask about this. Hearing Yang Kai's concerned inquiry, both he and Tang Yu Xian couldn't help feeling some ripples in their hearts. Quickly replying, "My body is a bit weak. I can only exert about 60% of my strength. Yu Xian is a bit better off than me, but she also has some internal injuries. If she wants to recover, it will take a few days." Saying so, he quickly added, "Little Lord can rest assured. Yu Xian and I will escort you safely back to the family, even if it costs our lives." Tang Yu Xian nodded. "We won't be so careless again. When we return to the central capital, we will ask for forgiveness from the family." Yang Kai nodded slightly, not saying anything. After a while, he stretched out his hand and handed out 2 pills. "One for each of you. Now take them in front of me." The two blood warriors were startled, not knowing why Yang Kai was speaking so seriously, but they also knew that Yang Kai wouldn't harm them, so without hesitation, they took the pills and swallowed them. These seemed to be ordinary healing pills, at best, only Earth-grade top rank. The two blood warriors tasted the pills and immediately judged their grade, feeling a bit suspicious. Why did the little lord give them the feeling that he was giving them some kind of extraordinary pills? Although they were surprised in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. Even if Yang Kai had given them an ordinary grade pill, it was still a sign of his sincerity. You can think of it as me trying to win you over, or you can think of it as me being afraid of death. On the way back, I'll have to rely on the two of you to protect me, so I also hope you can recover quickly," Yang Kai said with a smile. The two blood warriors felt even more strange. How could a single Earth-grade top-rank healing pill allow them to recover quickly? What kind of riddle was the little lord playing at? Both of them shook their heads secretly, puzzled. Go back, meditate, and absorb the medicinal efficacies. Don't waste them. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both nodded and turned around. But after taking a few steps, they suddenly stopped. The two of them glanced at each other, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes, quickly turning back to face Yang Kai. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at the two of them curiously, not knowing what they wanted to say. Little Lord. Tu Feng's expression became solemn as he said, this time in the inheritance war, if the family allows the blood warriors to participate, then Yuxian and I hope we can follow Little Lord's lead. We hope Little Lord won't think our strength is too low. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at Tu Feng, chuckling after a long time, I'd be happy to. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled happily and quickly knelt on the ground, earnestly saying, then these two subordinates will await Little Lord's arrival in the Blood Warrior Hall. I'll be there. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian then got up and left, following Yang Kai's instructions, quickly sitting down cross-legged and circulating their secret arts to refine the medicinal efficacies. Looking at the direction the two of them were meditating, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated, but after a long time he couldn't help smiling. Finally, these two blood warriors have been settled. Along the way, although Yang Kai had used some deliberate methods, most of them were just casual performances. All kinds of strange and mysterious things had truly conquered Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, making them want to pledge their loyalty. Although it was still unknown whether the blood warriors would participate in this time's inheritance war, Yang Kai still had to plan ahead. If the blood warriors were really allowed to participate, he would soon have two powerful allies on his side. When Tu Feng called them subordinates, his words were sincere, without the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. This was the first time the two blood warriors had called themselves subordinates in front of Yang Kai, which meant they really wanted to help Yang Kai participate in the inheritance war. Looking up at Starfield, Yang Kai smiled with relief, full of expectations for this time's inheritance war. The night passed peacefully. At dawn the next day, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both opened their eyes for meditation and glanced at each other, both seeing a deep joy and surprise in the other's eyes. After a night of meditation, both of their injuries had completely healed. Originally, it would have taken them at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover, but in just one night they had fully recovered. Recalling all the strange and mysterious things that had happened when they were refining and absorbing the Earth-grade top-rank healing pill last night. Both of them couldn't help feeling like they had fallen through the clouds. That was clearly just an Earth-grade top-rank pill. Normally, the two blood warriors wouldn't even spare it a glance. If it hadn't been given to them by Yang Kai, how could they have taken it? Both of them already had heaven-grade top-rank healing pills in their possession. However, after refining this Earth-grade high-grade pill, which they had not taken seriously, it suddenly gave birth to a miraculous medicinal effect that surged to the point of disbelief. The medicinal effect wandered through their meridians, flesh, and blood, and not only did it heal all the injuries they had suffered this time, even the hidden injuries they had suffered in previous battles were healed. Blood warriors were born to fight. Every blood warrior that matured had experienced hundreds of life and death battles. It could be said that every blood warrior's body was riddled with hidden injuries. These injuries couldn't be healed with pills. Only with a combination of medicines and a long period of meditation could there be a possibility of full recovery. But as a blood warrior, how could they have the time to meditate? Tu Feng had hidden injuries. When he circulated his yuan qi, he would feel a slight tingling pain in his abdomen, but he had already ignored this subtle pain. Tang Yuxian also had hidden injuries. Every time she became angry, her heart would ache. This was because she hadn't been able to clean up after being poisoned. These internal injuries were very subtle and wouldn't affect their combat strength or the circulation of their true essence. However, both of them knew that although they wouldn't be affected by these internal injuries right now, as time passed, sooner or later they would die from these subtle internal injuries. But now, the two of them clearly felt that all the hidden injuries they had suffered in their previous battles had disappeared. How could this be possible with just an Earth-grade top-rank pill? In an instant, both of them understood that the little lord must have hidden something in those two Earth-grade top-rank pills, which was why they had such a miraculous effect. And that kind of unknown thing must be priceless and incomparably rare. For a time, the guilt and gratitude of the two blood warriors became even stronger. Chapter 389. Yang Kai had long since woken up, and it could even be said that he hadn't slept all night. The two blood warriors were refining the medicinal efficacies to heal their wounds. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both women, so the task of monitoring the surroundings naturally fell to them. Looking at Yang Kai, the two blood warriors couldn't help feeling a subtle warmth in their hearts. Just as they were about to open their mouths to express their thanks, Yang Kai glanced at them faintly and asked, "Which force does this area belong to?" Tu Feng thought about it for a moment before replying. "If I remember correctly, this place should be within the sphere of influence of Tianyuan City." Tianyuan City was the name of a city and also the name of a force. What kind of force is Tianyuan City? Yang Kai frowned. A first-class force. Why does little lord ask about this? Tu Feng didn't understand why he was suddenly so concerned about Tianyuan City. Yang Kai flashed his white fangs and grinned at him, a hint of slyness flashing across his face. Qiu Yimeng opened her eyes and curled her lips. Now he has another target to rob. The situation forced my hand. I had no choice. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing that he didn't deny it, the two blood warriors couldn't help frowning. Thinking about it, even the Lu family, which was thousands of kilometers away, had suffered an unexpected calamity because of yesterday's incident. Soon, Lu Liang would be carrying large and small bags to the central capital to deliver gifts to Yang Kai. So how could the nearby Tianyuan City not be implicated? In any case, Yang Kai had been attacked in the sphere of influence of Tianyuan City. So Tianyuan City's responsibility could be big or small. It all depended on whether the leaders of this force were tactful or not. In this sensitive period, any small matter could develop into a big event. Do we need to send a message to Tianyuan City? Tu Feng was obviously quite experienced. Hearing this, Tu Feng couldn't help feeling eager. If necessary, I can go now. They won't dare say anything. Even Tang Yuxian showed an excited look at this moment, seemingly wanting to compete with Tu Feng for the role of messenger. No need, this kind of thing they will naturally know. Yang Kai shook his head. Then he stood up and said, "All right, let's go. We've wasted a lot of time on the road. I wonder what the central capital has become. Are the two seniors' injuries serious? Do you want to rest for a few more days?" Qiu Yimeng frowned. He asked worriedly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian exchanged a glance and quickly shook their heads. "It doesn't matter." Seeing him say so, Qiu Yimeng didn't insist. Without the cloud-treading colts, the five of them could only fly, so their speed was naturally much slower. After a day and a night, the gap between the strength of these young people was clear at a glance. Even after flying for so long, Yang Kai's expression was still calm. His face was not red and his heart was not beating fast, as if he had not used any strength. Qiu Yimeng, on the other hand, was slightly out of breath. In order to keep up with these two immortal Ascension boundary masters, her yuan qi consumption was quite serious. As for Luo Xiaoman, she was even more embarrassed, her face red. His forehead was sweating profusely, and the two jade rabbits in front of his chest were moving up and down in the rhythm of his breathing. It was a magnificent sight. However, he gritted his teeth and followed behind the crowd without saying a word. If it weren't for Tang Yuxian not being able to stand by and deliberately taking care of her, Luo Xiaoman would have long been left behind by the group. They took a remote road, so they didn't encounter any dangerous situations. They stopped to rest at night and set off again after a night. The sun rose and the moon disappeared. After a full 8 days, the group finally saw a huge city in the distance. The central capital. It seemed to be the center of the entire world. The size of the central capital could no longer be described with words. Even from a few hundred kilometers away, everyone could still see its outline. That majestic aura rushed over, making people feel small and insignificant. When people thought of the central capital, they couldn't help but think of a certain phrase. North and south don't see each other. The world's greatest city. Standing on the south side of the city, one couldn't see the north side of the city at all. The entire central capital seemed to be an endless sea, a vast expanse of land. Often, such a situation would occur. One side of the city would be covered by dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, but on the other side of the city, the sun would shine brightly and the blue sky would be clear. Even if one was an immortal Ascension boundary master, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours to fly across the entire city. From this, it could be seen just how huge this city was. The world's greatest city truly deserved its name. It was hard to imagine how such a huge city, almost the size of a small country, had been established. It was as if it had already existed in the annals of history. For so many years, the central capital's 8 great families had firmly occupied this world's largest city, constantly expanding and consolidating it, allowing it to grow larger and larger. This had also created today's miracle. The group of 5 paused and stared towards the central capital. Although I've always lived here, every time I come back from a trip, I can't help but want to take a few more looks, Tang Yuxian said with some emotion. Tu Feng nodded solemnly. Not only them, but anyone who came outside the central capital would also be amazed by it, whether it was someone who had lived here for a long time or someone who was coming here for the first time. Looking at the giant city he had been away from for several years, Yang Kai's expression remained calm. Only when he thought of his 2 parents would his mood fluctuate slightly. Chiu Yimeng brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear, glancing over at Yang Kai and saying, "Xiao Man and I will separate from you here. At this time, if we are seen together by others, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion." Yang Kai nodded. Tu Feng suddenly smiled at Chiu Yimeng and asked, "Young Lady Chiu, in this inheritance war, will your Chiu family stand on the little lord's side?" Chiu Yimeng smiled, staring at Yang Kai for a moment before saying, "Although I am acquainted with your little lord, the inheritance war is of great importance. I need to consider it carefully." "What's there to consider?" Tang Yuxian smiled and struck while the iron was hot. "Besides the little lord, young Lady Chiu doesn't know any of the other young lords, nor do you know their depths. Rashly betting the Chiu family on them is inappropriate. Although even if you lose, the Chiu family's heritage won't be affected. A character like the little lord is undoubtedly worth young Lady Chiu taking a gamble." Chiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly waiting for something. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. Chiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, snorting lightly, "Then let's see how your little lord performs." There was a deep meaning behind this statement. Performance, in the end, was his performance in front of her. Or was it his performance in the inheritance war? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes darted around, suddenly both wearing strange looks, as if they had discovered a big secret. Both of them stared at Chiu Yimeng. Chiu Yimeng's expression remained unchanged, still indifferent. Tu Feng continued to add oil to the fire, a wretched look appearing on his face as he said, "If the little lord and young Lady Chiu join forces, they will be a perfect match. The future of the central capital will likely belong to the 2 of you. Perhaps you can even create a beautiful story." Tang Yuxian quickly followed up, "I also think so. Young Lady Chiu, don't hesitate." "Ha!" Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly, as if she didn't understand the meaning of Tu Feng's words. She didn't blush, instead just glancing over at Yang Kai. Just as Tu Feng was about to wipe his mouth and say something, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Until we meet again." This sentence was quite abrupt. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian wanted to take this opportunity to finalize a big ally for Yang Kai. They hadn't expected him to just say goodbye like this. Saying so, Yang Kai really left. The two blood warriors were stunned for a moment before cupping their fists to Chiu Yimeng and hurriedly catching up with Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai's quickly departing back. Chiu Yimeng also froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. She hadn't expected his actions to be so simple and swift. That bastard! Luo Xiaoman said indignantly. How rude. After all, we've gone through thick and thin together, yet he didn't even say anything and just left? Chiu Yimeng's eyes flashed thoughtfully. Did he see through it? He should have seen through it. So he didn't even try to persuade her and simply left. This man really isn't easy to fool. Elder sister Chiu, aren't you angry? Luo Xiaoman said, somewhat indignant for Chiu Yimeng, stomping her foot. How could he just ignore you? Good. Chiu Yimeng took a deep breath and pulled Luo Xiaoman aside. Let's go back to the Chiu family first. When we arrive at the Chiu family, first send a message to your Purple Fern Valley so they don't worry. And I know you haven't seen Big Brother Fan Hong for so long. Did you miss him? Chiu Yimeng asked with a smile, seemingly trying to find something to talk about to dispel the loss in her heart. No. Luo Xiaoman blushed and shook her head, whispering, I don't know why, but I haven't thought about him for so long. That's because you've seen all the wonderful things outside. The two girls didn't know each other a year ago, but since they had gone to High Heaven Pavilion, they had encountered all kinds of dangers. But each time they had managed to survive, never leaving each other's side. After experiencing so many trials and tribulations together, whether it was Chiu Yimeng or Luo Xiaoman, both of them regarded each other as family and sisters. As such, Luo Xiaoman had never once objected to Chiu Yimeng's words. On the other side, Yang Kai and the two blood warriors rushed towards the south of the central capital. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian followed closely behind Yang Kai, neither of them saying a word. But both of them were full of doubts, wondering why Yang Kai didn't care about the Chiu family. If he didn't put the Lu family in his eyes, the two blood warriors would have taken it for granted. But the Chiu family was different. As one of the 8 great families, winning over any one of them would be a huge help. As long as one's mind was clear, there was no reason to let them go so easily. What's more, Chiu Yimeng's status in the Chiu family wasn't low. Winning over Chiu Yimeng was tantamount to winning over the Chiu family. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian wanted to ask, but didn't know what to say, so they simply followed behind Yang Kai, feeling like they were about to die. After a while, Tang Yuxian quietly sent out a burst of qi towards Tu Feng. The latter frowned and was caught off guard, causing him to let out a low grunt. Tang Yuxian couldn't help rolling her eyes, speechless for a while. Chapter 390. The actions of the two blood warriors were so obvious that they naturally couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. The speed of their advance slowed down slightly, and after the two of them caught up, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them, his expression indifferent. What's wrong with you? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian nodded solemnly. What's there to be surprised about? Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression as calm as ever, without any trace of regret on his face. Little lord, how could you just let young Lady Chiu go like this? The Chiu family's influence isn't weak. If it could play a role in the inheritance war, whether it was supplies or talents, it would be guaranteed. Tu Feng didn't hesitate and directly asked. Both he and Tang Yuxian had decided that as long as the family allowed the blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war, they would follow Yang Kai. So naturally, they wouldn't act like before and ignore Yang Kai's actions. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said lightly, Chiu Yimeng still has scruples in her heart. She doesn't dare to take a stand right now. Even if I try, the result will be the same. That's impossible. Tu Feng couldn't help feeling surprised. I saw that she was very interested in you, little lord. It seems she likes you very much. She even said a lot of good things about you in front of me and Yuxian. Tang Yuxian also nodded slightly. She likes me? Yang Kai stared at Tu Feng blankly for a moment before laughing. Tu Feng, if you think so, then you're too naive. Tu Feng wasn't a young man, so when he heard Yang Kai say such things about him, he couldn't help but blush. His old face couldn't help blushing. Perhaps my performance was able to enter her eyes and was much better than the other young people. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a confident demeanor. Because of this, she felt that I was a little different from the others. But that doesn't mean she likes me. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian frowned. Still, they couldn't agree with Yang Kai's statement. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Who is Chiu Yimeng?" "She is the first young lady of the Chiu family, the first of her generation. Let me ask you, can a woman like her decide her own future?" Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both thought about it and couldn't help frowning. Chiu Yimeng. She had countless suitors and was one of the most influential figures in the central capital. However, in the face of the pursuit of so many talented young men, Chiu Yimeng still maintained her purity and never once had a relationship with any of the central capital's young lords. The reason for this was because the Chiu family's patriarch, Chiu Shoucheng, had said that whoever wanted to marry Chiu Yimeng would have to marry into the Chiu family. At first, it seemed that Chiu Shoucheng cherished his daughter and didn't want her to leave the Chiu family. But in reality, the Chiu family probably wouldn't want to let go of a chance to win support for their family. In short, Chiu Yimeng's future was not something she could decide. In the future, she was destined to become a chess piece in a marriage alliance, which would bring some benefits to the Chiu family. The ideological education she had received since she was young was probably based on the principle of family supremacy. Her love life had given birth to children. Her marriage was arranged by the Chiu family. She couldn't decide for herself. How could a woman who had received such an education easily choose to stand in Yang Kai's team before the inheritance war began? If she chose so rashly, the Chiu family would never recognize her. You don't believe me? Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at the two blood warriors. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't answer. She won't return to the central capital with us. That is the best evidence. Yang Kai smiled softly. If she really decided to ally with me, she wouldn't care what others think. So don't say she doesn't like me, because she has always regarded me as a Yang family direct descendant who can form an alliance with her. Even if, Yang Kai said seriously, if there is someone better than me, I think the Chiu family will definitely be my enemy in the future. The two blood warriors both wore solemn expressions, although they faintly felt that Yang Kai's views and ideas were a bit extreme. They had to admit that the young lords and young ladies of the great families really didn't place too much importance on personal relationships. From childhood, they had been influenced by their families, so what they considered was always the interests of the family and their own interests. As for personal feelings, they were only secondary. Subordinate will remember. Tu Feng nodded slightly. Although the blood warriors were powerful, they really couldn't see through the thoughts of the young lords and young ladies of these families. Yang Kai nodded, his heart calm, no longer saying anything. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at the central capital. The central capital was extremely large, so naturally there were countless gates. In front of the three of them was the south gate. There weren't any bustling, ordinary people, nor were there any cultivators. The south gate, which looked like the mouth of a giant beast, was completely silent. Only a few relatively strong cultivators were standing by the south gate, patrolling the surroundings with relaxed expressions on their faces. Because this south gate wasn't something ordinary people could enter. This was the central capital's, Yang family's, special gate. Each of the 8 great families had its own special city gate. After entering the city gate, there was a special passage that led directly to the Yang family. Except for people from the 8 great families, no one was allowed to pass through these gates or passages. Those who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. The few patrolling cultivators in front of the south gate were only here to put on a show. There was nothing for them to do, so they were naturally very idle. When the three of them arrived at the city gate, the several cultivators all wore solemn expressions and quickly turned to look at them. After seeing the tokens on the waists of the two blood warriors, all of them cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore indifferent expressions, not even glancing sideways as they followed Yang Kai into the central capital. After the three of them left, the cultivators at the gate dared to glance back quietly, all of them surprised. Which young lord came back? He looks quite young, only 17 or 18 years old. A 17 or 18-year-old young lord. Could it be the youngest one? Wasn't the youngest young lord rumored to be unable to cultivate? I'm afraid he's just an ordinary person. Why is his aura so calm? It's like he's not ordinary. Whether he's ordinary or not, we don't care, we just need to guard the gate. And don't talk about such things behind his back. It would be bad if one of the family's masters heard it. But speaking of which, isn't that the first young lord to return to the family? And the others haven't returned yet. Yang Kai and the two blood warriors walked along the passage for less than a stick of incense worth of time before they saw a large group of people waiting in front of them with bored expressions on their faces. The number of people in this group was quite large, about a dozen or so. The one at the head of this group was a fat man, less than 6 feet tall, with a big belly. He was pacing back and forth in front of the crowd, seemingly having walked for a long time, sweat dripping from his fat head and big ears. He was holding a brocade handkerchief in his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead and neck from time to time. Suddenly seeing the three people walking over, the fat man was startled for a moment, but soon after he was overjoyed and quickly stuffed the brocade handkerchief into his sleeve. Everyone behind him straightened their faces and assumed a welcoming posture. Yang Kai and the two blood warriors stopped about 5 meters in front of this group. Looking at the fat man, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This fat man was clearly not a member of the Yang family, but rather a foreign member of the Yang family. His strength wasn't very high, but since he was waiting here, it must have been arranged by the family. Yang Kai didn't know what the family was up to. Tu Master, you've worked hard. The fat man first bowed to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, his pair of small eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled and turned to Yang Kai. Tu Master, forgive this subordinate's ignorance, but which young lord is this? Tu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he replied faintly, Fourth Master's servant, the little lord. The young lords of the family rarely showed themselves when they were at home, so it wasn't surprising that this fat man didn't recognize them. Tu Feng naturally didn't intend to bother with him. The look on the fat man's face was slightly surprised, as if he hadn't expected that the first one to return to the family would be the little lord. But he immediately restrained himself and cupped his fists to the ground. Third-class steward Yin Tianyu, by order of the family, is here to welcome the little lord back to the family. The little lord must have worked hard on this journey, and must have worked hard these past few years. A third-class steward status in the Yang family wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. However, this fat man Yin Tianyu's strength was unsightly, so he probably didn't have a martial background. The Yang family was such a big family that it always needed people who were proficient in various aspects of its territory to help manage it. For these people, strength wasn't the most important thing. What was important was their ability to manage their territory. Yang Kai didn't know what Yin Tianyu was responsible for, but he was actually arranged here to welcome the returning young lords. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he smiled amiably at Yin Tianyu and said, Steward Yin must have worked hard. You must have waited here for many days, right? Yin Tianyu was surprised to see Yang Kai so kind, but his small eyes became even more spirited as he smiled and humbly replied, It is this subordinate's honor to be able to welcome the young lords back to the family. Waiting here for many days is not a hardship. Yang Kai nodded slightly and asked, "What arrangements does the family have for us?" The Yang family was different from ordinary families. The tempering of the direct descendants was almost cruel, so the elders in the family basically wouldn't be too kind to the juniors. In the past, when the Yang family's direct descendants returned to the family, they would directly return to their respective residences, and no one would come to receive them. But this time there was a third-class steward waiting here. Obviously, there was some kind of arrangement. When Yin Tian Yu heard Yang Kai's question, he couldn't help feeling surprised and said, "Little Lord is really clever. This subordinate admires you." Tu Feng coldly said, "There's no need for flattery. Just answer the little Lord's question directly." Yes. Yin Tian Yu still had a smile on his face, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. "It's like this. The family has ordered that the young lords who have returned to the family not be in a hurry to return to their residences, but instead go to the Dragon Transformation Pond first." Dragon Transformation Pond. Tu Feng exclaimed. Yang Kai was also stunned while Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly. None of them had expected that the family would prepare such a big gift for the returning young lords this time. Chapter 391. The Dragon Transformation Pool was a place where a fish could leap over the dragon gate and transform into a dragon. This was an important place for the Yang family and also a treasure trove for the Yang family. The water in the Dragon Transformation Pool was of great benefit to a cultivator. It was said that soaking in it could cleanse one's marrow and transform one's body. If a cultivator could soak in it for a few days, their strength would definitely increase and their aptitude would improve. A cultivator's aptitude was the foundation and cornerstone of their growth. This aptitude determined how high a cultivator could grow and was generally difficult to change unless they took some particularly rare, precious treasures. The Yang family's Dragon Transformation Pool had such an effect. It had always been a place where the Yang family members fought to enter, but even the direct descendants of the Yang family found it difficult to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. They had to be reviewed by the family's elder court, and if the elder court felt that a direct descendant was worth investing in, they would be allowed to enter. As for the Yang family members who didn't share the same surname, it was even more difficult to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool unless they made some kind of extraordinary contribution. Little Lord, Yu Xian, and I have both been to the Dragon Transformation Pool. It's a very good place. Tu Feng heard this and whispered excitedly, "And when I was protecting young Lady Mei, I was seriously injured and almost lost my life. Fortunately, young Lady Mei asked Fifth Master to intercede on my behalf, allowing me to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Not only did my injury stabilize, but my strength also improved." Tang Yuxian also nodded. How could Yang Kai not know the value and efficacy of the Dragon Transformation Pool? When he heard Yin Tian Yu say this, he couldn't help smiling bitterly. When he was still at home because of his congenital deficiency, his father, Yang Yingfeng, had applied to the Council of Elders many times to allow him to soak in the Dragon Transformation Pool. He wanted to see if it could make up for his shortcomings. But no matter how many times Yang Yingfeng applied, he was always rejected by the Council of Elders. Why waste the efficacy of the Dragon Transformation Pool for a cripple? As a result, every time his father Yang Yingfeng saw him, he would feel ashamed, as if it was because of his stubborn illness that he was congenitally deficient. During that time, his mother, Dong Suju, also felt sad all the time. She washed her face with tears. Yang Yingfeng's parents would often accept tasks from the family. He worked so hard just to earn some merits, so that Yang Kai would have a chance to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. But no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to achieve their wishes. There will definitely be a chance next time. Every time he returned from the Elder Hall, Yang Yingfeng would say the same thing, seemingly trying to comfort himself. He also seemed to be comforting Yang Kai. The guilt and dejection in his eyes were still vivid in her mind. Back then, his parents had tried so hard but failed to achieve their goal. Who would have thought that today the Elders Guild would take the initiative to open it up? That was their hard work and struggle back then. What was the reason? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated slightly and his eyes flashed. He nodded lightly. Yin Tianyu's smile was still plastered on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Little young master, there's no time to lose. Should we head to the dragon transformation pool now?" Inexplicably, Kai Yang's heart gave birth to a feeling of rejection. He furrowed his brows, but before he could say anything, the crisp cry of an eagle suddenly rang out above his head. Hearing this cry, everyone couldn't help looking up at the sky, their expressions becoming strange. The golden feather eagle on Yang Kai's shoulder also flapped its wings and flew up into the sky in the blink of an eye. Today is a double blessing. Another young lord has returned. Yin Tianyu laughed. He had been waiting here for many days, but no young lord had returned. Unexpectedly, 2 of them had returned today, naturally causing him to feel excited. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared from the other side of the passage. At the head of the group was a young man about 25 or 26 years old. His eyes shone brightly and his appearance was extraordinary. Riding atop a cloud-treading colt, he leisurely strolled over. Behind him, there were also 2 blood warriors. Behind these 2 blood warriors, there were actually several other masters with decent strength. Not far away, Yang Kai and the young man's eyes met midair, the latter's eyes flashing slightly as he stared at Yang Kai with slight surprise. Immediately, the young man smiled and nodded gently to Yang Kai. Yang Kai also nodded in response. Seeing this young man's face, Yang Kai also knew who he was. Yang Zhao, the second oldest son of the family's direct descendants, was the son of Yang Kai's great-uncle Yang Yinghao. His great-uncle Yang Yinghao was the current patriarch of the Yang family. It was also because he had been wounded in the war with the ash-gray cloud Evil Land that the family had recalled all the young lords who had gone out for life experience. Unlike Yang Kai's obscurity, although Yang Zhao had never been publicly known before, most people in the family, because of his relationship with Yang Yinghao, knew of his existence and even knew of his face. Yang Kai had only met him a few times, but wasn't familiar with him. After seeing Yang Zhao, the fat man Yin Tianyu's expression immediately became dignified, even the people behind him holding their breaths. Regardless of Yang Zhao's own strength, regardless of his performance in the inheritance war, he was the son of the current patriarch, so they couldn't neglect him. Little lord. Yin Tianyu was an astute person, first greeting Yang Kai with a respectful attitude. "I'll leave you to it." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Many thanks, little lord." Saying so, Yin Tianyu quickly straightened his clothes and waited for Yang Zhao to approach before quickly repeating what he had just said to Yang Kai. From beginning to end, Yang Zhao sat atop his cloud-treading colt, not moving at all. After listening to Yin Tianyu's report, he nodded gently. "I understand." Saying so, he turned his eyes to Yang Kai and smiled. "Is it little brother Kai?" Second brother. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly and grinned. "Sure enough, it's little brother Kai. Haha." Yang Zhao laughed loudly as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai. It's said that a woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. I see that a man also changes 18 times. After not seeing you for a few years, second brother almost didn't recognize you. Where is that weak little brat from so many years ago? Now you're clearly a handsome young man, worthy of being a member of my Yang family. From his words, it was obvious that he was the patriarch of the Yang family. Second brother overpraises me. Kai Yang didn't seem to understand, but his expression remained indifferent as he replied. While the 2 were talking, the several masters behind Yang Zhao were also sizing up Yang Kai, but after a while they couldn't help showing some disdain, seemingly looking down on Yang Kai. Only the 2 blood warriors didn't show any change in expression. Tu Feng and Tang Yixian were also the same. The blood warriors were loyal to the Yang family, and since Yang Zhao and Yang Kai were both young lords of the Yang family, they naturally couldn't show any disdain towards either of them. However, they noticed the disdain of these strangers. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help frowning. Both of them stared towards these people with cold expressions. The faces of these people suddenly changed, and they quickly restrained their expressions. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian with some surprise. He hadn't expected these two to be so protective of Yang Kai. Even he hadn't received much respect from the two blood warriors who had escorted him back home. The two blood warriors had simply completed their escort mission and hadn't even said a word to him. After a moment of comparison, Yang Zhao immediately realized that there was something unusual about this situation. Yang Kai seemed to be quite liked by these two blood warriors. Why was that? Suppressing these doubts in his heart, Yang Zhao didn't show any expression, simply asking, "Did little brother Kai fly all the way back?" He saw that Yang Kai and the others didn't even have mounts. Naturally, he would think so. Yang Kai nodded. Then it must have been a hard journey. Yang Zhao sighed sympathetically before dismounting his cloud-treading colt and walking straight over to Yang Kai, saying affectionately, "If little brother Kai doesn't mind, how about we go to the dragon transformation pond together? While we're on the way, I'll let second brother hear about your glorious deeds these past few years." "Good." Yang Kai smiled. "Let's go." Yang Zhao also laughed. After taking a few steps, Yang Zhao suddenly turned back and said, "Right, you go to the house and wait for me. I'll be back in 3 or 5 days." The strangers nodded together. The two blood warriors didn't respond. They were only responsible for safely escorting Yang Zhao back to the family. Now that they had arrived here, their mission was complete and they could naturally return to the Blood Warrior Hall. "You two have worked hard." Yang Kai also smiled at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. The two of them shouted in unison, "Little Lord, take care!" Such an affectionate attitude couldn't help causing Yang Zhao and the other two blood warriors to raise their eyebrows. After Yang Kai and Yang Zhao left, the 4 blood warriors glanced at each other, but didn't say anything before flying off towards the Blood Warrior Hall. Halfway there, one of the 2 blood warriors asked, "Tu Feng, why do you and Tang Yuxian seem to care a lot about the little lord? Did he do something special? Why don't you tell us about it?" The blood warriors were all very familiar with each other. In front of outsiders, they wouldn't show it, but when there was no one else around, they naturally wouldn't hesitate. Tu Feng slowly shook his head. "No, it's just that the little lord is very kind." Although he wasn't an outsider, Tu Feng wasn't stupid enough to betray Yang Kai, because the people here could become Yang Kai's enemy at any time. If he talked about his good points now, it would only harm him. The man obviously didn't believe Tu Feng's words and couldn't help curling his lips. "What about you two? How was the second young lord?" Tu Feng changed the subject and asked. The 2 blood warriors looked indifferent, the one who had asked the previous question saying, "Nothing too special. His performance was quite normal." The 4 blood warriors suddenly glanced at each other, and all of them smiled meaningfully. Everyone knew that the other party was talking nonsense, but even if they knew, none of them dared to expose it. At this time, no matter which blood warrior it was, they absolutely couldn't betray the young lords. Even if the patriarch or the elder council asked, they couldn't reveal anything. A blood warrior was a blood warrior, synonymous with loyalty. Yang Kai and Yang Zhao were leisurely strolling towards the dragon transformation pond at this moment. Along the way, the 2 brothers only talked about the tedious things they had experienced in the outside world over the past few years, not mentioning anything about the sect or their own accomplishments. Both of them knew that this was their brother, but also their enemy. If they didn't do anything right, this young lord would try to trip them up and beat them to a pulp. The inheritance war was a civil war between brothers, a battle of wits and courage. Chapter 392. The 2 brothers walked together in a harmonious atmosphere, as if they were close brothers. After a short while, They arrived at the location of the dragon transformation pond. Outside, there were countless cultivator guards. But in secret, there were many masters paying close attention to this place, their divine senses constantly spreading out. Once an outsider tried to approach this place, they would be ruthlessly and directly killed. There was no room for discussion. Once, a steward from a first-class family had come to pay tribute to the Yang family. But after delivering the tribute, he somehow lost his way and ended up 10 kilometers outside the dragon transformation pond. Before he had time to say a word, he was killed on the spot by the Yang family masters guarding this place. After this incident spread out, the first-class family not only didn't dare to question him, but instead sent someone to apologize with double the amount of gifts. The Yang family's treasure trove had always been a heavily guarded location. Even though it was inside the central capital with the dragon transformation pond as its center, the surrounding several dozen kilometers had still been maintained in its most primitive state. At first glance, one would probably think they had stumbled into the great wilderness. Shrouded in clouds, it was impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face, covering a large area. Lush mountains and forests were looming, and from time to time, one could see a few silhouettes. In the deepest part of this place was the dragon transformation pond. When Yang Zhao and Yang Kai arrived here, they quickly closed their mouths. Yang Zhao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Disciple Yang Zhao has been ordered to come to the dragon transformation pond. May I ask which senior is guarding this place? From the clouds, a strange voice floated out. This old master is Xiao Zhengqing, so it is young Lord Zhao. Young Lord Zhao. There is another person beside young Lord Zhao. Who is it? Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Zhao quickly took over and said with a smile, "It's my little brother Kai." The voice in the clouds was silent for a while, seemingly pondering who this little brother Kai Yang Zhao was talking about was, but after a long time said, "Since you've come, 2 young lords may come in." As these words were spoken, the clouds in front of them seemed to be pushed aside by 2 giant, invisible hands. The clouds rolled to the sides, revealing a clear passage in the middle. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai and Yang Zhao were shocked to discover this. On both sides of this passage stood many of the Yang family's masters. The one closest to the 2 of them was less than 5 meters away. Just now, these people were wrapped in clouds and mist. Unexpectedly, neither of the 2 brothers noticed it, and they didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden within the clouds. These Yang family masters were obviously different from the people outside. Their auras were much calmer, and most of them were at the Yuan Qi boundary. Their cultivations were also much more vigorous than the average person. Occasionally, there were a few immortal ascension boundary masters scattered among them, but all of them stared at the 2 of them with solemn expressions. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai looked at each other for a moment before their expressions couldn't help turning solemn as they strode forward towards the entrance. "Greetings, young masters. Please, young masters." Along the way, all the cultivator nodded slightly, greeting the 2 of them respectfully. Yang Zhao wore a smile on his face as he strode forward. Yang Kai didn't say a word, quietly releasing his divine sense to sense the surroundings, secretly surprised. Although he was also a member of the Yang family and a direct descendant of the Yang family, Yang Kai still didn't understand what kind of capital the Yang family had. However, after probing around, he was surprised to find that the cultivators around him were undoubtedly much stronger and more powerful than the ordinary disciples from the first or second-class sects in the same realm. Their essence, qi and soul, the strength of their physique, vitality, bones, meridians, and yuan qi all seemed to be much purer. Yang Kai estimated that the 2 people here would be enough to defeat 3 cultivators of the same realm outside. Of course, this was only a competition between ordinary disciples. Even so, it was enough to surprise him. Moreover, the surrounding clouds and mist were quite strange. When Yang Kai probed them with his divine sense, it was as if he was immersed in a pool of stagnant water. There should be some kind of spirit array operating here. After walking for a full stick of incense worth of time, the front suddenly opened up and the clouds and mist suddenly disappeared, giving the two of them a sense of relief. Beside a huge pool, 3 old men with white hair and beards sat cross-legged, their eyes shining brightly as they stared towards Yang Zhao and Yang Zhao. After seeing 2 people emerge from the mist, the old man in the middle smiled and asked, "Yang Zhao!" Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he quickly cupped his fists. Disciple greets 3 seniors. To be able to guard the dragon transformation pond, whether these 3 were surnamed Yang or not, their status in the Yang family was not low. They were even comparable to the elders of the family. This was why Yang Zhao was so serious. Xiao Jingqing and the other 2 smiled slightly, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Zhao's attitude, turning their eyes to Yang Kai and asking suspiciously, "Are you the one who served the previous generation's 4th brother, Yang Yingfeng?" "Yes." Yang Kai greets 3 seniors. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai was also shocked. These 3 were all peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters. In other words, any one of them was no worse than Ling Taisu before he broke through. At this moment, they were actually guarding the dragon transformation pond, showing just how much importance the Yang family attached to this place. With these 3 here, along with the mysterious spirit array and countless hidden masters, it was likely only an above Immortal Ascension boundary master would be able to break through its defenses. After learning about Yang Kai's background, Xiao Zhengqing just nodded slightly while the other 2 didn't say anything. It seemed that, for them, Yang Zhao was more interesting and could arouse their attention. Seeing how obvious their reactions were, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. "Senior, why did the family arrange for us to come to the dragon transformation pond first this time?" Yang Zhao saw that Xiao Zhengqing was quite optimistic about him and couldn't help but ask, quickly asking the question in his heart. Xiao Zhengqing smiled lightly and said, "Naturally, it is to give you a better space to develop. You have been outside for a few years now. At most, you have entered a first-class force to gain experience. How could the resources there compare to our Yang families? The secret arts and martial skills you cultivate, the medicinal efficacies you absorb, and the many impurities your body produces. Once you enter the dragon transformation pond, you will be able to cleanse yourself of these impurities." Yang Zhao smiled happily and respectfully said, "I will definitely live up to the family's expectations." Xiao Zhengqing laughed. "Good. As expected of the patriarch's son, you are truly different from others. The dragon transformation pond is just below us. You can enter it yourself." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he didn't expect Xiao Zhengqing to be so optimistic about him, these words still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Zhao didn't say anything. Right now, he had no power or influence. So if he really tried to say anything, it would only be a thankless task and would only make him appear to be overestimating himself. If Yang Zhao wanted to change his mind, there was only one way. That was to establish himself above the entire Yang family. At that time, everyone would have to obediently follow his orders and act according to his mood. Yang Zhao nodded slightly, and together with Yang Kai, the 2 of them looked down and suddenly saw a huge pond. Only its outline could be seen. It was impossible to see the water inside because above this pond was a thick layer of clouds. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that this layer of clouds was different from the ones they had just passed through. The clouds from before were only used to confuse. But the layer above the dragon transformation pool was formed by the gathering of the energy of the world. It was as if the entire dragon transformation pool was a crystallization of energy. Dense steam rose into the air, condensing into a layer of clouds that covered the top. The dragon transformation pond is a place where one can cleanse their body. This opportunity is not easy to come by, so you should cherish it, Xiao Zhengqing smiled. Another person interjected. The dragon transformation pond is also a place to test a person's aptitude. The longer one stays inside, the more outstanding their aptitude is. Yang Zhao, you need to perform well. You are different from the average young lord. You are the son of the current patriarch. Many people are optimistic about you." Yang Zhao's face was filled with excitement, seemingly eager to prove himself. Quickly cupping his fists and nodding, "Yes. Go." Xiao Zhengqing waved his hand, and an invisible force wrapped around both Yang Zhao and Yang Kai, gently sending them into the dragon transformation pond. The clouds churned, and the two fell into the pond at the same time, disappearing. Suddenly, a cold feeling washed over him. The water of this dragon transformation pond seemed to have some kind of magical effect. Yang Kai clearly felt some kind of energy pouring into his body's meridians and pores. As this energy entered his body, his whole body became tingling with pain. But then this pain suddenly disappeared as this energy drilled into his meridians and, under the burning of his true Yang Yuan Qi, converged into his unyielding golden skeleton. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly feeling that this dragon transformation pond seemed to be a bit untrue. It didn't have any of the magical effects it was rumored to have. Turning his head to look at Yang Zhao not far away, Yang Kai's expression became even more strange. He found that his second brother seemed to be enduring a great deal of pain at the moment, his entire face red and his Yuan Qi madly circulating, drawing the energy from the dragon transformation pond into his body. Soon after, some impurities were expelled from his body, and some filthy substances were added to the clear pool water. Yang Kai quickly swam a little further away, lost in thought. Looking at Yang Zhao's current appearance, the dragon transformation pond clearly had some kind of effect and could really help people cleanse their body. But why couldn't he feel it? After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly realized something, a look of surprise filling his face. If his guess was right, it must be because of the myriad drug liquid. The myriad drug liquid, if taken over a long period of time, was able to cleanse one's body and fundamentally improve one's aptitude. Since obtaining the myriad drug liquid until now, as long as there weren't any unforeseen circumstances, Yang Kai had basically taken a drop of it every day. After such a long time, the impurities in his body should have been completely eliminated and his aptitude should have improved significantly. Now that he had entered the dragon transformation pond, what use would it have? The effect of the dragon transformation pond was definitely not as good as the myriad drug liquid. Understanding this point, Yang Kai's expression became disappointed. Influenced by his childhood beliefs, he had been looking forward to the effects of the dragon transformation pond. But now it had no effect on him, so naturally he was disappointed. The dragon transformation pond didn't have any effect on him, and now that he had just entered it, he couldn't just leave directly. Yang Kai suddenly felt bored and could only wait silently, circulating his true Yang secret art and absorbing and refining the energy in the dragon transformation pond. Chapter 393. Yang Family. The news that the two young lords had returned first quickly spread. The two golden feather eagles that had returned to the family were the best evidence. Two figures, one man and one woman, were quickly flying towards the dragon transformation pond. Both of their faces were filled with nervousness and expectation, as well as some guilt and heartache. The middle-aged man was a bit better, forcing himself to remain calm, but his muscular body couldn't help trembling slightly, a look of joy even appearing on his meticulous face. On the other hand, the woman was wiping the corners of her eyes as she ran, crying silently, her tears falling to the ground, her eyes red. After running for a while, the middle-aged man couldn't stand it anymore and muttered, "Suzhu, what are you crying for? You should be happy that your son is back." Dong Suzhu continued to wipe her tears, but before she could speak, she began sobbing and stammering. I just couldn't help it. You thought I wanted to cry. These tears, they just came out by themselves. Woo-woo, it's so annoying." Yang Yingfeng was speechless. If our son saw you like this, he would think I was bullying you at home. Dong Suzhu suddenly became sad. "You didn't bully me? Why don't you tell me what happened to that vixen last time? Why did she keep calling me Big Brother Yang and calling me Big Brother Yang so intimately? Humph. She was extremely eloquent. Her tears seemed to have stopped flowing, and her incoherent appearance was nowhere to be found. Fourth Master Yang was so embarrassed that his face turned red, stuttering for a long time before muttering, "It was an accident. Last time was just an accident. An accident?" Dong Suju didn't give up and continued pitifully, "I married into your Yang family at the age of 18 and followed you for almost 20 years. After so many years of not being able to enjoy the good fortune of your Yang family, I've suffered a lot. At this age, I actually have to worry about my husband being seduced by another vixen. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to the central capital to participate in the inheritance war and ended up meeting such a heartless man like you, woo-woo." As she spoke, she wiped the corners of her eyes, quietly observing Yang Ing Feng's reaction. What a surprise! Fourth Master Yang's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although Dong Suju was not young anymore and had reached the age of a married woman, he did not know how she grew up. Even now, she looked no different from a 16-year-old girl. The long flowing time great emperor did not seem to have left any traces on her face. Moreover, not only did Dong Suju look young, but she was also very lively. She would often say things that only young girls would say, and do things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When the husband and wife went out together, such embarrassing things often happened. The unfamiliar people immediately saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Fourth Master Yang." "Greetings, Miss Yang." Yang Ing Feng asked curiously, "Who is young Lady Yang?" The servant politely said, "Isn't this Fourth Master's daughter?" Sure enough, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. As expected of the Fourth Master's daughter, Miss Yang's beauty is peerless and unparalleled. Flatter vigorously. The Fourth Master Yang's face darkened. Dong Suju, on the other hand, smiled and held onto Yang Ing Feng's arm, nodding repeatedly as if she was enjoying herself, as if she could not wait for others to say a few more good words about her. After experiencing this many times, Fourth Master Yang had also gained some experience, so whenever he visited an unfamiliar family as a guest, he would not hesitate to open his mouth. Not waiting for the host to open his mouth, he quickly introduced himself. "I am Yang Ing Feng. This is my wife, Dong Suju." The host immediately became depressed, thinking to himself that this Fourth Master Yang was a strange person. It was as if he was afraid that the world did not know he was an old cow-eating young grass, actually introducing himself like this every time he met someone. Perhaps the temperament of the Yang family was just so strange. The thoughts of a direct descendant of a great family really were not something they could easily understand. The previous incident that Dong Suju mentioned actually happened 3 years ago, and the woman who had a good impression of Yang Ing Feng had long since disappeared. However, Dong Suju did not let go of this matter, bringing it up every time she felt depressed. What's more, Fourth Master Yang's temperament was dull, so he fell for this kind of trick. Obviously, he had not done anything wrong. It was just that the woman had been attracted by his elegant demeanor. But as soon as Dong Suju mentioned it, Fourth Master Yang would become like a grandson, repeatedly apologizing and embarrassing himself. "It was really an accident, Suju. Don't think too much about it. I just helped her when she was in trouble. In fact, I didn't even say more than 3 words to her." Fourth Master Yang nervously explained as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. In fact, he did not know how many times he had explained this. "Really?" Dong Suju sniffled, tears streaming down her face. "You're not lying to me?" "I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you for the rest of my life." Fourth Master Yang said firmly, his expression solemn. "Fourth brother, you're so kind." Dong Suju suddenly broke into a smile. Fourth Master Yang grinned, a simple and honest smile appearing on his face, one that was quite similar to Yang Kai's, but without the wickedness of Yang Kai's. "You won't tell this to our son, will you?" Fourth Master Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and hurriedly asked, "And that will depend on how you behave in the future. If one day I'm not happy, perhaps I'll go talk to our son." You know what it's like to talk about things. Who knows what we'll end up talking about? Ku. Fourth Master Yang suddenly felt uncomfortable, thinking that if his high and lofty image were to collapse in his son's heart, that would be extremely bad. Speaking of his son, Dong Suju's expression became slightly more serious as she muttered, I wonder if our son has brought back a wife for us these past few years. I don't think so. I heard Tu Feng say that he came back alone. However, Tu Feng told me that there seems to be a woman who has a good impression of him. How many women? Dong Suju suddenly became interested. How many? The Yang family fourth master's thick eyebrows arched. Suddenly his face filled with killing intent. Only one. If he dares to be unfaithful, I'll break his legs. The expectation and smile on Dong Suju's face quickly faded as she snorted meaningfully. If you dare do that, I'll break your legs. Yang Yingfeng's neck shrank as he suddenly wondered. Why was it that he had only said 3 words to a woman, and this woman had been asking him for 3 years? Yet his son had no problem being unfaithful. Was this some kind of double standard? Seeing that they were about to reach the edge of the dragon transformation pond, Dong Suju quickly said, Quick, fourth brother, help me take a look and see if my clothes are properly done. Is my hair messy? Is there any problem with my current appearance? Fourth Master Yang asked curiously, You're not going on a blind date. Why are you being so careful? Dong Suju curled her lips. Seeing our son is much more important than a blind date. Fourth Master Yang pondered for a while. Suddenly feeling that his wife's words made sense, he also straightened his clothes and asked, Is there any problem with my appearance? Your beard is a little thick, but it's fine. Fourth Master Yang nodded with satisfaction. The husband and wife both stopped at the edge of the dragon transformation pond's forbidden area. They held their breaths as they stared at the thick clouds and mist. Their bodies were ramrod straight as they waited with solemn expressions. It was as if they were waiting for some kind of master to arrive. After waiting for a while, Fourth Master Yang suddenly said, That's not right, Suju. Our son should be in the dragon transformation pond right now. It should take at least a day or 2 for him to come out. Why would we come here now? Why don't he go back? Dong Suju suggested. Good. There are still some things I need to take care of. I'll come find you when I'm done. Yang Yingfeng nodded, turned around and left. After taking a few steps, suddenly he felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. 2 cold gazes pierced his spine and sent a chill down his spine. The fourth master couldn't help shivering and hurriedly came to a stop, a dignified expression on his face as he stood beside Dong Suju with his hands behind his back, looking straight ahead. His expression was solemn. What's wrong? Dong Suju looked at him with a sweet smile, gently biting her teeth. Fourth Master Yang sniffed and said in a muffled voice, I suddenly feel that it's better to wait here. In any case, those things aren't important and can be dealt with at any time. I'll wait here alone. Dong Suju looked at Yang Yingfeng tenderly, her face filled with tenderness and understanding. You go do what you need to do. Don't worry about us, mother and son. When my son comes out, I'll take him to the Dong family so he won't have to participate in the inheritance war. No. Fourth Master Yang shook his head like a rattledrum. It's better for me to wait. Inside the dragon transformation pond, half a day later, Yang Kai really couldn't stay here any longer. The dragon transformation pond had no effect on him, so he could only wait here and circulate his true Yang secret art. His cultivation speed was faster than usual, but not by much. If it were any other time, he would have pretended to stay here for a while before leaving. But thinking about how his 2 parents were waiting for him in the house, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling like his, but was on fire. Quietly glancing at the other side, Yang Kai found that Yang Zhao was still in the same state, shaking his head gently and leaping out of the dragon transformation pond. Midair, Yang Kai circulated his yuan qi, evaporating the water on his body before landing back down. Xiao Jingqing and the other two all stared at Yang Kai in amazement. As they had said, the Dragon Transformation Pond was a place that could test a person's aptitude. The better one's aptitude was the longer they could stay in the Dragon Transformation Pond, and the greater the benefits they could obtain. The three of them had been guarding this place for many years and had seen many Yang family disciples enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Even the disciple with the worst aptitude, who entered the Dragon Transformation Pool, had to persist for a full day and night before coming out. But this one in front of them, after entering for less than half a day, actually came out on his own. This kind of performance was really unsightly. Xiao Zhengqing and the other two were quite senior, and their status in the Yang family was not low, so naturally they didn't need to give Yang Kai any face. What's more, the three of them weren't very optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. He came out just like that. One of them snorted, a look of disdain on his face. Yang Kai frowned, but although he was unhappy, he didn't answer, instead just asking, "Do you three have any other orders?" "None. You can return to the house," Xiao Zhengqing said casually. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists to the three, turned around and strode away. Behind him, there seemed to be a chuckle, but Yang Kai turned a deaf ear. Chapter 394. Bastard, I've been reading Laughing Proud Wander for the past few days, but he hasn't updated. What a beast! It had been 5 or 6 years since he left the Yang family. When he left, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, but now he had reached the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Yang Kai was also very worried about his two parents, but due to the family rules, he was unable to visit them. In addition, last time Dong Qinghan told him that his mother ran out to secretly see him, but was discovered by the family. Fourth Master Yang had taken her place and received 30 beatings, which made Yang Kai even more worried. He wondered how his two parents had been these past few years. His mood rose and fell as he hurriedly left the Dragon Transformation Pool's forbidden area. He just left the expanse of clouds and mist when he saw 2 figures standing ramrod straight. They stood there silently and raised their heads in anticipation towards the forbidden area. Looking at each other, both of them were stunned. Yang Kai never thought that his two parents would be waiting here. After all, he had only returned to the family less than half a day ago. If no one had sent them a message, perhaps his two parents wouldn't have known that he had returned. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju also didn't expect that their son would appear in front of them so quickly. Both of them were still in a daze. Before, the fourth master had said that Yang Kai would need at least 1 or 2 days to come out of the Dragon Transformation Pond, but that was because he had overestimated Yang Kai's aptitude as much as possible. From Tu Feng, they had learned about Yang Kai's current cultivation and that he had gotten rid of his congenital deficiency, but as for Yang Kai's aptitude, they didn't know. In their hearts, they didn't know. They estimated that if he stayed in the Dragon Transformation Pond for 1 or 2 days, his aptitude would definitely not be good, but it was also normal. They never expected that after only half a day, Yang Kai would come out of the Dragon Transformation Pond. Such a short time was enough to prove that Yang Kai's aptitude was very problematic. The three of them looked at each other for a moment. Then Yang Kai smiled, as if he had never smiled so peacefully and happily in all these years. Dong Suju's mouth suddenly became soft. Tears fell from his eyes, but without saying a word, he quickly stepped forward. He held his son in his arms. But now, Yang Kai was obviously not the same as before. After all these years, he had grown a lot taller. Dong Suju was actually half a head shorter than him. She had no choice but to stand on her tiptoes, put her small hands around Yang Kai's neck, and put his head on her slender shoulders. She stroked his hair with one hand and put the other on his broad back. He opened and closed his mouth several times. All of them were replaced by choking sobs. Her tears dripped onto Yang Kai's shoulder, and a warm feeling came over him. Smelling the fragrance that had made him infatuated when he was young, his entire mind was at peace. A sense of relaxation that he had never felt before exploded in his body and mind. The ship that had been sailing for a long time finally returned to the harbor of Wenning. Yang Kai felt like crying. Fourth Master Yang was a tough man, but at this moment the rims of his eyes reddened. He quietly turned his head and squeezed his eyes. "Mother, I'm back." Yang Kai murmured softly. Dong Suju finally calmed down her emotional state. She gently patted Yang Kai's back and nodded repeatedly. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." After saying this more than 10 times, her voice gradually stopped trembling. In the end, she couldn't help but break into laughter. Only then did she let go of Yang Kai. She squeezed his shoulders with both hands and stood in front of him, looking him up and down. Her beautiful eyes were full of joy. He had grown taller and stronger. He was no longer the weak child of the past. Now that her son was standing in front of her, she actually felt like she could rely on him. Thinking of this, Dong Suju began to cry again. The growth of a person was always accompanied by trials and tribulations. Yang Kai becoming like this was inseparable from the hardships he had suffered in the past few years. Yang Kai was about to give Fourth Master a look, hinting for him to come over and comfort him. But he didn't expect his father to turn his head to the side and look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if there were birds flying in the sky. He stood there calmly with his hands behind his back. The corners of his eyes were wet. Yang Kai was helpless and could only open his mouth to comfort him. "It's okay, don't cry. And it's a joke." Dong Suju nodded gently, wiping his own tears, his eyes swollen like a peach. Yang Kai smiled and looked towards Yang Yingfeng. The Fourth Master still maintained his posture, not moving at all. "Father," Yang Kai called out softly. Fourth Master Yang didn't know what to think, but he quickly turned his head and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai with a serious expression on his face. Opening his mouth, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was seeing his son, not an elder of the same generation. What was the point of cupping his fists? Was he supposed to salute him? His old face instantly flushed red. He reached out and flicked his sleeves without leaving a trace, flicking away the non-existent dust. Then he put his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. With a calm expression, he said, "And you're back." Yang Kai sniffled and suddenly felt that this question was somewhat inexplicable, so he could only nod. "And I'm back." "Well then, let's go home." The Yang family's Fourth Master was a bit shaken. He waved his hand and left, his ears completely red. Yang Kai and Dong Suju glanced at each other before following behind the Fourth Master, both of them giggling. Although Yang Yingfeng didn't show much expression when he saw Yang Kai, anyone could see that at this moment he was quite proud of himself. Even his footsteps were lighter than before. Inside the Fourth Master's house, the three of them traveled quickly and returned home in a short while. The Fourth Master's house wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After all, he was a direct descendant of the previous generation, so there were only a dozen servants and maidservants in the house. Compared to other places, it was a bit quieter. Entering the house, all the servants and maidservants they encountered along the way respectfully bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Yingfeng quickly ordered the servants to prepare a meal to welcome his son back. But Dong Suju pulled Yang Kai directly into his former bedroom. Pushing open the door to the room in his memory, Yang Kai slowly walked in. What he saw was no different from what he remembered, whether it was the placement of the things inside or the layout. There was not the slightest change. Even the tables, chairs, and beds were spotless. Obviously, someone came to clean this place every day. Yang Yingfeng flashed in like a ghost and whispered, "After you left, your mother often came back here and looked after this place. It was as if she saw you were still at home." Dong Suju pinched Yang Yingfeng lightly, but the Fourth Master's skin was thick and he didn't say a word. He just glanced suspiciously at the madam. "Don't listen to your father's nonsense. I just came here occasionally to take a look," Dong Suju quickly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In his heart, he knew better than anyone else. This room. It was likely that not only would his mother come here often, but even his father would often visit this place. The whole room was filled with the smell of the two old men in the family. It was easy to imagine Yang Ing-fong standing here, sighing. It was easy to imagine Dong Suju sitting on the bed, crying miserably. 5 or 6 years, more than 1,000 days and nights not being a parent. They would never be able to understand how difficult these days were. Yang Kai's heart surged, his breathing becoming slightly rapid, but he didn't know what to say. I'll have the food and wine delivered here. We'll eat here today. The fourth master found that he seemed to have said something wrong and quickly found an excuse to leave. I'll go help. Son, you should rest for a while. After a short while, the servants delivered the food and wine. All of the dishes were personally cooked by Dong Suju. Fourth Master Yang even took out a bottle of good wine that he had kept for many years. A family of 3. For the first time in many years, they sat at the same table and ate in harmony. After a while, the fourth master drank himself to the point of intoxication. After a while, Dong Suju also drank herself into a daze. Only Yang Kai was still sober. That's all for today. I'll come talk to you again tomorrow. Although there were thousands of questions in his heart, Yang Ing-fong didn't ask Yang Kai anything on his first day back home and instead stood up shakily. Dong Suju supported her cheeks with her hands and said drunkenly, You go back by yourself. I'm going to sleep with my son tonight. I haven't slept with him for a long time. Kai Yang turned pale with fright. The fourth master, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Hearing this, he nodded and walked out of the door. Father! Yang Kai hurriedly called out to him. What's wrong? Yang Ing-fong turned around and asked. You don't think there's a problem? Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. The fourth master thought about it seriously for a while before frowning and asking, What's the problem? Yang Kai face-bombed. He knew that these 2 old men were probably really drunk. Did they think he was a child? No matter what he said now, they probably wouldn't listen. In desperation, Yang Kai could only call the maidservant from outside and help Dong Suju back to her room to rest. As the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, Dong Suju's muffled voice came from afar. Don't make trouble. I'm going to sleep with my son tonight. If anyone tries to stop me, I'll stab them and curse them. In the future, I will never let these 2 get drunk. Yang Kai secretly decided in his heart. The next day dawned. Yang Kai got up early and faced the rising sun to practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. The yuan qi in his body was restless, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. When he was in the Liu family, he had absorbed a large piece of yang crystal jade bed, and these days he had been using the myriad drug liquid to cleanse his body, so it was normal for him to want a breakthrough. His mind was calm, neither sad nor happy, just letting nature take its course. Half an hour later, sweating profusely, Yang Kai finished his cultivation. After breakfast, a servant came to report that the fourth master had summoned him. Yang Kai knew that his 2 parents must have a lot to say to him, so he wasn't too surprised. After tidying up a little, he hurried to the study. Unsurprisingly, not only was Yang Ing-fong waiting in the study, Dong Suju was also sitting nearby, staring at the door. Seeing Yang Kai enter, Dong Suju quickly stood up and pulled him over to sit next to him. After the 3 sat down, fourth master Yang coughed dryly and looked at Dong Suju. You want to ask first, or should I? Go ahead and ask. What I want to ask are all trivial matters. Yang Ing-fong nodded, his expression becoming serious as he pondered for a moment. My relationship with High Heaven Pavilion. Did your Grand Master tell you about it? And he did. Yang Kai nodded. Then you should know why I asked you to go to High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Ing-fong took a deep breath. Let me ask you, what is the current situation of High Heaven Pavilion? Yang Ing-fong only knew that High Heaven Pavilion had been burned to the ground by the Chiu family's masters. thousands of High Heaven Pavilion disciples had all been dismissed, and the whereabouts of the sect's elders were unknown. R.S. Chapter 395. High Heaven Pavilion was not only Yang Kai's sect, it was also the sect of the fourth Master Yang. So how could he not care? Yang Kai calmly recounted the various injustices that had happened to his sect, causing Yang Yingfeng's face to become gloomy and angry. But now, Qiu Yimeng is helping to rebuild High Heaven Pavilion, and that place is now under my name. Before the sect is officially established, that place is just one of my properties. Yang Kai's brow gradually relaxed. Qiu Yimeng. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju both looked at Yang Kai in amazement. The Qiu family's first young lady? Why would she help rebuild High Heaven Pavilion? The sect was burned down by one of her family's masters. That doesn't make sense. Yang Yingfeng frowned, puzzled, slowly shaking his head and asking, "Is there a reason for this?" I helped her a little. So in return, rebuilding High Heaven Pavilion isn't a big deal for her. Yang Kai said lightly. You helped her a little? Fourth Master Yang's expression became more and more strange as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, seemingly not having expected that after all these years he would actually have a relationship with the Qiu family's first young lady. Dong Suju, on the other hand, smiled and looked meaningfully at Yang Kai. Son, are you very familiar with her? Not too familiar, but not unfamiliar either. Yang Kai nodded. Dong Suju pursed her red lips thoughtfully before giggling. The Qiu family's first young lady is an extraordinary character. If she were a man, she would definitely be the next patriarch of the Qiu family. Son, work hard. Take her in. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Regarding Qiu Yimeng, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about her at all. It was undeniable that this woman was very attractive and had a strong background. If he could obtain her favor, it would be like obtaining divine assistance in the inheritance war. But Yang Kai still instinctively rejected her. The feeling she gave off was too shrewd. This kind of shrewdness, it shouldn't appear in a young girl. Perhaps this was the tragedy of being born into a great family. Cooperation was fine, but it was absolutely impossible for anything to happen between them. Restoring the sect's name. Yang Yingfeng whispered to himself, Qiu Yimeng can't become the patriarch of the Qiu family. She really can't do this. If any of the Central Capital's 8 great families spoke up for High Heaven Pavilion, then the pot of shit that had been placed on High Heaven Pavilion's head could be removed without any hesitation. The evil sect name. It wasn't a big deal. The most important thing was Great Sect's Demon Lord. This was the sect's evil sect. Is there any news from Grandmaster? Yang Kai quickly asked. Yang sect, sects grand sects. But several sects and elders, several elders and elders. Grand elders have disappeared. After a pause, Yang Yingfeng suddenly thought of something and asked expectantly, Has your Grandmaster really broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary? When the Qiu family masters sent back a message, Yang Yingfeng had also received the news immediately, but after all, this was only the Qiu family master's side of the story. Perhaps they had fabricated it in order to shirk responsibility, so fourth Master Yang didn't dare fully believe it. Not to mention Yang Yingfeng. Everyone else who heard this news still held some doubts, even now. How could such a super expert appear in a mere second-class sect? He really broke through. Yang Kai nodded firmly. After receiving Yang Kai's affirmation, Yang Yingfeng grinned widely, pacing back and forth in his study before suddenly coming to a stop. Patting his thigh heavily, he muttered, Good. I knew Master would definitely break through, but I didn't expect it to come so late. As he spoke, fourth Master Yang's expression relaxed, as if he had put down a big stone in his heart. In the past, Ling Taisu was depressed because of the matter of his 2 disciples, and his heart was full of knots. After wasting more than 10 years in vain, now that he had finally made a breakthrough, It was definitely because he had resolved the knot in his heart, so Yang Yingfeng was naturally happy for him. Grand Master's misfortune was actually a blessing in disguise. Yang Kai suddenly thought of an idea. The demon lord emerged from the coiling dragon stream and fought with the masters of the sect. One of the elders was killed on the spot, and Grand Master also suffered heavy injuries. That unworthy junior. Yang Yingfeng couldn't help cursing. His eyes filled with anger. The demon lord was still Yang Yingfeng's junior brother, but now he had betrayed his master and killed his fellow disciples. So the fourth master was naturally enraged. Sooner or later, I'll make him kneel in front of master, kowtow, and admit his wrongs. Yang Yingfeng was annoyed for a while before hurriedly asking, and then... Later, Grand Master was surrounded by demonic qi, and his life was in danger. Seeing that there was no way to save him, I tried to give him something. You gave him something. Yang Yingfeng's eyes widened to the size of a pigeon's egg, while Dong Suju also covered her mouth, both husband and wife holding their breaths nervously. And it was a medicinal liquid I made myself. I didn't expect it would really work, not only pulling Grand Master back from the gates of hell, but also helping him dispel the demonic qi in his body. Yang Kai braced himself as he made up a story. After Grand Master recovered, he broke through. You made a medicinal liquid yourself? Yang Yingfeng's expression was one of fear, his face completely pale. Dong Suju patted her chest with her small hands, secretly rejoicing that nothing serious had happened. Otherwise, the title of Grand Master's murder would not have been placed on the demon lord's head, but rather on Yang Kai. If that had really happened, her fourth brother would have died of guilt. Yang Kai sniffed and said, Actually, I know a little about medicine. I studied it in Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak. So that's how it is. Yang Yingfeng suddenly realized. You know about it? Yang Kai was stunned, but the two old men didn't show the slightest surprise, as if they had long been aware of this matter. Qin Han secretly sent us a letter to tell us. Dong Suju nodded. This could be explained. Dong Qin Han was her mother's nephew, so it wasn't strange for him to send a letter. Grandmaster Shao is truly worthy of being called Grandmaster. Yang Yingfeng sighed. You didn't need to do anything personally, just teaching you something actually had such a magical effect. Sighing with emotion, Yang Kai nodded solemnly. I'll have to thank Grandmaster properly some other day. Yang Kai chuckled and nodded. Of course. When I have time, I'll personally go to Hidden Cloud Peak. My master's life-saving grace is equivalent to my life-saving grace. I can't help but thank him. Fourth Master Yang said sincerely with a grateful expression. Yang Kai suddenly felt depressed. If the fourth master went to Hidden Cloud Peak and the two sides confronted each other, wouldn't his lie be exposed? Quickly saying, Father, you shouldn't go. Grandmaster's temper is a bit strange. Even if you go, you may not be able to see him. It's better for me to go alone. Yang Yingfeng thought about it for a moment and felt that what Yang Kai said was true. Over the years, many people from the 8 great families had tried to go to Hidden Cloud Peak to ask Xiao Fu Sheng to refine alchemy pills. But no matter how many people went back and forth, only a few of them were able to succeed. Quickly nodding, Yang Yingfeng said, That's good. When you go, prepare a few gifts. And I understand. Yang Kai secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Dong Suju suddenly became excited and asked softly, Son, do you still remember the method to concoct the medicinal liquid? Yang Kai smiled and said, Naturally, I remember. Then, Dong Suju's heart couldn't help beating faster as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly and nervously. How could Yang Kai not know what she was looking forward to? The fourth Master Yang had been injured by the demon lord and suffered from a chronic illness. Even now, there was still some residual demonic qi in his body. If not for this reason, how could Yang Yingfeng still be an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator? Even Dong Suju was now an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. At that time, the fourth Master Yang was Ling Tai-Su's eldest disciple, while the Demon Lord was the second disciple. The Demon Lord's aptitude was heaven-defying, and now he had reached the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Ying-feng was Ling Tai-Su's brother, so obviously his aptitude wasn't any worse than the Demon Lord's. If it weren't for that incident, how could he still be an immortal ascension boundary third stage cultivator? At the very least, he would be an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator. The demonic qi in Yang Ying-feng and Ling Tai-Su's bodies came from the same source, but the latter was much denser. Since that magical medicinal liquid was able to resolve the demonic qi in Ling Tai-Su's body, it didn't necessarily mean it couldn't resolve the demonic qi in Yang Ying-feng's body. If he could cure the fourth master's chronic illness, his future would be bright, and he might even be able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. In the past, Yang Ying-feng's aptitude was one of the highest in the Yang family, even better than the current patriarch, Yang Ying-hao. This medicinal liquid can be prepared, and the required materials aren't too complicated. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The fourth Master Yang and his wife's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Father, I want to take a look at your condition first." "Good." Yang Ying-feng nodded, sat down next to Yang Kai, and stretched out his hand. Yang Kai flicked his finger and placed it on his palm, circulating his yuan qi slightly and carefully examining it. When the yuan qi entered his body, Yang Ying-feng's expression suddenly became startled as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. He hadn't expected his son's yuan qi to be so pure and vigorous. Although it was only a strand of yuan qi, it was easy to see the whole picture. The yuan qi in his son's body was obviously extraordinary, comparable to his own over the years. Yang Kai was only at the 7th stage of yuan qi. If he was given enough time to accumulate and improve his cultivation, to what extent could his yuan qi reach? This child seemed a bit mysterious. Was this really his own son? The Yang family's fourth master had a surreal feeling in his heart. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew his hand with a solemn expression. "How is it?" Dong Suju asked with a trembling voice. "Compared to Grandmaster's condition, it's better and can be cured, but because too much time has passed, that strand of demonic qi has attached itself to the dantian and is not easy to resolve. Father must drink this medicinal liquid all year round until it is completely eradicated. It's good that it can be cured." When Dong Suju heard him say this, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Exchanging a glance with Yang Ying-feng, they both saw the joy in each other's eyes. Over the years, the husband and wife had searched everywhere for famous doctors and tried all kinds of methods, but they were still unable to resolve the strand of demonic qi in the dantian. Even the Yang family's dragon transformation pond had no effect. But now, the worries that had plagued the husband and wife for many years had been resolved with the return of their son. They suddenly felt that no one in this world was as amazing as their son. Chapter 396. Over the next 10 days, Yang Kai closed himself in his room and told his 2 old men that he needed to refine the medicinal liquid. A variety of precious materials were sent to his room, and all of them were stored in the black book space by Yang Kai. These materials were not from the Yang family, but were instead found by Yang Ying-feng and his wife. Although they weren't precious treasures, their grade wasn't bad either, the highest of which was mysterious grade low rank. Yang Kai wanted to give them the illusion that this medicinal liquid was extraordinary. Otherwise, if he could just casually refine it, it would be impossible to explain its magical effects. It wasn't that Yang Kai intended to conceal the myriad drug liquid from his 2 old men. It was just that this thing's origin was very strange. Since it was related to the Medicine King's Valley Pill Saint statue, letting them know would only add to the danger, so it was better not to tell them. 10 days later, Yang Kai brought 2 large water bags filled with myriad drug liquid and gave them to Yang Ying-feng, ordering him and Dong Suju to take a drop every day. He also gave them a lot of myriad drug milk, which was the key to dispelling the demonic qi. The myriad drug liquid was only for them to cleanse their bodies. As for the highest grade myriad drug cream, Yang Kai didn't use it. This thing could help one comprehend the heavenly way, so Yang Kai wanted to wait until his two old men reached the peak immortal ascension boundary to help them break through. Although that may take a long time, Yang Kai could afford to wait. The fourth master didn't know how precious the myriad drug liquid was, so he simply accepted it and put it aside, glancing at Yang Kai with a slightly strange expression, frowning as he asked, "The inheritance war. You want to participate?" Yang Kai felt like he had something to say, so instead of answering, he asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Yingfeng sighed. "Your mother and I didn't expect you to grow up in these past few years, so we didn't want you to participate in the inheritance war. What your mother means is you don't want to participate." Yang Kai stared at him with burning eyes. A slight smile appeared on his face. He had asked his father for his opinion, but his father had told him his mother's, so what his father's opinion was, there was no need to ask. "I want to participate." Yang Yingfeng quickly said, "Only by winning the position of patriarch can I restore the sex name." "That's what I thought too." The father and son looked at each other and laughed. He laughed and laughed. Yang Yingfeng's expression suddenly became gloomy. "Don't blame your father for being a little selfish. Back then, I owed your Grand Master too much. Now I can only count on you to repay him. High Heaven Pavilion cannot lose its inheritance in the hands of your Grand Master." "I know. Mother, I'll tell her. You don't have to worry about it." Yang Yingfeng waved his hand and spoke in a heroic tone. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, letting go of the worries in his heart. Although the fourth master had always shown himself to be very henpecked, when it came to family matters, the fourth master was still able to make decisions. Dong Su Zhu would only tease and oppose him on some trivial matters. Right. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. "I want some people who are well-informed, flexible, and loyal. Father, do you have such a person in mind? Do you have something to do?" Yang Yingfeng raised his thick brow. The fourth master pondered for a while before tossing something to Yang Kai and saying, "Go to the North City District's Clear Sky Inn and find a man named Pang Chi. He should be able to help you." "Who's that?" Yang Kai played with the object in his hand. Suddenly, he discovered that it was a piece of cyan bamboo about the length of a finger. It was shaped like a flute, and if one gently blew into it, it would make a sound. However, Yang Kai didn't recognize the material of this bamboo. It was neither gold nor jade. It was also not an ordinary material. "Bamboo Knot Gang sect leader." Yang Yingfeng smiled lightly. "This is a force I cultivated myself. Although the strength of the people inside isn't very high, they're first-class experts in gathering information. If you can really subdue them, it will be of great benefit to you in the inheritance war." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. Fourth Master Yang said somewhat guiltily, "Although I also control some of the family's forces, I can't give them to you. Because in the inheritance war, except for those allowed to participate by the family, no one else is allowed to participate. Even if I give them to you, you won't be able to mobilize them, let alone use them." Yang Kai nodded gently, also understanding this point, so naturally he wouldn't say anything. "There's still some time before the inheritance war. You can use this time to familiarize yourself with them." Yang Yingfeng smiled meaningfully. Yang Kai also grinned, a dangerous grin on his face. Fourth Master Yang stared at him blankly. He had never seen Yang Kai have such an evil side to him. Suddenly, an eagle cry sounded outside the house, causing Yang Yingfeng's brow to wrinkle as he asked suspiciously, "Golden Feather Eagle?" Yang Kai, on the other hand, smiled happily and listened carefully. A moment later, another eagle cry sounded, and sure enough, it was a golden feather eagle. Yang Yingfeng was suddenly confused. How did a golden feather eagle end up in our house? The Yang family's eagles had always been managed by a family with a different surname. This family was very small, with only a few people, but their ancestors had passed down a special method to enslave monster beast. With this method, They were able to live in the Yang family and raise and take care of the dozen or so rare and precious beasts. After Yang Kai returned to the Yang family, the golden feather eagle that had followed him all the way here had returned to its cage. It hadn't appeared for more than 10 days, but now it had come here on its own. Yang Yingfeng didn't know why the golden feather eagle had come here, but Yang Kai was well aware. It was likely that this eagle missed the taste of the myriad drug liquid, so it had come looking for it. The father and son pair quickly walked out and saw a few people standing under a tree, holding some meat in their hands as they teased the golden feather eagle perched on the treetops. The meat was extremely fresh and had always been the favorite food of the golden feather eagle. But at this moment, its pair of eagle eyes didn't even bother to look at them, instead staring straight into the room where Yang Kai was. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the golden feather eagle actually spread its wings and leapt down, landing on Yang Kai's shoulder in a flash, its hook-like beak rubbing against Yang Kai's hair affectionately. The group of people watching this scene couldn't help marveling, and even Yang Yingfeng was amazed as he stared at Yang Kai. The golden feather eagle's intelligence was very high, and it had a very bad temper. Even the family that raised them, if they were provoked, would find it difficult to appease them. But this golden feather eagle had actually flown onto Yang Kai's shoulder and acted so intimately. This was something that had never happened before. The golden feather eagle was still crying out, its clear cries echoing for several kilometers, seeming somewhat urgent, as if it was urging something. "Don't be noisy!" Yang Kai shouted. To everyone's surprise, the golden feather eagle immediately closed its beak and stood obediently on Yang Kai's shoulder, not moving at all. Young master's methods are really amazing. One of the maidservants covered her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, her face filled with excitement and worship. Another old servant also smiled and said, "I've been in the Yang family for so many years, but I've never seen anyone who can make a golden feather eagle so obedient. This time it's really an eye-opener." "Kai, or how did you do it?" Fourth Master Yang frowned and asked. "It's probably because it followed me all the way here." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't say much. Yang Yingfeng was stunned, obviously not believing this. Golden feather eagles were notoriously difficult to train. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been handed over to another family's disciples. The previous generation of Yang family young masters had also been found by a golden feather eagle. Yang Yingfeng had also lived with a golden feather eagle for a long time. But no matter how hard he tried, the golden feather eagle's attitude towards him had always been lukewarm. When had there ever been such intimacy and dependence? At that moment, a servant came in from outside and reported, "Master, young master, there's a man named Du Qing by outside asking for an audience." Fourth Master Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. "Let him in." Yes, Du Qing Bai. Yang Yingfeng didn't know who he was, but he knew that the family that raised and trained the Yang family's golden feather eagle was surnamed Du Qing, but had probably chased the golden feather eagle all the way here. Otherwise, in the Yang family's territory, no outsider would dare run around casually. Not long after, the servant led an old man into the room. Before he arrived, Du Cheng Bai cupped his fists and said with a flattering smile, "The Du clan's eagle keeper greets Fourth Master Yang and Little Lord." Yang Yingfeng nodded and asked casually, "Are you here to look for the golden feather eagle?" Du Changbai's face was full of embarrassment. This eagle's beast nature is difficult to tame. It accidentally entered Fourth Master's mansion and disturbed Fourth Master and Little Lord. "I beg Fourth Master's forgiveness." "It's fine, it was this monster beast that brought me back." Yang Yingfeng shook his head. "Since that's the case, take this eagle back and keep an eye on it." "Yes." Du Chengbai nodded repeatedly. "Many thanks for Fourth Master's magnanimity." Saying so, he smiled awkwardly at Yang Kai before turning his attention to the golden feather eagle, his expression becoming serious and blowing a string of clear but inexplicable tunes. This was the method of communication between the eagle keeper and the golden feather eagle. In the past, whenever Du Chengbai blew this tune, the golden feather eagle would obediently listen to his instructions. But this time it obviously didn't work. The eagle seemed to be more intelligent than before and was actually looking at him with its head tilted, its sharp eyes seeming to contain a hint of ridicule. A group of servants were watching from the side, wanting to see the means of the eagle keeper. Coupled with the serious expression on Yang Yingfeng's face, Du Qingbai's mood was both tense and complicated. After blowing for a while, the golden feather eagle didn't seem to hear, but Du Qingbai's mouth was sour, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Du Qingbai became even more embarrassed, coughing dryly and saying to Yang Kai, "Little lord, please excuse my offense." Saying so, he took a few steps forward and made a gesture to grab the golden feather eagle standing on Yang Kai's shoulder. "It's very dangerous." Yang Kai grinned at him. Du Chengbai didn't understand what Yang Kai meant, but before he could recover, the golden feather eagle suddenly let out a sharp cry and a golden light shot towards Du Chengbai. Du Chengbai's strength wasn't very high, only around the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, but it was enough to block this attack from the golden feather eagle. Hurriedly waving his hand, Du Chengbai summoned an Yuan Qi barrier in front of him, offsetting the golden light. Du Chengbai quickly jumped back a few steps and stared at the golden feather eagle in disbelief. He had raised this eagle for so many years, but he had never been attacked by it before. Never had he expected that today he would almost fail. Chapter 397. Speaking of which, due to the heavy snowfall, some of his relatives didn't have time to leave, so today and tomorrow they would have to go out during the day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Staring at the golden feather eagle for a long time, Du Chengbai could only see the hostility in its eyes. As the Yang family's eagle keeper, now that he couldn't do anything about this eagle he had raised for more than 10 years, if this news were to spread, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Du Chengbai suddenly felt extremely embarrassed and stood there, not knowing what to do. Seeing his awkwardness, Yang Kai smiled lightly and quietly took out a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space, then stroked the eagle's beak and fed some myriad drug liquid. "Don't hurt people!" The eagle shook its wings and cried out a few times as if it didn't want to. "Be obedient," Yang Kai frowned. The golden feather eagle immediately folded its wings and became extremely obedient. Du Chengbai couldn't help feeling shocked as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, his eyes filled with disbelief as he asked, "Little lord, you can communicate with this eagle?" "Pretty much." Yang Kai nodded. Du Chengbai suddenly showed a look of worship. His Du family had relied on a set of beast enslavement secret arts passed down by his ancestors to enter the Yang family and become an eagle breeder specializing in raising and training golden feather eagles. Originally, he thought that his beast enslavement secret art was enough to be unparalleled in the world. But now, compared with Yang Kai's magical means, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Du Chengbai asked himself if he could reach the same level as Yang Kai, even if he cultivated his beast-taming secret art to its peak. It was impossible for him to achieve such a miraculous feat for a moment. Du Chengbai was shocked and aghast. There was actually someone in this world who could communicate with the monster beast to such an extent. Yang Yingfeng's eyes lit up even brighter as a look of pride appeared on his face. Yang Kai was his son, so the more outstanding Yang Kai's performance was, the happier he would be. Although communicating with the monster beast wasn't something to be proud of, it was still a skill. "Senior Du." Yang Kai glanced over at Du Chengbai. Du Chengbai's expression became solemn, quickly saying, "I wouldn't dare. Little lord can just call me by my name." No one knew better than Du Chengbai how difficult it was to train the golden feather eagle. Yang Kai being able to make the eagle behave so obediently he had to respect for him. "If I want this eagle, how can I obtain it?" Yang Kai asked Du Chengbai. "You want this eagle?" Du Chengbai was surprised and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Yang's of the S, of course. Yang Kai's of the family. Du Qingbai immediately understood what he meant. Lane. T. T? But this little lord of the fourth master's house was different. He could directly communicate with the golden feather eagle. If he could get his hands on such a strange beast, it would be of great use to him. At the very least, it would be a good choice for him to send messages. After hesitating for a moment, Du Changbai said, "Little lord, please forgive me. This eagle belongs to the family. This Du is just an eagle breeder. I can't give it to you." "I know that, but now I just want to know how I can take it for myself." "You've been raising eagles for the Yang family for so many years. Has no one ever taken a few from you?" Du Qingbai slowly shook his head. "No one has ever succeeded. Even if the family allowed it. Even if the family allowed it, the eagle wouldn't leave its cage." Yang Yingfeng frowned and interjected, "If it were any other time, I would be able to use my merits to help you exchange for an eagle, but right now I can't. During this sensitive period, you have to prepare everything yourself." Yang Kai nodded and expressed his understanding. In a few days, the inheritance war would begin. The family would not allow the relatives of these young lords to assist them in any way. Du Changbai nodded. As fourth master said, "I can use my merits to exchange for an eagle." After a pause, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "But little lord, you've only just returned to the Yang family. You have no merits to offer the family." "Merits?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "What kind of merits can be exchanged for an eagle?" Fourth Master Yang didn't know much about this, so he could only turn his eyes to Du Qingbai. The latter said, "Merits that can bring obvious benefits to the family, such as convincing an entire force to swear allegiance to the Yang family, or offering the family some artifacts, martial skills, precious pills, and precious treasures." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Mysterious grade martial skills, is that enough?" As soon as this statement came out, not only did Du Qingbai's expression change, but even Yang Yingfeng was taken aback. He had never expected that his son would actually be able to practice a mysterious grade martial skill in these past few years. In his memory, High Heaven Pavilion only had a single mysterious grade low-rank martial skill, and all of it was in the hands of Ling Tai-su and the other elders. Ordinary disciples simply couldn't practice it. "Kai, you can't be." Yang Yingfeng frowned. "No, I haven't practiced any martial skills in the sect." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that his brother was worried about him revealing the sect secrets. Yang Yingfeng was even more surprised now. If he didn't learn these martial skills in the sect, then where did he learn them? Could it be that his son had wandered outside these past few years? On the other hand, Du Changbai nodded repeatedly. A mysterious grade martial skill is enough. Mysterious grade martial skills were generally the most powerful martial skills of any force. Only the next generation could learn them. Exchanging a mysterious grade martial skill for a fifth-order golden feather eagle, the family had no reason to refuse. "Little lord, do you want this Du to help you apply to the family?" "Generally speaking, I'll be the one to handle the golden feather eagle." Du Qingbai volunteered. "Good, then I'll leave it to old man Du. Little lord is too polite." Du Qingbai's old face blushed slightly as he cupped his fists. This Du only hopes that little lord can give this Du some pointers on the beast enslavement method in his spare time. This Du would be extremely grateful. "Very well." Yang Kai nodded. In fact, he was also interested in seeing the Du family's beast enslavement method. He didn't know if he could comprehend anything from it and use it to enhance the power of his beast enslavement seal. Since the Du family was able to become the Yang family's eagle keeper, they definitely had a way of enslaving demonic beasts that no one else could. Otherwise, the Yang family would have already snatched the demonic beast enslavement technique from the Yang family. How would the Du family be able to raise an eagle here? Then this Du will go back and deal with this matter. The shortest will be 1 or 2 days. At most, we'll have news in 5 or 6 days. After Du Chengbai received Yang Kai's promise, his face filled with joy as he stared at Yang Kai expectantly. Glancing at the hostile golden feather eagle, Du Chengbai felt slightly embarrassed. Little lord, this eagle will have to go back with this Du for the time being. Otherwise, if the family investigates, this old master won't be able to bear the consequences. Yang Kai nodded and gave the golden feather eagle a command. The golden feather eagle immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly returning to its cage. Don't lock it up, it will come to me once a day, Yang Kai ordered. This Du will remember. Du Chengbai nodded and left in high spirits. Not bad. Yang Yingfeng smiled and couldn't help but praise his son. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Little tricks. I'll be heading to the North City district first, and probably won't be back for a few days. Father, you should tell mother. Good go. Yang Yingfeng nodded. Yang Kai didn't stop him. The central capital was simply too big. If he had to walk, it would have taken him at least a few days to reach the North City district. Moreover, it was not convenient to fly in the central capital, so Yang Kai could only bring out a cloud-treading colt from his mansion. Riding it, he left. That night, when Dong Suju returned, she found that Yang Kai had already left and couldn't help complaining to Yang Yingfeng. Her son had only been back for 2 days before he went into retreat for more than 10 days, but when he finally came out, he actually went to the North City district. Dong Suju was naturally sad. The fourth master didn't say a word as he let Dong Suju complain. After Dong Suju calmed down, the fourth master said, Ka'er has already prepared the medicinal liquid and told us to drink a drop of it every day. Saying so, he took out the myriad drug liquid that Yang Kai had brought over and placed it on the table. A drop? Dong Suju looked confused. Didn't he say it was for you to heal your wounds? Why do I have to drink it? Kai said that if we take it all year round, we can retain eternal youth. I want it, I want it. Dong Suju's face filled with excitement, not waiting for the fourth master to finish speaking before shouting excitedly. All of her previous depression completely forgotten. The husband and wife obviously didn't believe that Yang Kai's medicinal liquid could really preserve one's youth. But in any case, this was their son's kind intentions. Even if it was just a cup of water, it was still sweet. Bringing over a wine cup, Yang Yingfeng carefully poured a drop into his wife's cup before pouring a drop into his own. Then, the two of them looked at each other and frowned. A drop at a time, it really didn't taste good. Once they wet their lips, it would be gone. Why don't we pour a bit more? It's not poisonous anyway, and it smells quite good, Dong Suju suggested, her face filled with eagerness. That's fine. Yang Yingfeng didn't object, pouring a bit more into his wife's cup before pouring it into his own. Fill it up, since it can dissolve the demonic qi in your body. Drinking more won't do you any harm. Following his wife's instructions, fourth Master Yang filled his cup to the brim. The two of them picked up their wine cups, Dong Suju naughtily linking her and the fourth master's arms and drinking a toast. The fourth master smiled slightly, and just like on their wedding night, the husband and wife downed the wine in one gulp. As the myriad drug liquid entered their stomachs, the two of them smacked their lips and carefully tasted it. This medicinal liquid smelled very fragrant and tasted very good. They really didn't know how their son had managed to make it. It was a wonderful aftertaste. Smiling at each other, fourth Master Yang didn't even have time to speak when suddenly his complexion changed greatly, his whole face turning red. In the next moment, the yuan qi in Dong Suju's body began to madly circulate uncontrollably, and at the same time, a terrifying burst of energy erupted from his abdomen. The faces of the two men became extremely aghast. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the entire room. In that instant, the tables and benches were reduced to dust. On the surrounding walls, there were thousands of marks left behind by sharp blades. These were the marks left behind by the raging true essence. Not daring to hesitate, the two of them quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating their secret arts, guiding the massive amount of energy in their bodies through their meridians.